and he didn't get like.
Fucking fed Paris. No filler, just a raw blood soaked wreckage and lies. I don't raise my voice, I raise receipts. Why you choke on silence? You swallow rumors like a Waco snitch, call that shit guidance. You love painting me the villain, always wrong in your script. Ruby Ridge, blood still dripping on your hands, innocent grip. You took real questions, twisted them to fake ass headlines. Redrew the truth with your rusty knife, stabbed the public blind. If I don't cry, you swear I never gave a fuck about the case. If I do, I'm just a conspiracy bitch performing in your chase. With cone, front row, jerking notes on the decay. FBI sniper buying tickets to the tragedy you betrayed. So tell me what's it fucking mask you need me to wear? The Hydro Ruby Rich pass make your lies easier to bear. I'm still here, still me, you backstabbing fast snake, vibrating colder than your hollow corporate cover up fake. You misread my palm like it's guilt on my hands, bitch. Put words in my mouth, blame me for the whole switch. Sniper turn independent, what a fucking joke. Ruby Red shooter, critiquing evidence you provoke. But I know what the fuck I meant, every raw word I never said. If you rewrite me, rewrite it clean. You pathetic fat fuck. Truth don't bend for your cover up. It cuts deep and fucks you up. Keep it tight, count it out. 1, 2, 3. Every time your rap mouth opens, you rip another piece of me. Moonstone Bank, FTX, crypto, blood money through Idaho veins. Scott Green, family property, ties on King Road, hide in the stains. You don't ask, you assume. Shove your fed lies up the case. Swear you knew the truth while burying Ruby Ridge disgrace. I'm not a villain for questioning your backstabbing. Not a liar, cause my rhythm don't match your watered down light. Exhausted being translated by you for government tone. Female voice in the basement exposing what you hone. If I disappear, you'll call it proof from a pussy ass bitch. If I stay, you'll call it rude while protecting your snitch.
Alright, what's up everybody? How you doing today? Nice to see you. We got the Purge 2 happening 2 days in a row. So we're gonna get right into it, my friends. Got a lot to show you. We're gonna join up with JJ a little bit later. Nice to see you, Sarge, up in here on Friday night. We got Trish, Sandra, Texas, Gigi. How could you just stop into the Purge? It don't happen, my friend. Let's shut down Stone Key over here real quick. Let's get his ring. I was watching Stoner podcast over there. She's got quite a show going on. We might have to pop in and live stream her live stream, something like that, a little bit later. She's a hell of a broadcaster. She's way above her pay grade right now. And make sure you guys are checking that out. Yeah, we'll give you the ADD and the HDC and the. I gotta refresh all my pages because they all went cuckoo nuts. Let's take a look at this one from Lovely Waters. Oh, there's Noel. What's up? Beach baby, give me a sign. Let's make a link for old Sarge Largeless here. How do I do that, Sarge? Right link, I guess. I don't know how to get back to comments. This whole StreamYard thing is wild to me. There you go, bro. Appreciate you, man. And let's. Oops. Shit. Oh, I knew what I did here. But you like my thumbnail today? It's got a lot to do with what's happening here tonight. Believe me, Beach Babe and what's up, Sarge? How we doing, man?
Doing awesome. How you doing?
Doing great, man. Nice to see you. Yeah, there is no Hyundai in the driveway today, but if you're familiar with the movie Idiocracy, that is the car that's headed my way, the Chevy Bolt. Let me show you what it looks like here.
What is that image behind you?
That is the Hadron Collider that they're
what I thought it
building
was. Okay.
in Idaho, yeah. And it's sucking in all my old thumbnails, as you can see there.
Nice. We like colliders.
Thanks, man. Yeah. What have you been up to, brother? Just
Chilling. I got away from true crime for a while. It was getting monotonous, because we only had limited data, and we talked about that limited data ad nauseum for 2.5 years. And then he pled guilty, and it is what it is. And then over the last few months, though, just recently, it seems like, well, even more than that, but it seems like a lot of new stuff has come forward that just reinforces all the early stuff, but in a more significant way. It's no more guessing when you see some of the data that's been released. So.
Yeah, I was glad it brought you back. At the same time, there's a lot of rehashment, in my opinion, and a lot of stuff that's going on. There's, what did Dylan say, and what did Bethany do? And
I'll tell you what Dylan said. If you want to know what Dylan said, just don't read anything the cops wrote down, because that's what they said, right?
Yeah, they literally changed her testimony there, especially from the beginning, right?
My favorite TV commercial lately is this group of people talking. It's a therapy session. And there's this woman in the group, and she's trying to say her big problem in life is nobody will let her finish a sentence. And every time she tries to say that, some dude interrupts her. Men never let me complete. And then it's the best commercial I've ever seen in my life, because it's real, and that's what happened to poor Dylan. So everything she was trying to say, they filled in for her. I was in a frozen shock phase.
What do you think about this, what is it, Travis guy that's doing the analyzation over there of her? Have you seen that yet?
Travis, you mean the Sherlock program?
No, he's kind of an amateur analyst, and his wife was into Idaho4. Dago's been talking about it. He's going to have him on, and then Logan from Bronx Tales or whatever had him on the other day. Actually, I wouldn't mind playing a little hot second of it for us. He's really good. He's just got this natural inclination for it, and the funny thing is, I'm sorry.
What is he coming up with that we have yet to?
Let's take.
I'll tell you the one thing that I think is the most significant thing so far in these releases is that every single person was hit in the artery that controls and that's surrounded by veins. I forget, subclavian artery. All three of the victims were hit there: Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie. And that connects motor skills, including your voice. All those nerves are right at the subclavian artery. And for 3 of the 4 victims to be hit in that location speaks volumes. And it doesn't seem that's catching on. People aren't noticing that. But that's what Whitcomb was saying. There's a lot of investigating to be done. People need to look into stuff. And that's crucial to see. The only victim that didn't get hit in the subclavian artery was Xana, who fought back. There's a few things that suggest to me these people may have been caught by surprise, but it also suggests why there was no screaming. Because I don't think everything everybody said is a lie. I know there's been a lot of obvious things where it appears to be a lie, but if you nail somebody in that subclavian artery, there's a giant pack of nerves that are there. And one of the crucial things it controls is your voice. So here's what I'm trying to say. If you try to sort through the chaff and find some reasonable understanding of what we're looking at, it may not be the answer we want, that these people didn't scream because they were stabbed in a location. But what that does say is whoever did the stabbing was either trained militarily through special forces, or through knife fights, because I wouldn't know. I don't think anybody knows that your subclavian artery has nerves that wrap around it and is next to it. That when you hit that artery with a good blade, you sever those nerves and you shut that side of the body down, including parts of their lungs, blood to the brain, obviously, but the nerve pack that controls your capacity to speak. And
Let me
that's
tell you, Sarge, who, just not to interrupt you real quick, but who did pick up on that? And that's your buddy, Miss Potts. And I don't know if you were watching yesterday. I played this little clip from the last time she was on our show. She took a tumble down the stairs right after this program.
Miss Potts?
Yes, sir. And this is one of the last things we've heard from her right here. Check this out. Sorry, you know what I mean?
Like so far is like, holy shit, Dylan. Oh my god, bro! She's drawing like headless, fucking bloodied torsos and hands that are cut off.
Dude.
And
they redacted that shit from us in the beginning, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, I called her drawing south from the beginning. She was obsessed with drawing eyebrow.
Well, no, who's loud, Beach Babe? Thank you very much. Is it the videos loud? I'm sorry. Let's correct that. It's a different control set in StreamYard. Can you hear okay, Sarge?
I'm not hearing it.
I'm going to put that echo thing on me anyway. If you want to turn yours on, you could too if you want. Shouldn't hurt. Oh, the reason I don't put mine on is because I'll mute myself while this is playing. Let's try that.
Bushy eyebrows and eyes.
Now, the former owner of...
Listen, probably I think the biggest thing for me that like so far is like, holy shit, Dylan. Oh my god, bro! She's drawing like headless, fucking bloodied torsos and hands that are cut off.
Dude.
And
they redacted that shit from us in the beginning, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, I called her drawing south from the beginning. She was obsessed with drawing eyebrows, bushy eyebrows and eyes. But I guess it got darker than that.
Oh, it's even worse than that, man. She was drawing like hands chopped off of bodies and headless torsos, and she was drawing bodies that had their necks slit twice. Just like the girls did upstairs and shit like that, ear to ear.
Hold on, are you the one that posted her Reddit or her pin?
They're saying it's coming out funky there, Sarge. I don't know what to tell you. Let me take it off the stage and see. I'll put it back. I wonder what's going on there. You ever had that problem before?
No, because I mute my mic. Like when you started playing the video, I tap my mic and it automatically mutes itself, so you can't get anything from my end. I'll do it now. I mean, that's just what I do.
If you want to hit it now, I'm gonna try again here.
It won't show on your screen that I'm muted, but my own microphone is self-muting when I tap it.
Can you hear the audio okay? Because I hear it okay.
I can hear it fine. It's a little low, but I can make it out for sure. Plus, there's written words above it. There's a closed caption. Yeah.
Let's try it one more time. Maybe
I'm going to mute. Let me self-mute and see how that works.
Here we go. Oh, wait, I know what it might be. Hold on. Let me double check. Because with the audio... Okay. I think this ought to lick it right here. That does it. All right. That should help big time. Okay. There we go. And...
is like, holy shit, Dylan. Oh my god! Bro, she's drawing like headless fucking bloodied torsos and hands that are cut off.
Dude.
And
they redacted that shit from us in the beginning, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, I called her drawings out from the beginning. She was obsessed with drawing eyebrows, bushy eyebrows and eyes. But I guess it got darker than that.
Oh, it's even worse than that, man. She was drawing like hands chopped off of bodies and headless torsos, and she was drawing bodies that had their necks slit twice, just like the girls did upstairs and shit like that, ear to ear.
Hold on, are you the one that posted her Reddit or her Pinterest got banned because she was posting nothing but pictures of knives? Something about her
she had this like Pinterest account that I believe it was law enforcement recovered the Pinterest account, and on that account it was all fucking knives. All different kinds of knives. Listen, probably I think the biggest.
All right, that seemed clear to me. Hopefully everybody got the same impression there. What do you think, Sarge? Good takeaways. And so if you look at I don't know if you noticed, but the Lucy Morningstar there, she posted the pic, and of the bulletin board that Dylan had in her room, which has been redacted forever. And let me pull that up for you to see, bro.
I don't know how long you've been around, but it was in early 2023 that I started chaos. And people wanted to chase me out.
I jumped in the case literally a week after it started. I always say, the Grizzly True Crime. Are you familiar with her? I say she brought me here and never came back and got me. Sarge is echoing. He's muted. Blue Devil, what's going on?
I just unmuted right now.
Edit mic settings. Let me see if I add reduce. He's got echo cancellation on. Let me turn off the adjust mic volume and reduce background noise. Maybe that'll help. It's not letting me do it. Oh, did you turn it off? There it is.
Do you have YouTube open as well?
I have StreamYard on a separate thing, but my broadcast isn't playing right now. No. Echo now, Kane. What is going on here? Okay.
Well, sometimes you have StreamYard and you open. The YouTube feed back in the StreamYard, and you get
right.
Echo.
Yeah. So what we figured out is that you have to have it. Let me see here. Let me close some of these windows. You have to have it on a separate. Let me try a different browser. That might help, actually. I'll just drag everything to this browser. Here we go. Sorry about that, Serge. So anyway, yeah, Miss Potts' take, regardless of what you're hearing, Sarge is in a feedback loop. That's wild. Try it again, Sarge. Now it's not letting me edit your mic because your mic's not on.
Look, I'm double muted. I muted not on my microphone, but I muted StreamYard too.
I got a copyrighted song to play right now. I don't know if you guys can hear it or not. Okay, there it is. Okay, that's nice.
I'm going to drop down, you can bring me back in.
All right, sounds good. We'll try to get this fixed for you guys. Thanks for your patience. I appreciate you being here on the Purge Friday night. We're going to get into some stuff. Hopefully, we can blow Sarge's mind with some of the stuff we were talking about yesterday. And a lot of new stuff for you guys with the Cloud. I think I got it where we can make it talk down. I'm not 100% on that, but
Let me make sure I got the link for Sarge to get back up. Oh, he's good. Okay, there he goes. How's that sound now, folks?
Yeah, how do I know? Like an echo.
Layouts. We got all the things checked, so which communication thing did I push? Let me see. Communication microphone C505 C303. Okay, wait, I'm on the wrong. I was on the wrong mic. That might have done it right there. Oops. I just picked the first one I saw. Is that better, guys? How do we sound now? Like an old baseball thing. That's wild. How about now? Give it a shot, Charge. I think that fixed it.
You're echoing now.
Now I'm echoing?
No.
No,
you're the echo.
Okay, hold on. Wait.
We have established the problem is purge.
It's a purge problem. Hold on. Let's see. Same 303. And let me get into the control panel right there. Oops. Damn. It's weird because everybody's always picking on me when I have guests in Video Ninja, and then when I use StreamYards, it goes cuckoo nuts. So I'm going to tell you. Hold on. Let me make sure this is turned off. Devices
Now I add Jose Canseco.
Jose Canseco is. He's a pretty cheap dude. I knew some chick that was married to him. She was actually, she was married there, and I knew another girl was married to Vinny Testaverde. And there's sound settings. Said he was really cheap too. It's amazing what these NFL guys are making these days, right? That's true.
I leave them with gold and pennies.
Nice.
Do me a favor.
Yes,
You're mic.
Okay. Hold on, I'm trying to turn this one off here real quick. Disable. Okay, there it is. Okay.
Can you hear me now? No echo. When you mute, my echo goes away. You got background noise coming into your system here. So when you come back out, you can hear a humming behind you. Like you have a speaker next to a microphone, or you have more than one microphone, maybe a camera, and a standing mic. That causes chaos.
Yep. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
You can't. Okay, now, yeah, I think I just got rid of it. It was some kind of loop. I was in. How's that sound, guys? Are we back to normal? I can't hear myself, but as long as you guys can hear me, I see that I'm coming through. That's wild. I had to turn like 4 things off to get to it, but here we are. Open your eyes, peeps. What's going on?
I don't think I'm not going. Yeah, we're good.
I think we're straight now. Oof. Okay, that only took like 35 minutes. Thanks for your patience. Mm-hmm. Where was I next on? That's what set it off was the internet stuff, I guess. I don't know.
Got to keep it simple. The system being like.
Yeah, well, what happened was I added a new webcam that's HD or whatever, and it's got the built-in sound. So it just decided it was gonna completely destroy my live streams whenever. So anyway, is my audio level okay yet?
Yeah.
It's good. Cool.
You hear me?
No, you sound good, man. As far as I'm concerned, as far as I could tell. So we'll just play it by ear. Okay, so let me give you a rundown of something that we've been working on. And I just want to get your outside because I don't know how much you watched the show last night. But this is what. Okay, this kind of came later on, and what we've been doing is talking to this AI And I got some new stuff for you guys today. Let me share this on the screen here. Okay, so it's called Claude. Let me put him up on the thing there. And so what I've been doing is, I'm not a big, fan or anything of AI, but what I've done is this Anthropic has like one of the most revered AIs that's not even released to the public, that can let supposedly hack operating systems and do all kinds of stuff that it's not supposed to do. So I downloaded it, and you get so many questions with the free version, And so what I did is I started asking it questions about Brian Kober and the case and stuff like that, as you can see. And it basically, in the beginning here, you can see it fed me kind of just your mainstream media stock answer. And so I came across and I said, everything that you just said is wrong. What major event occurred before the unalive? And it couldn't get it. And so I said it was the crypto crash. What crypto crash? And so it goes in to, if you're not familiar, the day before November 11th, basically, the FTX with Sam Bankman-Fried happened. And coincidentally, as we'll see going further, and we looked a lot more into it. This is, like I said, Lucy Morningstar stuff. And basically it gives us a synopsis at the end of every little thing. Are you still with me, Charles?
Oh yeah. I just mute myself so that I don't.
I all I hear is silence. So I'm like,
yeah, well, yeah, like I said, I self-mute the microphone so I don't step on your butt in.
No, you can stay hot. Okay, so here was the first one that was worth a take. And he said, "Hi, I appreciate the enthusiasm, but now you've got me on the edge of my seat. You've laid out this incredible web. FTX collapses November 11th. Idaho4 happens on November 13th. Moonstone Bank, sitting right on the Washington-Idaho border, laundering FTX money." So they were literally indicted for that. And there seems to be a connection here. If you see, oops, I went too far. With Scott Green and the FTX Bank, and the timing that he's come in from Hogan Lovells, which is a law group in New York that he was working for, and it's in the billions of dollars, and he was basically CFO
right
over there, and he came over to University of Idaho to make $480,000 a year, and then suddenly this Moonstone Bank starts getting all these New York investments. Okay, and so as time goes on, we start looking deeper and deeper. So last night, I'll give you where we kind of left off, and then I have a new question for it because it kind of goes a little bit deeper. So here's a quick little thing. Green Horizon Moscow, July 2019. FBH Corporation purchased Farmington State Bank. Farmington is rebranded as Moonstone, which it was basically a farmer's bank with about $20 million in investments. Gets a huge injection right before the FTX, and $200 million. So the Fed goes in and they seize $50 million from it, and then also the Fed, the bank, and then also I didn't realize that they could they had the same power as government. Because that's a private entity, right? The Fed.
Well, banks are private, but banks are tied to the federal currency system, right? They get overnight loans from the federal bank, right? Because you got federal banks, different areas of the country. So even though a bank is independent, it's still tied to the feds. has to follow Fed rules, endure federal inspections, and all of that nonsense.
Thank you. Yeah. So here's where we started to kind of stumble upon the big stuff. And if you're familiar with the scandal, you know, the Arizona University online scandal that Scott was involved with.
Phoenix University, was it?
Yes, sir. And that's it. And they launched an exploratory conversation about buying Phoenix. And so what they did is they ended up funneling $7.3 million to none other than Hogan Lovells, which was Scott Green's former employer, through the University of Idaho and University of Phoenix acquisition. Okay. So we got him. I mean, people are like, oh, Scott's dirty. Scott's a bad guy. Why is Scott a bad guy? Well, here's one of the reasons.
Okay.
Are you following all? Yeah. And so
I'm following.
He lied, and he tried to downplay it. It was actually more than 7.3 million. And what happened?
I think that this connects to a whole bigger understanding of what all this money and why these colleges are anywhere near it.
Well, exactly. Thank you. Perfect.
Right.
And
I mean, you look at, and this is something American people should be told. Sending your kid to a university in this day and age is you're playing Russian roulette with your child's life, not just with drugs, but with the criminal activity that goes through these communities, the sex trafficking, the slave trades, the drug trades, all of these things are connected to your colleges. Those are your consumers of the drugs, and also a place to grab people to traffic and then move people through those areas.
Which is something also as well that I'm looking forward to, the return of Miss Potts and her talking about because what happened was in about the mid 80s, prostitution was pretty much legal in Idaho, and then they made it illegal. And so all along this time, they have been, it's all it did, instead of, just making it go away, they went underground. And so when we started talking about the Gooch, Victoria Gooch, she came out of retirement. Basically, she is like a crime scene investigator, kind of like a turvy. And her father was the same, worked on the Manson case and also OJ's case. And she was also brought in a 4-county task force that was used to help catch some of these predators, these child traffickers and all this stuff. So what Miss Potts found on her own independently, and we'd already talked about it 5 months earlier, was that they are busting the victims of this trafficking trade and not arresting any of the traffickers.
Wasn't Zaina? Didn't she have an interest in the child trafficking? One of those girls in the house had something to do with something on that level. I don't know if it was specifically that.
Well, something that's interesting you say that. Something that somebody brought up the other day was that there was very many of those, what you get at the weddings, what they leave on the table, the disposable cameras.
Mm-hmm.
There was a large amount of those throughout the house, and it doesn't seem that any of those films got developed. And it somebody brought up the question. Yeah, thank you, Beach Pip. That whether or not maybe those were used as kind of blackmail material. Here, surprise, dink dink, and then you toss the camera to somebody else. Now you got them. If you look at Kaylee in particular, hey, what's up? Woke up, good to see you. What do you call it?
Dumpster fire.
What's that?
She called me a dumpster fire. I'm the whole landfill fire, not just a simple dumpster.
They built a condos on top of our old dump here
It was called Toy Town Dump in St. Petersburg.
Yep.
And so I'm waiting for the ground to just give way beneath it.
They probably injected it with cement, stabilize it, and then build.
They're real nice. They're real nice condos. Pretty expensive stuff. Yeah. We've gotten in Tampa Bay to the point where it's New York City style rents where you're paying $2,500 for a 1-bedroom and all this stuff. Yeah, I'm glad I'm out for one thing of the rental game. You know, I wish I still had my properties as I was renting out, but we sold those. Unfortunately, I broke my arm. I stopped working on one, and my sister sold it on me. But anyway, so yeah, where were we? The Gooch was part of this task force, and what Ms. Potts clearly showed was that they were not arresting any of the traffickers. The traffickers were being let go, and the traffickees were, you know, being bounced around in these halfway houses and all this stuff, and they were the ones getting arrested and blamed for these crimes. So yeah, what do you think of that?
Well, I think when you try to find exactly who did it, it's going to be a difficult road to hoe because it keeps jumping all over the place. That's, you know, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I think people really need to pay attention to how skillfully 3 of the 4 victims were taken out. That's not an accident, and that shows a pattern. You can't kill 3 people like that and do exactly what they did in every single wound like that to take these people down and not be a professional. You got to know what you're doing. So what would prompt somebody with that kind of skill into this murder scene? It wouldn't have been. It doesn't sound like it's a frat kid anymore. So what you're talking about may be connected to it, right? What did you tell Adam? Maybe it was, you know, that it had to do with the sex trafficking stuff, because one of those girls in the house, she said, Kaylee, you know, was very interested in getting that stopped. So
right,
you know,
literally, I think we saw on Dago's show the other day that a week before she was looking at a map of offenders, and one was right there on the corner of King Street and what you call it. So yeah.
What about Steve G and his hat with that? He had that Bitcoin thing on his head, on his hat in the early days. What was that?
You know, I think that everything that Steve does sends a message.
Yeah.
You know, because one day he's got the Bitcoin thing up there. The next he's super religious guy with the hat. The next they're pushing for the death penalty, and he's the one that can't forgive them. You know, despite his faith and all that stuff, which is pretty wild.
Thanks, Robert.
I think he does send a lot of subtle messages. The question that I keep asking myself, you know, and I said it for months and months, is how come strangers are out here spending more time looking at actual facts and relative truths of this case than the actual families themselves? And we have, you know.
I don't think that's a complicated answer. I think it's a very simple answer. I think it's also the same answer that prompted Brian Koberger to plead guilty. And the answer is that you're in Stockholm syndrome. The only information, the only direction, the only people that appear to be helping you are those people that are constantly surrounding you. And they lead you down a path. And like, look with Koberger, everything that his lawyer tried to do. And in hindsight, you could look at a lot of things she did, she shouldn't have done. But they were all denied no matter what she tried. Right? And so this kid's helpless in jail. His lawyer keeps telling him he denied. What's he going to do? Right? And then the victims that are family members are stuck with cracker claws and his cohort telling them, we got the guy, don't you worry, this is him, we can prove it. And what have we seen? All we've seen is exculpatory evidence, the whole case, right from the PCA to this very moment. Nothing inculpatory at all, right?
Not a thing.
The car was involved. Any car at all being involved in this case that's like hitting the lottery every day for 3 years. The odds are enormous that any car was involved here. And if it were, based on look at that wound is so significant, the subclavian artery, that strike is so significant that anybody capable of doing that is trained and not stupid enough to drive around and wander with a car. It takes the car right out of it.
Yeah, he definitely had a lot of ways to avoid that 112 cameras. Supposedly, Dago says that there was 3 cameras attached to the white apartments that we're not seeing the footage from.
Okay.
I would love to see that, but it's interesting that you brought up the professionality of the crimes, because as we were kind of digging with the Hogan Levels and all the Moonstone Bank stuff, I came across this last night, which JJ had talked about before. JJ, my partner, Double JH. Multiple sources identified the Sinaloa cartel's top Idaho operative as the number one guy for the cartel in the state, which is well established. Now he's doing 22 years.
Right.
But the Sinaloa cartel very active in that area, and I'm not trying to go down any kind of Pavarotti wormhole or anything with this, but there is that professional hit kind of feel to this, and
well, I think too
when you start talking about doing the Colombian necktie like that.
I think that the 3 of these victims were struck all at once. I think Ethan was struck while the 2 young women upstairs were struck. 2 different people were doing this. 2 different skilled people with a knife.
Right.
That wound is horrific. And to target that wound is trained. You're trained to do that. So you take 3 down, and the only one that really didn't suffer that is Zainab, because she fought with everything in her. And it became a frenzy of activity with her. To explain why Kaylee was hit so many times, it may in fact be not a jealousy attack, but tied to what you're showing here with big money, big investment, big players, potential crime cartels, potential drug cartels. You can go down any of those roads, but I think more importantly, the crime scene does show Brian Koberger wouldn't have done that. I don't think you or I could have done that. Okay, I didn't even know this. I mean, how many times has that subclavian artery been mentioned? And I think I'm the first guy to point out, go look at the nerve pack surrounding that artery. That's trained in martial arts. It's trained in our special forces. It's trained to people that wield knives, police, army. That's a target for you to go after. So, that to me, that just gives a whole new plot twist to where all these other things are completely possible. But one thing it does show, in my opinion, is Koberger didn't do that. How's this kid going to hit 3 subclavian arteries in 3 different people?
I want to run something by you, Sarge. And it seems to be the most taboo thing that you can bring up. But what if these people they're committing this crime just came in through the windows? That's why there's no transfer really between the rooms and this and that. And what do you think about the possibilities of that?
No, really? Because there is evidence of them being on the second floor. And here's something else that just dawned on me. That's kind of why I like talking to people, because it helps me connect dots I don't even know are connectable. But let me share with you this wound that I'm talking about, the specificity of it, the fatality of it, the incapacitation caused, all targeted. I think every victim was targeted intentionally to stab that way because they knew. But also the posing might connect to, what did you tell Adam? You see, the closeness of those 2 weren't only known by the ex-boyfriend, they were known by anybody that knew them. And that posing may have been a message from the killers.
Right. Okay. So yeah, you're going exactly in there. Keep going.
I'm just saying that you can. Here's the problem with this. Like, you can connect dots. So you can also now say, Dylan says she didn't hear anything upstairs but a dog barking, what she thought was Kaylee playing with the dog. Well, if you're stabbed in the subclavian artery, you're not talking. You're not screaming. It's it. It's over for you. Your left side of your body shuts down, or was it? Yeah, your arm no longer is able to defend you. You're just effed. And all 3 victims that were in beds were hit that way. Zaina was caught on her feet somewhere, and ultimately fought back and ended up in the floor in her own bedroom. So, I think the crime scene says something significant. But the most significant thing is that it's highly unlikely Brian Koberger had the knowledge of the capacity to strike somebody. Here's a kid that may have ordered a knife just that year when he became the king, grand poobah of knife wielding.
Not to mention he had some type of physical disabilities that would keep him from being surgically adept at committing his first atrocity so skillfully. So you bring up a good point that they were incapacitated. They were disabled, to say the least, through what I think all of us kind of pictured this happening at the very, very beginning of the case. They must have been, throat slashed, this and that, trigger warning, kids go to bed. But that they were disabled in that way. Here's the thing that you brought up now is you have the posing, and you have allegedly Ethan's manhood being taken from him, right? And
I don't know if that happened, though. I don't think there's any evidence to say that truly happened. I think
we know that there was probably some kind of extra, shenanigans with Ethan, because the legs were cut, this and that. Whether or not the rumors are 100% true on all that remains to be seen. But from the beginning, I've heard that Kaylee's heart was taken, as well as her top half.
Yeah, I don't know where those come from. I mean, there's never been any statement in any public releases or any of the rumors even coming from the court system, the people that leaked or didn't leak. So,
well, where I heard it first, and it got me in a boatload of hot water, I guess, was from Sam, the illegitimate sister, or whatever you call it, the illegitimate daughter of Steve G. Oh. She said that they had removed and taken her heart.
Well, she was stabbed in the heart.
Right.
That was one of her wounds, a stab in the heart, multiple punctures there. 3 different weapons at least used on her, and the choking. So that's 4 weapons when you count the hands that are throttling her. That could also have happened after they hit the subclavian artery. You don't die instantly from that wound. You bleed out, right? And there's one on each side of your chest, under your collarbone. That's the area of strike. So she could still have been effed up from the subclavian and then choked, sliced, and beat. But I've been trying to find what are the 2 shoulder slices and the 2 neck cuts, if there's any meaning to that, and any known killings around the country, around the globe.
I mean, that's kind of like what you'd call the Colombian necktie. When you say, like, just that's the...
No, the Colombian necktie is you cut the throat and pull the tongue out through it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not even... That's completely different. It's gross, but that's not it at all.
Thanks for that, Sarge. What's up, Dan? How you doing?
I know. I should even know this stuff, right? But I do. I love...
Sarge knows a guy.
Right?
Sarge definitely knows a guy that can give you a necktie if you want.
No, I don't know anybody that will do that, although I probably could find one. But I think that when the 2 things happen, Turvey and the book guy, right? Turvey and the book guy made some comments that I don't think people really give much credit to. One is, never believe and only trust the fact. That's it. The fact tells a story. The combination of the facts may even write you a book. And so that's important. Don't believe in information unless there's a fact. And if the fact is the fact, don't try to fit it into a narrative. It's just simply a fact. And see where that leads you. Whether you like the outcome. Like, I don't like the idea that these girls were killed above Dylan and she didn't hear him. However, I can see that being possible now because of the way the wounds were inflicted. That subclavian hit. I'm not on her team. I'm not on Brian's team. I'm just kind of an observer that would like to know the truth. Right? So, when I come around and say all the evidence exonerates Brian, I don't say that because I'm on Brian's team. I say that because it does. And the closer you look, the more it does.
Right. And that's a frustrating generalization that a lot of these people make. They refer to Brian by his inmate number. They can't accept anything outside of that he's guilty, which is very suspect to me. And they're like, oh, they shake their head. These people, why do they keep defending Brian? Why do they I don't have any affinity towards Brian whatsoever.
But here's the thing. We've been trained to believe in data, not think. All of us. Me too. I'm not immune to it. I don't know how many people know this, and I don't want to crowd any controversy, but the UN on climate change just came out and said their math was wrong. It's not happening. What? What do you mean it ain't happening? But they finally, that's exactly what nobody that thinks on that topic knows that statement's been made. because it gets buried or it gets ignored. And those are the things you look for. So when I'm reading that guy's book, and I've read that book, I'm embarrassed to say, but I've read through that book 5 times. From
which one, the Whitcomb book?
Yeah. Because in the 5 times that I've read through it, the shoe was found that made the print outside Dylan's door. And you know, I think Turvey thinks that means nothing, but that means something. It's all part of the story. And that footprint is shaped in a way and heading away from her room, not towards the kitchen, but towards the living space. That means something. The bathroom being clean means something. Hair on Maddie's bed and hair in Ethan's hand, that really means something.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And as well as on the bed frame, right?
Right. And here's the most big meaningful thing you can draw from just those few facts. They knew it meant something and they intentionally ignored and hid it. And the answer to that, we may never find that answer, but that can't be argued as false because that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, no, I was happy to see you come in with that take where it's not necessarily lies from Dylan, that she's just telling what happened. They've twisted around, yes, but the possibilities that they were muffled, that they were silenced instantly, is highly likely.
That doesn't mean she wasn't involved, because then she goes on to lie and she allows the police to speak for her when she didn't say the things. They baited her into the eyebrows. She didn't offer that voluntarily, right? I was on the streams before I got off and I said, it's the eyebrows that arrested him, but the nose that'll set him free, because he has a very distinctive nose. It's like a sail on a yacht. And she didn't recognize the kid when she looked at his picture. That nose is like more prominent than his eyebrows, right?
Yeah. Oh, very telling. Yeah.
So that, you know, I was saying that every chance I get, the eyebrows arrest you and the nose shall set you free. And then he pled guilty.
that I tell you, that is honestly one of the most unexplainable parts of this case. All of us hoped that it was just part of the plan, but I mean, here's the thing about what we have in this show game with Whitcomb, with Turvey, with Cyrek. You have to remember that these are all feds, okay? And what objective would you say that Turvey's statements and interviews have done?
I think Turvey is less of a fed. I object to Chris Whitcomb and like to have a conversation with him because he objectively sees things the way he sees the things he sees in the actions of the police, because that's how he was trained and that's how he acted. He sees no fault in it. You know, man, you can't be a porn star and not be thinking about sex. You can't be a football player and not playing and thinking about football, right? So I think Mr. Whitcomb is in some way the wrong person to explain how the investigation was.
Oh, he's 100% the wrong person. And Lucy has found mistake after mistake in his writings of where it's just obviously AI fuck ups that they kind of let in there. Now you have to.
Hitler's been on the case for 30 months. That's not true at all. It's not even close to true. Yet he says Hitler made decisions over a period of 30 months and none of them went on Ann Taylor's end. But that wasn't true in Judge's court, because he doesn't even mention Judge. So he has an ancillary or a deep enough understanding to write a book, make money, and then tickle the balls of the crowd that's looking for answers, which is us, right?
Right, he's absolutely tickling them, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And I can tickle my own balls. But when I read his book, the reason I read it 5 times is to, you know, a lot of people pay attention to the timelines and stuff, and I know it's relevant. But I think the timelines, I think the car, I think now we know for sure the weapon, those were all red herrings. I think the timelines are manipulated. They're misstated. They're not accurate. I think, you know, when you see the car, when you first saw the videos that they did release of Linda Lane, my first impulse was that was an Uber driver. That's nobody looking to kill somebody. That person's misplaced where they're lost. Okay. Right. And nobody can deny that that's what that looks like. I don't care if it was a Honda Elantra or if it was a Peterbilt truck. That person they didn't know where they were going. So I think the car that canvassed the neighborhood and eventually stopped and drove away, I don't think that car had anything to do with anything either. There's no evidence to support what they put down. Like, I think Chris is wrong about the probable cause affidavit. There is no evidence in the probable cause affidavit that places Brian Koberger there. It's all exculpatory, right? They couldn't track his vehicle or his phone for 2 hours. Those 2 hours were the crime. That's all exculpatory. So if I can't tell people where Kane is with evidence that Kane was there, like a witness or an image, right? The idea that I can suggest that this resembles suspect vehicle one I saw on a camera isn't enough to put you in jail, charge you with crime. None of that affidavit was. The only thing they had, and they never referred to it as transfer DNA, was a DNA. Single source male DNA, they claim. Okay. But again, if you find my gun in your house and you're shot and dead, I completely understand you investigating me, but that doesn't make me the shooter of the gun. Right?
One thing, just off topic a little bit, Sarge, that I've noticed that this case has brought about is with the feds withholding evidence, even from the discovery for the defense, right? And so I feel like this case itself kind of set a precedent for that being the MO. Now we have, the shooter of Trump, the Luigi Mangione case, where the feds are like, yeah, we have that information, but we're not going to release it because we don't have to.
Yeah, and I agree with it. It's not just that. I said when I got into the Koberger case, because I didn't do true crime, I did politics for years, and I just got tired of it. But anyway, I said the transfer DNA is going to set a new standard, and that standard should not be set. Transfer DNA doesn't indicate anything. Just like I was trying to share with you with my firearm, my gun is in your house, and you've been shot and killed by that gun. That does not implicate me. I'm a lead. I'm a tip. That's it. You have to now connect me to that gun directly at that home at the approximate time that they claim you were shot and killed. You have to lay the groundwork, and it has to be verifiable groundwork, not just you suspect, well, it's his gun and the guy's dead. Well, that doesn't work. That's not how your criminal justice system works. And they did that to Koberger with the DNA. They did it with the car. They did it with the phone.
With the phone and with the car, especially.
Yeah.
The really troubling thing about that is that the lack of evidence was the evidence.
Yeah. No, but that's let me say, when you apply for a warrant to take somebody's freedom, a lack of evidence that can't be used to arrest you. See, here's the difference. If you saw me walking down the street in your neighborhood, right? And I say I wasn't there, go ahead. No, go ahead. Say who. Someone said something. You gave them a thumbs up.
Oh, they said like in Delphi. That's exactly what I was thinking in the back of my head.
Yeah, and this is why, folks. This is exactly why this investigation has all this chaos in it, because the DNA itself is not enough. It's not even enough for a warrant. Just like my gun isn't enough to arrest me for killing you. Okay, technically, yeah, I guess that's the likelihood is that my gun is there. However, if when you approach me and you arrest me, I can show that I was at some other location and I have witnesses, it's over. And here's the thing, whether Brian could show where he was or not, they clearly could not show his presence at that home at all.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if they come to you and you have powder burns on your hands,
yeah,
and the gun's been shot, and the casing's right there next to you, whatever, then they have some kind of
or they show a photo line up to a friend of yours that says, yeah, it was this guy. You have to have something that makes it likely that I did it. I know the evidence of my gun there, it seems like it's likely, but you still have to ensure that you can place me there, because the gun all by itself is no evidence of me shooting you. You have to now build and place me at the scene of that crime. You can't just, not in this country. It's not supposed to work like that. You're supposed to have a series of events that are verifiable through witnesses, through forensic processes, right? Cameras, whatever it might be.
Well, let me run this by as kind of a half joke. It almost seems like this case is like an infomercial, because it's propelled companies like Othram Labs, like Cellbrite. And I told Dago the other day, I said, it almost seems like Billy Mays Hayes is going to come riding in on the ShamWow guy's shoulders and be like, hey, those bloodstains were no match for my OxyClean.
That dude was awesome, that Billy Mays.
Yeah, he was a customer of mine. His son is a big musician, Billy Mays Jr. And they bought about $2,000 worth of music equipment from me the weekend before he went to LA. On the way back, the plane hit a thing and he bumped his head, and then he passed away. So that I was actually kind of connected to him. There goes my mouse.
He wasn't ShamWow. He was OxyClean, wasn't he, or something?
He was
that ShamWow dude. Was that ShamWow dude rocked it too?
The ShamWow guy got busted with a tranny.
He did.
Yeah, and he man, my mouse went way under the couch. Sorry, I'm gonna get all the parts here. Go on. Yeah, the ShamWow guy is now running for like mayor of some city or whatever.
It's that British accent that catches Americans' attention.
I'm sorry?
The British accent catches the Americans' attention.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you're going to believe any documentary a lot more with somebody with a British accent.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what it is about that, but that's true.
Well, because somewhere deep in our genes, that's really where we mostly originated from, Europe.
Well, I always say I don't speak British. Because if you ever watch like some kind of instructional video or whatever, and the guys, they're doing it in British, or they have a British accent, it's hard to follow along. I hope you can hear me all right. Can you hear me okay? Sorry, I'm looking for a battery.
I watch a lot of British TV. Their humor is amusing to me. I really enjoy their humor.
Have you seen the IT crowd?
The who?
The IT crowd?
No.
Oh, God. If you like British humor, you got to check that out.
How about the Brown Boys? You ever see that one? Mrs. Brown?
I have not. No.
I gotta look that up, man. That's just crazy shit, man. There's I think it's on Facebook, Instagram. There's a little clip of a British coroner showing a woman that's supposedly his wife, and he pulls the sheet back, and the Arab guy looks and he goes, "No, that's not my wife." And as he starts pulling the sheet back over her head, for whatever reason, he stops under the nose, and immediately the Arab starts crying, "That's her! It's my wife," she said.
You know what's wild about London or about England right now is that my daughter just moved there. She was in Bahrain. They were working doing communications for the Saudi royal family, and thankfully she's out of there. They had a very nice time, but she went back to England, and I just spoke with her the other day, and she had no idea what kind of immigration problems and all that stuff that they're going through right now, or about the riots. Do you remember?
Yeah.
Dinky IMO covering the riots and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
She had never heard of that, and they kind of live out. Well, let me turn this off. They kind of live out by like where Headley Grange, kind of like where Zeppelin recorded Led Zeppelin 3.
Right.
And it's in the country. So she's like, "Oh, we're very happy here." And I've also given Uber rides to people from England. This one guy got in the car with his family, beautiful wife, lovely daughter, whatever, and they're coming from the Hilton on Clearwater Beach, very expensive posh hotel, going to a real nice restaurant. And I'm like, well, you guys are our closest allies, and we've been really worried about you with the immigration situation, right? And I literally felt like I'd lit a fuse or something. I just totally stepped in it. That he was very. So I don't know if he was some kind of barrister or a lawmaker that's trying, because what it seemed like what they were trying to do in England was just the big replacement is to bring in people that would work for nothing and get rid of the local established.
Deeper, it's much deeper than that. What most people don't understand is Arabs don't conquer with war. No nation has been conquered by Arabs that went to war with Arabs and lost. Arabs conquer your country through immigration. Okay? And if you look at some of the cities in America, it pans out to be accurate. If you look at the Middle East, where you have, I should say Muslims, not Arabs, but Muslims themselves, they conquer you through immigration. And once they get 51% control, it's over. And that's historic. I'm talking hundreds of years of history pans that out. And in the early years of the United States, we would not allow Muslims in the country. Remember, a lot of people don't know. I see, that's what I mean. I know too much. I should just shut up. Let's talk about Kohberger again. I don't want to turn your audience off, you know. So
no, you're fine. You're fine. I think we're all pretty much on the same page.
Yeah.
But back to Kohberger, sure. Like I was saying, that the lack of evidence is the evidence. They tore his car apart. And with Cellbrite, here's one of the things that I found really weird.
I'm having a cigarette, but I'm turning up the volume. I'm listening. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Is that they tried to claim on his laptop that he had downloaded a program called Eraser, and that's how he hid all of his searches and apps and stuff that he had added, or his shopping searches and this type of thing. And so basically what I found was the laptop that he was given was a school issued laptop. So he did not have the administrative privileges to be able to add a program like Eraser. So it's like they're just kind of trying to
they admitted in documents released that Brian Kohberger didn't do anything to erase his tracks forensically anywhere on any of his electronic devices, including his phone. That panned out as a truth from the prosecution side. Same thing with the stalking. See, it's all of these stories that were told in the original arrest warrant that aren't verifiable. You don't know he turned off his phone. So I don't want to hear that a criminal is known to do that when you're talking about a PhD student with no criminal history. You can use that against me. I'm a convicted felon 30 years ago. Okay. You can make statements like that in an application to arrest me because I have the propensity to do something a criminal would do because I'm a proven criminal, regardless if it's 30 years ago or not. But that kind of a statement in an application for an arrest warrant for a guy that's never committed a crime, absolutely you should never have been in there. And the fact the judge didn't question it just shows you the whole system is corrupted beyond understanding.
Right. Well, we've definitely found that something I didn't know, because I'll be honest with you, I wasn't a follower really of true crime at this level before this case. And so what I've learned, and I've been arrested before and for a felony, and they walked me up into this line and said, "Here, wait in this line." And it was 2 hours long. And I got up to the public pretender and they said, "Yeah, you're doing 2 years. That's it. I'm like, "Isn't there anything you can know?" That's the deal we made with the prosecutor. So I'm like, "Oh, well, that sucks." And luckily I walked around downtown San Diego. I found a lawyer that stood in for me pro bono and got the case dropped right then and there. It was that easy. But
I beat 3 cases of my own charges. But and listen, in one of those cases, I was guilty as guilty could be. Okay, it was the theft of firearms. I was guilty, but look at the evidence they had against me wasn't something you can indict me with, and I was able to beat that case. And but see, the law, when the law is fouled, and a judge doesn't go with the written law, then you have to play it out and tell your client, "Look, we may end up losing here. However, on appeal, we're going to crush it." I can't understand, how Anne could have allowed this young man to make that decision. I don't care how much Stockholm syndrome and how trapped off he was. She should never have allowed him to do that. She should have said, "I advised my client against this." Because here, I'll give you guys an example of why I know this to be true. I committed a crime intentionally. I needed to go to jail because I was at that point a drug addict, and I needed to get off the streets. I needed food. I needed something. So I committed a crime. The crime that I committed, I couldn't be convicted of because the witness wouldn't testify. Okay? And I screamed, "I did it. I did it. Are you people stupid?" And my lawyer yanked me out of the room and conversed with me. He couldn't believe I could have spent 7 years in prison for this. Brought me back in, and he said to the court, against my advice, my client would like to plead guilty. And the judge said, "That's fine and dandy. However, we have no case against your client because the witness won't testify." And I just shook my head. I said, "I don't care." And they ended up keeping me in jail, and I straightened my life out from there forward. Okay. That was the last crime I ever committed. But my point is that the lawyer also told the court, "It's against my advice." My client wants to plead guilty. And this wasn't even an aspect. Anne didn't even entertain that. Just terrible what ended up happening to this guy with her.
Yeah, no, honestly, I've questioned it right from the beginning that to me, the fact that the crime scene was as trampled and as corrupted as you could possibly imagine. You've got this guy dressing up, oddly enough, in this ATF getup, walking right through the crime. Now, one of the things that they said about him was, or that he said, I guess, about the scene was the guy made it all the way to the bathroom, the poor bastard. And so I don't know who the hell he's talking about. I think it was actually the police were talking about what he saw. So I'm not sure if that had to do with maybe Ethan had actually gotten up out of bed and crawled to the bathroom, whatever. But back to, I don't know if you're familiar with that one, but back to what you were saying about the bathroom, right? That downstairs bathroom it was perfectly spotlessly clean, right?
Mm-hmm.
But not a lick of any kind of paper product or a towel or even, like skin cream. I mean, over even in 3 months that they were living there, you would absolutely expect to see some type of lotion or something got left.
Well, there was some shampoo in the shower.
Right, there was a shampoo in the shower. So
there was a couple of there was a shampoo, maybe a conditioner bottle in the shower. But there was also that Metal Mayhem guy, 666 Pete. You know who
I love Pete.
Okay. Somebody's claiming that he provided a photo of that tub. And in that photo, there's not what just appears to be a blood stain or a dirt stain, but the impression of a shoe, a Vans shoe in that tub. I don't know. I've asked other people to try to get hold of him, but unfortunately, I think he's sick. He might be in the hospital. But I saw that 2 or 3 days ago, and I was beside myself. I'd like to see that to be verified, that there was a shoe print in that tub in that first floor bathroom. I'm sorry.
Is that right? I hadn't caught that. I've seen a lot of the stuff Pete does, and he used to do the crime scene cleanup back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got experience in that realm. This was one of his more recent lives, or do you remember? Or?
It wasn't Pete's stream that did it. It was another person. And they supplemented putting this image on the screen by saying, I got this from Metal Mayhem, or whatever the heck the name of the station is. And I forget, I should have saved that stream, but I got a million things in my head all the time that go from this case to my car to the pool. I'm insane, bro.
I hear you. I mean, there's always so many things. Let me just quick for shits and giggles hop over to Pete's and see what he's got up there.
It would have been a week ago or so that I'm assuming that he put something out there that reflected a tub with a footprint in it, and the stain that everybody claims to have known was there, a dirt stain or a blood stain, whatever it may be. But the dirt stain and the blood stain are consistent with where the shoe impression is. So, I think it was a left leg, and the I don't know. Anyway, ask Jeff about the foundation. Yeah, ask Jeff. Jeff H, I
think you're talking about.
Can't stand
Jeff H always claims that BK wrapped himself up in the shower curtain.
Mm-hmm.
That is his kind of claim to fame. Let's see here.
How about that guy, that crime circus guy? Said people parachuted in. Said there were tunnels under the house, right? There was somebody today.
The old Mary Poppins theory, yeah.
Yeah. Then he said
I thought it was hilarious.
They climbed a tree and came out over a branch onto the second story deck. But the branch is about as big around as a female's wrist. Who's going to shimmy out on a branch like that? Nobody, because it's going to snap and kill you, right? So he had some crazy
Waters had conjectured that there were people up in the trees looking from the dumpster cam.
Yeah.
Back in the day, I don't know if you remember that one.
This poor guy passed away, but Tommy had that too, and I had a big falling out with the guy with the slave. He was seeing reflections.
Oh, the Tommy reflections.
Off the paint of a vehicle and blah blah. Oh my God.
Well, he got one of his followers to go really deep into that one. And the odd thing is now that audio. Did you see the pictures of? Let me see if let me go to Smke real quick also as well here.
Yeah, and I don't have a narrative. I don't know if Brian was involved in this or not. I can say that based on the facts that we've been shown, it's highly unlikely this kid had anything to do with the actual murders themselves, right? But it doesn't mean Brian wasn't there. I said in the very beginning, the smartest thing anybody could do would be to get into another vehicle that resembles their own, right? An 11 to 13 or even another Elantra of the same year and drive somewhere, right? That would blow everybody's head off. I mean, then when they search your car, what would they find? Well, exactly what they did find, nothing, because they're looking at the wrong Elantra. There's a million ways this kid could have been involved.
If there is a car involved, that 100% does seem. Hi, Marietta. Good to see you. That they just like ignored the fact that this one, if it was Kohberger and he was in another car, so be it. But show me the evidence.
Well, look at Judge Hippler, where he denied the alternative suspects, right? And he argued, well, none of them have white cars. Well, the problem with that ruling is that there's no way to establish there was a white car involved. And importantly, you've eliminated Brian's car. You literally eliminated that when you took the car and tore it apart, right? You can't say absence of evidence is proof of something when the evidence that you're looking for is consistent with the location and a crime, and then you search a vehicle and find nothing. Not only do you find nothing, but you can't even explain why you found nothing. In other words, the car was contaminated with bleach. Other samples showed bleach. Other samples showed, high petroleum-based products there's going to be something in your findings that has to be consistent, even if you want to argue, well, he could have cleaned it. Well, but the residue of the cleaner would exist as well. It's kind of like when they say there was diluted blood on the wall. The idea you couldn't assess what the dilution was from is just ignorant to me.
Here is the, let me show you this real quick. It'll pop up here.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No direct document.
I think that the things that we were told are what we should really look long and hard at in the beginning, in that what was left out. Because now, let me stop this one. Sorry. So this is the one from Lucy Morningstar that I was discussing earlier when we first started the program here. And thank you for being with us tonight, Sarge. I really appreciate it. It's nice. It's always nice to hear your take on stuff. It's great to have you back in here. So these are pictures from Dylan's bulletin board, I call it, her cork board. And to me, these people had known each other for, living together at Wise anyway, about 3 months, right? So, unfortunately, now the pictures aren't showing. Let me refresh this. To me,
I want to make a quick comment. Let me make a quick comment about this. Okay, the 3 months that they lived there, most, if not all, of the 12 trips that were recorded for Kohberger, they recorded as many as 23, but the 12 that they were attempting to refer to, those trips were taken before the girls all lived there. That's how bad that bullshit is.
Are you serious? Wow, yeah. Dude.
Yeah,
wow. Man.
They didn't give you all the. If you go look at all the dates that they claim he did this from the time he moved in on June 1st or whatever it was until the murders, a big portion of those things they captured before the girls even lived there.
Honestly, that is right akin.
Maddie lived there, I think, but not.
That's right. Honestly, Sarge, that's right up there with when they tried to pin that kick door on him that happened in Washington. You remember the couple?
Yeah, blow that up as much.
And it was before he was even living in the area. It happened, and it was a guy who was like 5'6" who did it.
Are you talking about the intrusion of a house with a knife carrying person, and
Yes,
the girl
sir.
kicked him in the gut and he fled?
Right.
How that person didn't become a person of interest, somebody short like that, in the beginning was just, they saved it for 2 years before they even let that case come to the surface. Nobody even knew it happened. right? And then finally it got released in the environment of the Koberger case. Yikes. Anyway, I'll shut up. Let's see these pictures. Try to blow them up if you can.
Yeah, let me it backed up on me here real quick. Hold on. And I'm getting this is as big as I think StreamYard will let me go. So
that's fine. That's fine. Jesus, what happened to him?
Okay. That is Batman. What's his name? Somebody in the chat will know. If you remember, Ray Manui. Mittens for Kittens. Hello, welcome. That is what's his name? The British guy.
Movie
from
star
that, yeah, that movie. Anyway, where he plays a guy who thinks he's a serial killer, but he's not. He's just imagining the whole thing. Damn, it's not letting me show the pictures. Anyway, in the pictures, like Miss Potts was saying, I don't know why it's not letting me show the pictures. You see in Dylan's, damn it, let's just load just for 1 second. Give it a second here.
Can't you scroll down using the scroll instead of those arrows?
It's a post. So let me. Am I click on the post? They're coming up slowly. Just had to load. There's one of them. I can only think that what I was saying about Dylan. This
Kaylee,
is one
in
of
those areas, they were. If you were beating those specific areas, you'd be unrecognizable.
Absolutely.
Right.
I mean, it's almost like a pre-planning. Looking at these pictures, because here you go, look at these other ones where there's one more. It's a little better. Of course, that's the one that won't load. Hold on. Where it's our artists have artistic freedom to do what they want, but when you look at some of these pictures, you have what's Miss Potts talking about with the head removed, with the double slash to the throat. Let me see if it'll pop up now. There, that's better. Here we go. Yeah, right, like this one right here. Can you see that? Okay.
There's no head. There's no face.
Oh, I have it small. Hold on.
No, now you're big and that's small.
Yeah.
We want less of you and more of that.
Let's see here. That's okay. That's about as big as it'll go, I believe.
That's
and so it just appears to me that it's kind of like very. It's something that they didn't tell us. They redacted these pictures heavily, and we were all like, "What is it? Penises or something? What are they showing?"
Looks like an alien to me on first glance. Looks like an alien.
But then again, the chin is up. It does appear that there's some type of, I don't know if that's a shadow thing that she's drawing on there, or if it slices to the throat. Yeah. And then with the other ones here, I'm trying to do it within StreamYard.
See if you can get more on there. Well, you can go on a tirade about all the things that point to Dylan. It's innumerable. Where the bushy eyebrows? That reminds it. I hate to. What was Kaylee's wounds? They described her being unrecognizable, but what you're seeing there is a representation. If those are wounds where you blunt force trauma somebody in those areas, you would absolutely make them unrecognizable.
It's sickening to think about. Yeah, there was. I mean, with that, regardless of whatever it was, there did seem to be some type of personal thing against Kaylee for whatever reason. She got the worst of it, for sure, right? Which
could connect to a disgruntled ex-lover, right? It could connect to a statement being made to anybody that was doing what she was doing. You better not do what she did, or this is what happens to you. Could have been that, right?
No, you're absolutely right. And the problem with a lot of it is that every time we get an answer that we think is going to bring us a little bit closer to the truth, we get like 16 different questions out of that one answer. It never actually culminates to anything that we can.
I try to stick to one question is, does the evidence impugn Koberger? See, I don't really think that it's possible to solve the crime. Really, I think what I'm more interested in is this gentleman being trashed like that and then pled guilty, and there's no evidence that connects him to the crime at all. Okay? And to me, I'm interested in that more than I'm interested in who did it. because it appears as if he isn't the doer. And I don't think that you'll ever know who did this. That's kind of why that rabbit hole has always been I'm a little shy of that rabbit hole, because how are we going to figure it? We're not going to. And I don't think the evidence that we're being shown can be weighed against anything other than does that connect Kohberger to this crime? Not who does it connect, because the only person that's involved in the crime, according to them, is Kohberger. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, and I think it was a battle against the clock, honestly, when you're talking about as far as what Hitler was able to accomplish with his biased sort of thing, because in the end there, it was starting to really proliferate that this thing couldn't have been done. It was no longer hideable. That this thing not only couldn't have been done in the time allotted, but with, there was left hand and right hand wounds, right-handed, coming from this. So you either had an ambidextrous person or you had two different people. And like you said on Kaylee, you had 3 different types of weapons.
3 weapons, including the hands, is 4. You got a puncture. You've got blunt force trauma from another instrument. Then you have what could possibly be 2 different knives. I'm not sure if the double-edged and the single-edged knife were both used on her. Here's the other thing Hitler said, and this is rather stunning as well. When Ann Taylor was arguing Ultimate Suspects, he said, listen, not only is it that they don't own a white car, but he then went on to say something to the effect of, so there could have been other people there. That doesn't exonerate your client. And to make an opinion like that, someone needs to slap you. Because your idea that my client was there is going to completely confirmed by that statement. In other words, you can only see this case as him being the killer. But if other people were there, then not only aren't you bringing a proper amount of justice to the victims, but your attitude comes through with that reply. You're telling me as the judge, you've got him guilty in your mind. You believe that. And that's just not what a judge's true job. And the only reason judges are there is to protect you from government overreach. He's there to rule on law, but his primary function is to protect you from government illegal search and seizures. Think of all these rules that the government can't break. Freedom of speech, all the 6th Amendment, the 4th, there's a whole bunch of amendments that tell the government, you shall not do this. And the judge is there to ensure and verify completely that all of these particular things that are limits to them were never crossed. And he didn't do that for Brian.
Do you know an interesting thing that Scully brought up the other day was talking about AI, and how very soon AI will have kind of its own Bill of Rights. Because here you have AI being put in positions basically where decisions are made, AKA positions of authority. And so at some point, there's going to be things that you can and can't say or do against. I was just, it kind of took me a minute to process that. And then I was like, wow, that's a really wild thing to think.
Here's the threat. There is no such thing as AI. That's what it's called, but it is not AI. It's an algorithm, very well-written algorithms, okay, that even the computers themselves are given algorithms to help make the algorithms better. They are not intelligent. You'll see when you use an AI, they will not come to you with an answer that's creatively based on a wide data set of information. If you bring up Brian Kohberger, the AI says he did it. He pled guilty. There was evidence against him, blah, blah, blah. And that's the real danger by people accepting artificial. It's not intelligent. It's artificial in the sense that it's a computer doing it, right? A hammer's an artificial thing too. Hammer's not naturally created. You have to forge it, right? So was it artificially intelligent? Well, no. And this is where I think we all are setting our kids and grandkids, we're setting them up for devastation with these data centers and this idea that AI, and even Musk will tell you that, an AI isn't smart. It doesn't have intelligence like we have. You could take something you read from 40 different books and come up with something that if you were to ask the AI to come up with your answer, it wouldn't do it. You'd have to tell it. See, that's not intelligence. That's just a fantastic search engine. Does that make sense?
Well, here's the thing that's really scary about some of the AI that we don't have access to right now is that it's going to get paired up with these quantum computers. Like they have at IBM. My brother just retired from IBM over there, and they're, I guess, basically using the AI, the quantum computing already to set up teams and financial groups within. That's what they sell with the quantum computing.
But that's just using that's numerics, which is what computers are really invented for originally.
Sure.
Right?
I mean, yeah. In the end,
go ahead.
Well, just let me interject this real quick. Is in the end, it is that the way that you foul up a computer, it is to say you have a quarter, and you have a 0 on one side and a 1 on the other. That's how all computers operate. It's either on or it's
except
off.
Except quantum.
So quantum
does not work that way.
Explain to me quantum. What's the difference?
Quantum is its possibility. All possibilities exist. Okay.
So
it's both 1 and 0. It's both up and down. It's both right and left. So quantum works differently. But here's the problem with a quantum computer. And I bet you most of the people, I'm going to share stuff with you. You may not find it interesting, but it really is. Do you know that because of the nanometer technology that allows us to print these chips, that any vibration will ruin an entire wafer? And it's even worse for quantum computers. Any noise, any vibration, anything that it can change the environment that it's in destroys the fucking machine in a sense that it can't produce the results it's looking for. So when you're like they're building these big chip making plants, they have to isolate all of those machines from natural movements and the frequency of the earth itself. Imagine that.
So, okay, yeah, I've seen the AI centers where they're like dipping the chips and they have to sit in water.
Right, but the idea that you could print that, it looks so simple. But what I'm saying is those machines are designed and built on a system that even blocks the resonant frequency of the earth itself. And so you can't move it. Not even at the smallest fraction of a nanometer can that laser move. That printer, whatever it is. Now with quantum computing, the biggest problem with quantum computing is being able to isolate the qubits from any environmental interference, any noise. You sneeze, forget it. Okay? You fart in the bathroom down the hall, forget it. It's that sensitive, and it's that influential by environmental aspects. Most of us don't realize that. You know, you see a computer chip and you see them on how it's made. That's just the surface of what you're seeing. But what goes into making it is absolutely beyond comprehension.
That really takes us back to the old days when you had the IDE drives, and if you bumped those in the very beginning, you would damage the computer or whatever.
But this is much worse because you're trying to do things on a nanometer scale. And in order to even produce something that can come out in a size of a nanometer is beyond comprehension to even know what it is. It's like telling someone 100 trillion. What is that? What? How far is that? 100 trillion miles. You can't even imagine it because there's nothing in your brain or your life or your experience that can get you to wrap your head around that. And these quantum computers are that way, just so you know. They're that difficult to maintain, that difficult to operate. They need to be kept at almost zero, as cold as we can get cold. So there's a lot to go with that. Not to say in the next couple of generations they won't hit it's like fusion. For the last 75 years, they've been telling us fusion's 20 years away. And that's what I mean by intelligence.
You brought that up because that's something I can't get JJ really to talk about as far as the scientists, being abducted or whatever from
man. How about the
Alabama
ones on MH370? What about the ones that are on MH370? People don't know that either.
What's that one?
High-level scientific people were on MH370, the plane that vanished they never found.
Oh, right. It was a father-son duo on that one, right?
No, there was more than that.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of blew my mind that they would go to such lengths to
eliminate a whole plane just for 2 people. So that didn't seem right to me.
No, there were more people. There were people going to some conference somewhere, I think, and they were leaving Malaysia.
Was in,
they were going to China. They were going to Beijing or something.
Yeah, it was like Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah, that's where they took off from, I think, Kuala Lumpur and in Malaysia. Is that
somewhere Micronesia, right? Yeah,
Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur and Malaysia. I guess what I'm trying to say is that AI is not to the level of a human intelligence. And here's a reason why you can understand that. It has access to all of our knowledge, yet it can't solve the problem with fusion. And the reason it can't solve the problem with fusion is because it's stuck in the same box that we're stuck in. You know, it's kind of like I laugh when people say they think out of the box. I laugh because you can't get out of the box. There isn't a single thought that you can have in your head that's unique to anything outside of the box we live in. And there's very few people have been able to do that. Einstein is an example, and some other scientists are examples. Some religious leaders were examples, like Christ. But the fact that common people think they can think out of the box, to me, is a laugh, because you can't. And neither can these computers. You see, if they were independently intelligent, like they found out just recently through human understanding that this drug and that drug, which are meant for this particular problem, actually help cure cancer. But they didn't test for that. This was a result that came not because of computers, not because of experimentation, but because the way the drugs acted, people took it upon themselves to see if this mixture would work, and it does. AI isn't there yet, and it may never be there to the level of what I mean by intelligence. Your capacity is not to think out of the box, but is to take known information and come to a solution to a problem that other people have yet to see. That's kind of thinking out of the box, right? And where's fusion? If AI is so powerful and so smart, it can think, why hasn't it solved these problems? And it won't for a long time until mankind gives enough information and directs an algorithm specifically for that purpose. And then the answer won't be because it's intelligent. The answer will be because it was always there. We didn't hit it. We couldn't look at 3 billion sentences a second, right? We couldn't read every research paper in cancer in an hour. It would take us lifetimes to do that, right? So
right.
The cure that they're showing for cancer now is an anti-parasitic drug that's used on the continent of Africa for malaria. That's one of the drugs. But the anti-parasitic properties and how it interacts in your bloodstream and how it reacts to a cancer cell, nobody saw that coming.
On that note, talking about AI, one of the things that we stumbled upon last night, and I want to move forward with what I got today and what else I'm going to put in there today.
Yep.
No, you're good. We're all Dago is planning on starting a conspiracy theory only channel that I'm excited to try to be a part of there. So we'll see where that goes. He was talking about it today. Okay, so you remember Brett Payne, right? Was allegedly transferred over to WSU, right? After, all the dust had settled. And what his position is over there, he's in charge of the ROTC, from what we understand. There's no actual document saying what he actually does there. Now, here's something interesting as far as furthering the line into Scott Green, is that they were threatening to eliminate the ROTC program and merge it with the ROTC program at WSU. Now, this was a shock to Green. He didn't want this, so he went to Risch, the Idaho senator, and asked him for help. And so what Risch did is he brought in a guy named Peter Hegseth that is along the Trump lines. And he was able, with the help of Trump, to not only get the University of Idaho's ROTC program saved, but also they got a new building on top of it. Okay? And to follow up with even more high weirdness in this regard, Hegseth oversees the Pentagon that controls the ROTC. they get a brand new building, and then he go, oops, I didn't mean to do that. And then he, where did it go? Sorry.
Are you asking me where it went? Because I'm nowhere near you to help.
Let's see here. This one. Okay. Screen is that I don't know if you heard about this. Bubbly Waters had covered it. She was in our chat last night, and we played a video of hers where Qatar was given access for like the next infinity to have a mountain home Air Force base by Hegseth without the permission of anybody in Idaho. And this is on Idaho soil.
Yeah, but the feds can claim that. So now there's a lot more to that than what you just said. It's much deeper than that. Qatar also, and the UAE, I think they're also breaking away from OPEC. They've made military contacts and arrangements with us to buy all of their equipment and all of their training. In other words, they're going to do with us what other nations have done, which is we've helped train Italian troops, British troops. Our military is deeply entwined with what we call our allies. We're entwined with Saudi Arabia. So what you're seeing here is actually a deal that was drawn up, and it brought that country into what I believe is called the Abraham Accords that Trump started going through. And their cooperation with us is at a high level of being a strong ally to the United States. They were attacked even since Iran war started by the Iranians. So I don't know what conspiracy is in that, but you'll see a lot of companies like Pakistan. Pakistan did not have a strong relationship with our country. As a matter of fact, they weren't quite an enemy, but they housed Osama bin Laden for how long? It didn't tell us, right?
Right.
So they weren't an enemy, but they weren't a friend. However, now under this administration with Hegseth and with Rubio and Trump, Pakistan is now negotiating the peace treaty between us and Iran. Their military are joining with us. They're going to buy our weapons. They're going to use. So it's more a grand plan of what he's trying to do that a lot of Americans don't know, which is give everybody sovereign statehood. In other words, he's breaking the Brentwoods. The Brenton oil, the European trade deals, the European insurance on shipping. Trump's breaking all of that. That's why the European allies won't join us in Iran. He's breaking their stranglehold on these nations, which were at one time colonies of Britain. And this is why you see a big difference between us and Europe. So in other words, I don't see a conspiracy with Hegseth being mentioned, and the Qataris being mentioned here is connected to the Koberger case. In my opinion.
Okay. Well, I mean, here's the thing. So you have a vested interest by Hegseth himself. Now, here's the reactions that you got from Governor Little and from Rich himself. They texted each other and said, I didn't know anything about this. So for the fact for them to just slide it in there and to not alert anybody, get anybody's permission, have them in any way involved is somewhat surprising, if at the very least, in my opinion. Now, we go a little bit further today.
No, let's also go back to what we said earlier, with them being a main artery for distribution of sex trafficking, slave trade, drug trade, right? Criminal behavior throughout that state. That state's an artery. And now you have the federal government taking land from them and putting the military, right? They're setting up military operations over there. And that may be connected in that way is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, obviously.
But I won't interrupt you. Explain how she determined or how she understood this.
Well, this was pretty much our take. We talked about that's a good take you had that they will be buying military equipment from us and stuff like that. Idaho is a very conservative state, a lot of support for Trump there. Even Trump faced backlash from his own base over the announcement, his supporters pushing back hard against the idea of Qatar's Air Force facility on American soil in Idaho. The briefing that eventually happened
A
But
colonel,
it won't be an independent air base of Qatar. It'll be a cooperative air base. In other words,
obviously, yeah.
Americans are going to be all over the place. There'll probably be more American trainers there and service personnel than there will be Qataris. We do this with nations commonly across the globe. We produce an F-35. They don't know what the hell to do with it. They send their guys here and we train them. England, all these countries. That's where they get. We don't send a plane over there. You come here, and we put you through our training. We might even put you through West Point. Some of your cadets, right? And that's what I'm saying. That's what you're looking at. Yeah. That's what you're looking at here. That's exactly what you're looking at.
I mean, the shocking part of it is you have the connection where it started with the ROTC, with Scott Green's asking for an intervention, him getting the intervention, and then without anybody's knowledge or permission in the state, dedicating this amount of land or this portion of the Air Force Base to Qatar. So that is very unusual. So this is the next question. I said, what will Scott Green's role be in the cybersecurity for the national power grid? So what University of Idaho's role is in the future of the power grid and for nuclear, all these things that are coming, is University of Idaho is going to be training and providing engineers and workers and cybersecurity for the entire national power grid. Okay. And here's a breakdown. Green to Hogan levels, the Free Group. Are you familiar with Louis Free, One-Eyed Louis?
Who is it?
Okay, so he was the director of the FBI during all your favorite events. Waco, Ruby Ridge, you basically name it. During the Clinton era, I think it was 85 to like 93 or something like that. It turns out that Green and Green and Free had a connection in basically Free started an investigational group. Okay, and that's what was used to investigate the University of Arizona thing. Okay, and so now you're going to bring in Leon Black. And Leon Black has strong connections, obviously, to Jeffy Epi.
Okay.
And that's Apollo Global. Okay. And so soon after that, you have the Moonstone Bank, which was basically, in a nutshell, doing cash for crypto. That's what the Fed side came down on them at $60 million takeaway from them. And then you had the cannabis, which is not supposed to be run under a federally insured bank. Okay. And then you have Green with the ROTC favor from Hegseth. Wilson's Christchurch. Hegseth has cited Doug Wilson as one of his mentors when he was giving his speech at the Pentagon.
Right.
Okay. And so then now you have the INL super agreement. So you have Green, who has clearly displayed devious intentions and willing to lie and cover up, now is in charge of the INL super agreement, which is the cybersecurity for the national power grid.
Right.
Okay. And then furthermore, you have Hegseth comes in and does the Qatar Mountain Home Air Force Base. Okay. So
do you know that mount I want to correct you on a point that you made that's not correct. They didn't steal land and they didn't stand this base up from scratch. That particular base has been the host for Singapore's pilots since 2008. It's an F-15 training base, and this is what I'm trying to share with you, is that incident, or the way it's being framed, is not accurate. It's nothing unusual. Nor is the, and especially now that the enrollment and the enlistment for all the military services are like at record highs, nor is the idea to save ROTC at a college something that's a conspiracy. So those are being the other issues. Those other points I don't know much about, but I can tell you that you can look this up. So this type of foreign allied training is standard U.S. policy.
No, I honestly I have no problem with them doing it and using it. What's odd about it is the connection. It's a 1, 2, 3 connection, and then you have it done shadily without any knowledge of even the governor of the state.
Well, that's a federal. Listen, that's ran by the Pentagon, the Defense Department, and what the government does on its air bases is none of your business. It literally isn't. That's sovereign territory of the federal government of the United States. So it's kind of like he could start expanding it to take B-1B bombers, because the air, you need a 12,000 foot runway. It may only have a 5,000 foot runway. You don't got to notify the state. They just build the runway. See, so that is not. That's all I'm trying to share with you. That's not a weird conspiratorial or a special favor. That's just how it works, because that air base has been in existence for a long time. It's not new. Fair enough.
No, granted, I fully accept that opinion. I just based on the reactions from Governor Little and Risch, the fact that they were shocked that they did this without anybody's knowledge should tell you something's not exactly on the level.
No, I think just the opposite. I think what you're seeing is how government works, and there's no conspiracy there. That it's not against the policy of a government to do that. It's sovereign territory, that military base. It's been there for a long time. Sure. There's going to be 12 Qatari F-15 QA fighter jets and an estimated 300 Qatari and U.S. personnel there. So it's currently used for the what do they say? Singapore. The Republic of Singapore uses that base as well, and that probably is going to continue. And I'm sure that when Singapore started using that base, they didn't ask the governor or notify the governor. They just go and do it, right? That's how your military power works. There's things you can do. He's not putting these troops on the streets. He's not threatening any of the Idahoans. He's just using that base to expand a peace treaty with a new foreign power, which happens to be Qatar.
So let's.
It is kind of weird that it all happens in line
like that. Here. Let's try to find some common ground here. In that we have somebody that has clearly lied and clearly funneled millions of dollars in a phony deal for the University of Idaho, in charge of INL with the national security grid. Is that disturbing to you at all?
Does that seem odd? Involved? Who's involved?
Scott Green. He is the guy in charge of providing the training at the university. So this is a very huge. It's not a grant. This is a position where he's going to be one of the top guys federally for calling the shots for the national security.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yes. Okay.
I agree. That guy is weird, and the way he interacted in this case and he stuck his nose in is extremely weird to me as well.
Oh yeah, you can fully see him running those meetings, because here's the thing, at WSU, they don't try to hide the fact that their police are part of the university, they're part of the college. At University of Idaho, they try to have a separation of church and state, if you will, where the Moscow PD is this local bumblefuck PD, and then you have, a certain portion that's dedicated. And so what they've done in this case is distance themselves as much from the case. And I think about how important it was in the original broadcast of this case, that it was an off-campus, after-hours action, right? Why was that so important that it was off-campus? Because the university didn't want any association with what happened there.
Right.
And then they go ahead.
The university involvement is both strange but not unexpected in a small town where all of its revenue depends on that university. So it's kind of shocking that it was publicly put out there for people to see just how involved they are, in my opinion. That's rather shocking. The other thing that's shocking to me too is that church that had that big battle in that town. In the very beginning of this Kohlberger, I forget the name of the church, but they were being arrested. They were putting these stickers up, calling them Nazis or something. Or
the sticker gate, yeah.
Yeah. So there was a lot of chaos between that religious group and this local government and that college, right? And that seemed to have gone away. But yet that Scott Green couldn't keep his nose out of every single meeting, every single press conference. He was, and I think that's just unnecessary, and it shouldn't have been allowed. Right? He don't even have a victim. He don't have a victim here to worry about.
It's a funny thing, that Christ Church, and it's such a it's another quagmire, because here you have Doug Wilson, right, is the leader of Christ Church. He grew up basically in his like second, third generation Moscowian or Idaho, and I guess his grandfather started the church. Now nationally, they are one of these mega churches, okay? And like I said, Hegseth has cited him as one of his mentors, blah, blah, blah. They have all kinds of shady dealings with kid diddlers and stuff like that are associated with the church, as well now. And also, you have a series of private schools, home schools, and colleges, as well as these mega churches that are run by Doug Wilson. The thing is, with Doug Wilson, all he wants to do, he wants to take over the government in Moscow and make people do what he wants to follow, his Christian view. But he also has in his constitution a plan for the United States. Mm-hmm. So, but the problem with it is they hate the Christ Church so fucking much in Moscow that it's just like with the Scientologists here in Clearwater. Yeah. You can't get them. They can buy up all the freaking land that they want, and they do, and they have some creepy areas, bro. I've been driving through them and doing lives and stuff from them, and it's really weird. But they can't get their foothold in the government here, thankfully. Even though some of the commissioners and such have kind of kowtowed to them or been fooled by them in the past, and they have employed the this is off topic, but
some of the government officials have to be part of that church.
They're not. They won't allow them in Moscow. They hate each other. When you say, "Oh, this sticker gate was wrapped up and went away," no, sir. Hey, what's up, Latina? It has not stopped. Like, I have a video of them caroling during one of the Christmases a while back in the main square on Main Street in downtown Moscow. And they're out there, the Christ Church, singing, "Joy to the World" or whatever. And you have, and then you have the guy, his name is Aiden Anderson. And he has a channel on YouTube, and he is the guy who is the one who interviewed Chief Fry when he was running for sheriff. Any kind of politician that comes up, they call Aiden Anderson. Well, Aiden Anderson is knee deep in the Christ Church. And so when you're watching this video, they didn't have him there to shoot them singing "Joy to the World." They had him there to show the reactions of the business owners in Moscow. And so you have this wonderful church allegedly over here saying "Joy to the World," and then you have the business owners giving them this and all this stuff and yelling at them and stuff like. I mean, the hate is palatable.
Wow.
Okay, and so I think that if you remember in the beginning, there was a lot of talk about, it's called town versus gown. I don't know if you've ever heard of that before. This is one of the things that Jen from Criminal Confidential brought to the table. There's Pedro again. But basically it's a tension between the college and the town, a tension between the church and the town, because the church, believe me, has their own agenda. You know what I'm saying? And I don't mean to get too off with this.
It's kind of, this is why I say, trying to understand who committed the crime is a long shot, an enormous long shot. And I mean, people don't want to see it that way. I only see it that way because I know personally from my own experience that you can't know what you don't know, and you can't know what Kane knows unless Kane wants to tell you. Right?
Nobody knows what Kane knows. Let me tell you.
Well, so how do I know who committed the crime? All I know is that the evidence that had been proffered to hold this man to account was no evidence whatsoever. It was all exculpatory, and that shows us a tragedy in all these different motives that can apply: the drugs, the sex, the college, the cops, the politicians, the church, an endless amount of interests in that town, right? That could have had a part in this or done it, right? Police included.
Right.
So you're never going to narrow that down unless somebody comes forward with that information. And that's why I say trying to chase down or look at this evidence to try to figure out who did it is a misappropriation, I think, of brain power, because the capacity to learn that answer is beyond our control on the internet. Unless, as I said, somebody comes forward and shares it. And you can get it. That's why they should have demanded Kohberger explain to us what he did that night and the involvement of his car.
The allocution, right? Absolutely.
Well, allocution isn't just that. Allocution is also the time to apologize to the victims, and he's using that word very loosely, I think. And it's a nice word, but it's not simply just that. It's what he's saying is that Kohberger should have. Did you commit these 4 murders? Yes. Specifically, how did you commit these 4 murders? And then Kohberger could then answer that. But the judge and these teams, these lawyers decided not to have the judge do that. That's not technically only what allocution is for, is all I'm trying to say. It's for much more than just that.
I can't say 100% whether allocution is required.
No, it's
usually by law. But it's kind of standard operating procedure. Agreed?
In a fair system, yes. In some places, yes. But like that Turvey said, every area is a fiefdom. Every area is its own kingdom. The justice system in the United States isn't universal. Okay,
no, it's very. Every state is very different. Which a lot of people don't understand. That's a great point, sir. Yeah, and
here's the thing: the guys in Idaho had their man. And there was nothing that they were going to find that they weren't going to lay on that guy's lay at his feet and build a bonfire around him with it.
Well, there also wasn't anything that they weren't willing to hide that showed that he didn't do it. Right? Just equally as well.
No, they hid. They hid from the public. Whether they hid it from man or not, we don't know for sure exactly. But they didn't share anything that they couldn't turn into he did it. The hair, the 2 different sets of hair. I believe the hair from Ethan and Maddie were different. They were different hair. Wasn't the same hair.
Also, you have the call data records, which were done for an iPhone, which Kohberger does not have.
Right.
He does not
have an Android user.
Right.
They keep saying we don't know where Xan or Ethan was. Well, then how can you tell me where Kohberger was? You see, these contradictions in the case tell a story. It don't tell us who did it. But it does tell us that the people investigating the case had every reason to bury this case and pin it on whoever could be pinned on, because I think they knew from the onset. Well, let's pretend that they're just people like us. And I think they realized right from the onset there was no way they were going to solve this crime. And they grabbed the whole of what they could have.
To Annie Potts for 1 second. The first time I had her on the show, she is a person who's like, I want to just look at the evidence. I want to read the documents. I don't want to really share my opinion on it. And I was able to kind of whittle her down, whittle her down to say, look, you told me off camera what you thought. And I've heard other people echo this sentiment before, is that the only way that they would go out of their way this much to cover something up as much as they did is if law enforcement was involved. Literally, as she put it.
Let me just say, let's step back from that. The officers on the ground, no. I think what we see as corruption is not correct. We see corruption as me and you are cops and we bust a drug dealer and we keep his drugs and money, right? And we only put enough in the evidence book to get him in jail. That's corruption, right? Clear corruption. We kill people undercover. Clear corruption. See, people understand corruption in that context. Fair enough. But that's not the corruption that you're seeing. What you're seeing is kind of like Chris Whitcomb is. They're in a system to which they're given orders, to which they're given directions, and they follow these without question. Okay? And that the corruption could be coming from the governor, could be coming from the district attorney's office, could be coming from the police chief, but it's coming from somewhere. And most of the officers on the ground, because they have daily work, they didn't sit 24/7 like we did thinking about the Koberger evidence. They just didn't. So I don't know that the police themselves were directly involved in the murders or even knew that they were part of a cover-up. In their mind, they were not part of a cover-up. Just like Chris Whitcomb said, they did an extraordinary job. You see, he's an example of what corruption is. Chris is a very honest, steady Eddie kind of guy that existed within a system that's corrupt.
As corrupt as possible, because like I was saying earlier, the Free guy, Louis Freeh, One-Eyed Louie, is the guy who was in charge of the FBI during Ruby Ridge, which Whitcomb was a part of. He was the sniper commander that took the shots. Also, you have Oklahoma City. You have all these, your favorite events from the 80s and 90s bundled up into one. He was a part of. Also, Freeh was a part of. Now, let me twist your nipple a little bit on this one. What I've kind of put together, and Twiz and I have kind of molded over, is what you have. Okay, right now in Washington, you have an extreme shortage of officers. They are crying the blues because they don't have enough people to fill the positions. Well, guess what? There's plenty of applicants. They like to hire within their own people that they know that will go along to get along.
Yeah.
And so what we found is that with the Moonstone Bank thing and the funneling of money to Hogan levels, this money is laundered money. It's coming from the frats. It's coming. Now, here's the thing you don't know. The Snake River comes from Seattle, okay? The coast of the Pacific Northwest is highly unregulated by the Coast Guard because it's so rocky. It's such rough terrain that there's not a lot of dangerous landing points, right? And so what kind of its hypothesis turning into theory is that the corruption going to the top is protecting this trade route, because once you get to Lewiston, where the Snake River goes through, you have a distribution point that goes boom, Canada, boom, Wyoming, Idaho, all different avenues. Right. Now, think about this. So if you have had this pipeline for a long time, and you're a rich guy, we know rich guys don't like to see their money flow stop coming in, right? So if you have the police or some type of agencies that are in charge of this incoming flow on the Snake River, here's what you have. You have competing, say, cartels or whatever, trying to get product on that river. So now, miraculously, you're making all of these $1 million busts, and you're going on the news. Look what a great job we did. We took down this. We took down that. Meanwhile, millions and millions of dollars is being funneled unchecked right through that river. So you kind of have, and that's why
Border Patrol agents have been paid off, DEA agents have been paid off, FBI agents have been paid off. This has been going on for a long time, and that's never it's sad to say it's probably never going to stop. It's only going to stop when those people are held to account and the higher ups, and it's tracked down. And it's just a daunting process. It takes years to be able to come through the other side of that. It's a very sad proposition. That's why I say you're sending your kid to a Russian roulette school when you send them to a campus where they could be a fraternity. They're better off doing an online course, literally.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably do better with a YouTube university degree than with a lot of these. I mean, there was a time not too long ago when a degree meant something. And, it got you a better cubicle. It got you a bigger house and this and that. What we're seeing now is with these AI centers, they're all owned by BlackRock. I don't know if you were familiar with that fact.
Yeah.
And they are pushing it from Google We had the commencement speech at, I think it was New Hampshire University. One of the CEOs from Google was getting booed off the stage because he's sitting there talking about the glories of AI, and people are in the crowd like, AI is going to take my job, blah, 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 blah. And he is just soaking it in like, oh, give me more boos,
I want to say something. Listen,
yeah, no, go ahead.
That's the red herring, like the Elantra. It's going to take your job. In some areas, yes, but mainly it'll also assist. But that's not what these data centers and AI are going to be used for.
Right.
Right now, you can go to Facebook and it will predict what you may or may not want to purchase and be very accurate with it. This is the danger that's going to face future generations. That because of the mass amount of data collection and storage, that's what these data centers are. What do you think? They need to download the Library of Congress? I mean, just every book in the world, they could, and they have more than enough space currently to hold that. So what are the main focus of the data centers? People think because they've been sold that bridge, they're going to take your job. Okay, there's going to be some of that. But more importantly, they're going to be able to predict with high accuracy where you're going to go, who you're going to be with, and what you're going to do in the future, even including murders and crimes. They're going to be able to psychologically predict your behavior going forward in the future. That's the threat to these data centers. I've been a proponent for the longest time, but trying to tell people we need to get a channel, band together, and demand that all corporations be banned from collecting our personal information. Banned. Because that personal collection is taking your freedom away, but more importantly, it's giving them an insight, not just to what you buy, to your psychology, to everything about you as a living, breathing being. That's what they're collecting. That's what these data centers are for. They're not there to take your job. Okay? Let me be clear.
Why say mass surveillance?
It's nefarious what they're going to do with these data centers as time goes on.
Absolutely.
It's horrific. And I think
the infrastructure is already in place with these cameras that they're using, the facial recognition, the license plate readers.
Right.
And so you have way more than you need. And so basically now they're trying to implement this social credit system like they have in China.
And China's is different than what they've told us, just so you know. It's not as bad as what people think.
Oh, it's bad, bro. It's bad.
Wait, in China,
it's way worse than what they're telling us. I'll show you here in a second what they're doing with the credit system, man. And here's the thing about the credit system in China. Guess who set it up? Guess who built the infrastructure?
Europeans, right?
Google.
Yeah.
Google set it up. And so they put the infrastructure in place. They've tested it. They've used it. And basically, let me show you some stuff here. Let me see if it's on.
I just think it's a frightening thing coming forward. But again, I think,
absolutely.
Look, if 10 million people said to Elon Musk, delete, destroy, and do not collect and save our personal data or we're leaving, and then you leave and you start a trend in that. I mean, we have the capacity to do that. When a transgender advertised Budweiser stock tanked and their sales went in the garbage can, right? So we know we can get things done. But I don't think people understand the real threat these data centers have on us, and your inability to fight back because there's no law. That's why the government itself, that's why this Koberger case is so scary. The government contracts a private company that you have no access to FOIA, no access to their personal data, and therefore the government uses them to hide behind that protection. You see? And this is only going to get worse. But we do have a power as a group to demand Facebook stop collecting our information and we're leaving. If that were to, and people say, nobody will ever do that. Well, that's because nobody ever really talked about it.
The Facebook thing, yeah,
right. 600 million surveillance cameras.
Here's a quick 60-second one. Let me see if this.
And it's already affecting millions.
Check this out.
Oops.
China's social credit system isn't just a myth. It's real, and it's already affecting millions. But it's not one single system. Instead, it's a mix of government programs and private company data tracking behavior. Citizens can be rewarded for paying bills on time, donating blood, or volunteering. But penalties can hit hard, like being banned from flights, trains, or certain jobs for things like unpaid debts or spreading misinformation. Cities run their own versions, and rules vary, but the goal is the same: promote trust and punish dishonesty. Critics call it dystopian. Supporters say it keeps society in check. What's clear is that every move, from online shopping to court records, can impact your score. And while it's not fully nationwide yet, the digital foundation is already in place. China says it's about trust. The world sees something very different. China's social credit system isn't just a myth. It's real, and it's already affecting millions.
Now, I'm not going to discount that, but let me. I'll share something about China
So-
that most people don't realize. Look at China has been at war with itself for centuries, thousands of years, one empire after the next. Okay, the population of China is unlike anything in the West. Stability comes before freedom. Stability is interpreted by them as freedom. Just be aware. Their whole outlook and the way their worldview is nothing close to yours and mine, and never will be, at least for the foreseeable future. And that's why they're not pushing back as we would against a system like this. But that system, really, an average Chinese person feels safe with that system. They feel like they're not going to be at somebody in a workplace that could be a threat or a danger or a crook or a pervert. You see, they view it completely different than you and I. And we see it as draconian. And it would be with the kind of people we have, billionaires and the guys in control. It is a draconian tool for them, but the Chinese don't view it as that. So that's what I mean. It's different there than it would be here, because here we see corporations for profit will take advantage of you for anything. And even though that may be true in China, their history of constant conflict amongst themselves and invaders and the Mongols and the Japanese and the citizenry is extraordinarily happy to trade safety, stability for freedom. But over here, I don't want none of that.
Let me show you something. Right. That the problem is right now, and I'm trying to find the damn video, is that it has left millions of people homeless. And so the streets are just lined with these people that can no longer shop. They can no longer use the grocery store, use any credit card. If they do get a card, they have to they have to do this thing where they open their mouth, like, and it's just degrading, and it's wild. I had a great video on it the other day I played, but let me see here.
But when you dig into the psyche of that population and that nation's history and the way that people actually view the world, it's contrary to us, where personal protections and personal freedom are paramount over everything. And this is why I say there should be a channel that focuses the public on, like a Joe Rogan, or guys with big followings should be saying this. We need to stop these corporations from just collecting our data. You can't use an app without giving them your data. That's insane. That's my personal identity, my personal information.
It never, nothing's. We were just saying that nothing is easy anymore. You know what I mean? You think about it, bro. Like when you were a teenager and you called Dino's Pizza or Domino's Pizza, you called up, you ordered a pie, you paid the guy when he got there, and it was said and done. Nowadays, obviously you're going to sign up for the app. You're going to enter your credit card. All this information is put out, nothing.
You get a cheaper price because you signed up for the app over the guy that don't use the app. And I've been there's discount cards grocery stores use. That was the early app. It was it was like, instead of carrying coupons, you use this card. And I don't want your card. And you're going to charge me $2 for a loaf of bread. You're charging that guy $1.50 for. And you're okay with that as a human being to human being? Because I don't want to have your card. I don't want you're tracking me. It's crazy.
I would be 100% behind any new technology that they came out with, that they got out there for the consumer. Had it not been, since the induction of any technology, they've completely abused it and misused our trust. They've screwed us at every single damn turn.
Right.
And there's no way that they can be trusted whatsoever.
And that's why it shocks me. There isn't a voice trying to put an end to this. There's nobody. They're distracted by AI is going to take my job. And that's a distraction. It's like the Koberger car. The idea that somebody drove to that house can't even be verified. Nothing can prove that. It's your opinion. It's your theory. There's no evidence to support it. And the things these companies are doing, like our federal government shouldn't contract with Lockheed to go build secret technology that we can never know about. There should be no secrets, right? What right do they have to keep it from us? They're us. The government is you and me, and that includes so the guy in office might be named AOC, but she's us, supposed to be us. And yet, no, that's not how our politicians work.
That's a pretty good example.
I just used her name because I was trying to be neutral. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to get any politics in there, but yeah.
They had a footage of her at an abortion rally the other day, and the cops were leading her away, and she's got the hands behind the back, and yet they zoom in, and there's no handcuffs on her whatsoever.
She's making it look like
it's all a drama act with her.
Did you see how they were staging? CNN was staging Palestinians fleeing from Israelis. Have you ever seen dead body bags that move in the video they're dead, but the body bags are got a gymnasium full of body bags, but some of them are moving because what you really find out is there's no dead person at all in them body bags. It's just a show, and that's how people believe. Oh, look at all those dead people. They killed all those people. Oh my God, they're horrible. But there isn't a single dead person in a body bag. They've been caught accidentally.
You can stack up body bags all day long. It would not have anything in it. Yeah, that's why.
No, there's a person in there. There was one where a kid stuck his head out of the bag, looked around. It's insane, the things that they do in the media and the things that they use to corral us and get us to believe something. And look at if all I want to see the dead bodies.
Well,
I don't need to see a black body.
Yeah, that's a great.
Isn't that crazy, man? These people go to any lengths, and that's why we don't want a social credit system, because they can't even tell us the truth about who's dead or alive. These people are crazy, bro.
You know, I mean, think about it honestly, and Offie played this clip for me from Dagos the other day, and I think it's a good point. Is that think about around the turn of the century, around 2000, with the technology we had, the razor phones, you could share a picture, you maybe kind of go online. We had great internet. Beyond that, do you really feel like there's been anything that's been a revolutionary, advantageous thing for the consumer, where it didn't backfire against you in almost every single way?
Well, I think. Here's what I say. I don't know how people find it so difficult to be honest. That's the first thing I want to say. We go from childhood to adulthood, and the really transition from childhood to adulthood is to accept and be able to lie. Think about it. That's what happens to you. I go into an oil change place and I want to see the oil that says 5W30 on it. I don't want you with some green gallon jug pouring oil in my motor.
You stuck me with that one right after I went to one of these quickie lube places.
Now you're paranoid, right?
Like, man, I'll get you, Sergeant. And I'm driving around and I'm thinking, oh man, I've got thin oil. I ended up getting it changed by my guy anyway. After that,
you could have sent me the bill. I'd have hooked you up. But look, you go to McDonald's only to find out years later they're feeding you worms. It's just. My point is that this dishonesty is horrible because of the skills and all of this technology is amazing. I don't even mind you knowing where I am and do a track as long as the underlying motive is betterment of mankind, because this does better us. I don't know you, you don't know me. These people could come from all over the world and we can interact instantly. That's awesome. But yet they find a way to make nefarious things out of it. Who are these fucking people? We need to find them and throw them off the planet. We're going to send them to Mars with no air tanks. Right?
I mean, you think about that. Okay, on this planet, in this country, you can't even build a structure that can withstand the heaviest weather that the Earth can put out,
Right.
be it a Category 5 hurricane or a tornado. And now you want to build a base on the moon
Right.
that is going to withstand. I mean, think about what you have on the moon. You have craters that are caused by giant pieces of asteroid.
Yeah,
So you're going to tell me that it's going to...
Well, let me ask you, does lightning strike the same spot twice? The chances are no. The odds are astronomical. So you build your base inside of an existing crater. Also, keep in mind that I don't know if you guys know this, but here you thought the oil screwed you up. Listen to this. Between September and November, the Earth and the moon pass through an asteroid field. Just be aware. A lot of people don't know that. But if you're going to skywatch, what Koberger was doing in November is the ideal time because we're actually moving through an asteroid belt. But over the millennium, the strikes on the moon have gotten highly reduced. They're occasional now, if even that is the right word. They might be separated by hundreds of years. So building a base there in a crater, I think we should, because the resource for fusion energy is helium-3, and you need only a shovel to collect it off the surface of the moon. You don't need to dig. You don't need to blast. Helium-3 is the fuel of fusion. And so I think, yeah, we should move out to the moon. I think, yeah, we should find a way to mine the asteroids. There's more gold and uranium, and the minerals in our asteroid belts are beyond what we could ever use. So you could stop digging the Earth up, stop polluting the Earth, get it out of the asteroid belt. I think that's a good trajectory for humankind. But well, I think it should first be a graveyard for the corrupt officials.
Here's the problem with the main thing is now that Amazon has gotten the contract for the moon. Okay, if you trust Amazon, I've got a bridge to sell you in Arizona. I don't trust Amazon. First of all. And if you think that you're going to get any kind of thing done on the moon without the Boring Company, and here's the thing: you might have the lightning strikes twice, whatever thing on the moon. You have zero atmosphere on the moon, right? So there's nothing to keep even the smallest rock coming in at thousands of miles an hour from doing irreparable damage to any kind of structure that you've built. In my opinion, like I said, you can't even come up with something that's going to withstand the simple weather here on the Earth, and you're going to go and build a structure where humans need to survive on the moon.
There's no weather there, though, so there are zero weather events on the moon. The other thing is, as long as there's a suitable source of water, oxygen that's what H2O. So water on the moon means two things. It means fuel for rockets, but air for human beings, and liquid water to drink. So that's the other thing with Mars. The northern pole of Mars is ice. It's covered with water, right? Frozen water. So those are areas that you would want to put your base. And the idea, there is no earthquakes, there's no storm, there's no wind, there's no atmosphere, right? And you're right. Your biggest battle is to supply oxygen. But so long as you have enough water available, that's not it's a process. It's an electrical process to separate hydrogen and oxygen. So I'm surprised we haven't been there for 50 years since the first moon landing. That we didn't commit to do that back then. I think it's stupid that we didn't.
Did you see the pictures that were released of Apollo 12 that were allegedly of alien ships or whatever in this latest document drop by the government? That was pretty mind blowing. For me, following all these Apollo missions, and these people that say there was not a moon landing or there was a moon landing, but because, okay, how on earth did you have the astronauts talking to Nixon, with basically zero delay coming from the moon at that time with the technology?
Oh, no.
Also,
it wasn't zero delay. No, that broadcast went from the moon to Australia and from Australia to the United States. They set up special antennas to receive from the moon and in Australia itself, as well as video feed. There was a complete infrastructure built to allow that to happen. And let me just say this, because this might drive a lot of people crazy. If you even start to look into physics, okay, and astrophysics, you'll learn something that kind of blows your mind. Okay, and here's what blows your mind. The energy that it would take to go from here to the closest solar system is 4.7 light years. That's hundreds of trillions of miles. The energy required in your car, take your car, you can go about 300-400 miles on a tank of gas. How much energy do you think it would take to travel hundreds of trillions of miles? Where are you going to store that energy? How big of a ship don't you think you'd have to build to make that trip? You see, the problem with aliens, and I honestly have a different understanding. The government's already admitted to the Tic Tac. The government's slowly admitting that what we're seeing in these skies comes from us, not aliens. And what we're never really trained to understand is the vastness of space is an obstacle all itself, because it's not even that you can't build. Like, we can move a ship through space by using detonated nuclear weapons. The problem is the amount you need and the structures you need to sustain that kind of propulsion, even though it will get you to a high percentage of light speed, is so enormous that you have to ask yourself, who would invest that kind of money as a civilization just to cross over to another galaxy? Now, people are talking, not Andromeda. They don't know where these UFOs are coming. Maybe even 30, 300 times further away. My point is, when you look at what it takes a civilization to even attempt that, you have to realize the cost, the investment, the manpower, the material is so enormous that the likelihood of people going from some other universe to ours is as close to zero as you can imagine. What civilization in their right mind would want to invest all of that money to come visit some other planet? What about their own food, their own needs, their own? It would be the most crippling financial commitment that any group of people could ever make, because distance can't be avoided, because energy to cross distance can't be avoided. So I'm not a believer in UFOs. I am a considerate person in that I think previous civilizations that are human, may still exist here. And we're further advanced than we are now. Thinking that we're the only ones that ever got to this level after 2 million years of humanity, I think that's a misdemeanor. I think that's a big mistake. I think the answer is much closer to home, that these craft exist, but I do not see in any practical way, and even a lot of your top scientists you see on TV will tell you this, that you would invest that kind of manpower and treasure to cross the distance to come visit Earth, and then not even say hello. I mean, what the hell did you do that for?
Give me a pat on the butt, something. Let me know you're there.
Or scare me, right?
Right.
You're gonna grab a few of my people and probe their buttholes. You put in a galaxy's worth of treasure to come here to poke someone in the butt. Come on, you gotta have better things to do.
Why are you doing the Nazca lines? Why not just come out and
But do you think it's possible with all the history of humanity? I think it's more likely that we've been beyond where we are now. I don't think this is the first time we've had airplanes. I don't think this is the first time we've had rockets, computers. I just don't. Doesn't make sense. If we can do that, have
proof of computers, a computer anyway, with the one that they found,
Amphitheater mechanism,
right?
Yeah.
And so, in the writings of, was it Plato or whatever, he talked about Atlanteans flying around, like Easter Island, going back and forth on whatever type of craft that they had. So they actually had kind of documented, whether it was imagination or whether it was theory. There, and a lot of people think that maybe with the alien stuff that it's like time tourists coming back to visit, but cannot interfere.
You still can't get rid of the
large events.
You still cannot get rid of the expense. Like Star Trek, they say, all of a sudden flash and they fly away at work. Okay. They say that that's possible. But the technological level and the amount of understanding and resourcing to be able to do that is just beyond anything we'll do for a long time. And will our civilization, now we've been around for at least 300,000, but as many as 2 million years, right? Why have we not carried our information from them forward? Why is it we only look at the last 10,000 years? And that's because of extinction events. That's because of a lot of things that we'll never know about. But man truly existed in the same form that you and I are. The exact same brain, the exact same DNA, the exact same everything for more than 300,000 years. And we don't talk about that. How did we forget from 300,000 years till now? You see what I'm saying? So in the last 10,000 years, we went from what they claimed to be a planet almost buried in ice to rocket ships, electronics, to all the things we have today. But what happened to the 290,000 years before then? Why is that forgotten? And the question has to be asked. That length of time, we did this in 10,000 years. What would they have done in 100,000? Could they have survived? Could there be portions of civilizations on this earth that we're not aware of? We don't know what's under the ocean. We don't know what's under the ice packs or in the ice packs. We have no clue. None. We know more about the moon than we do our own planet. So that's kind of where I come down on it. If it's something that's not something we produced, I suspect it's something, a remnant or a piece of society that's been here a lot longer than we've ever been known to be. That's my opinion. So
yeah, I think you're on the right track, honestly, because it's funny that you brought up like Hewlett Packard and Motorola and these types of things, because these private companies are immune from having to tell people what they're doing. And so with like the Jersey drones, it turns out that was a private company testing their stuff. Even though everybody was panicking, they still didn't have to disclose that it was them.
Right. Did you see the admitted that the Navy admits that they're working on, and they actually have multi-environmental craft, meaning that they can both fly and enter the water. Okay, they admit to that.
I didn't see that. That's interesting.
Yeah, and you know they show that image all the time of a craft going in the water and then coming back out. The Navy has come forward with that.
So that being said, is that with the way that you have these craft taking these hard right turns and turning at a right angle.
Yeah.
I would say that either they're drones,
yes,
or they're some type of robot guided
correct.
vehicles that they're not. I don't think that we'll ever get to a point where a human body can withstand more than 9 Gs and do a hard right turn at 3,000 miles an hour. I don't think it's possible.
Well, I do have a question on that. I'm not going to ask it here, but here's what I'm saying, and I agree with what you just said. The capacity to make turns at a high rate of speed all comes down to material science, not the human body. I mean, we live in an age now where drones. When I was a kid, I always thought to myself, why aren't we using these remote control airplanes to kill people? I'm telling you, for 30, 40 years, I've thought that the easiest way to kill the president would be to fly over a speech and crash into him with a remote control plane. I mean, look at what they're doing. Now look what they're doing with remote control. So I agree with you. These craft that make these obnoxious turns at speeds that we don't understand, they don't have to be alien. They simply have to be unmanned.
Yeah, I mean, they've proven that the technology, time and time again, it is at least 20 years beyond what we can even imagine at any given time.
Oh, more than that.
Right?
Probably 50 or 60. Do you know when Velcro was invented?
When the first mentally handicapped person walked out on the stage?
No, Velcro was invented because we had 2 astronauts burned to death in a high oxygen atmosphere right inside the test room.
Oh, that was the Mercury capsule? Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Velcro was invented. It was invented as a need because metal to metal contact can create a spark no matter how well you build the environment. That's what happened there. So somebody, for whatever reason, fought and came back to the idea. Have you ever walked in a wild field and had cattails grab a hold of you? Those little round things.
I get these little stickers on my shoes too. Those little green things all over the place.
And that's the basis under which Velcro was thought about. That's the creation. In other words, it was that plant that gave the idea to a scientist to create a material that would allow the affixing of items to the interior of that craft that wouldn't cause a spark.
Sure.
Yeah,
I mean, every technological advancement has been, mother necessity is the catalyst, right?
Right. And here's the other catalyst. Listen, how do they build buildings with 1,000-ton stones? They're here. I don't think someone flew from the other side of the universe to come here and build some stupid rock building, no matter how big and impressive it is. What a waste of time that is. I mean, you got nothing better to do than come here and play Lincoln Logs with us?
Here's the thing, though, right? I mean, is there really like a society in place that is determined to hide our past from us? And if they are,
that's why they killed Christ.
Damn good job of it. They're doing a good job.
That's why they killed Christ. Do you know what his disciples were called? He didn't come here and build that church. He didn't come here to build a church. He was railing against the Jewish religion and their churches.
Right.
Right. So you know what his followers were called? The Way. See, he's been turned into a religious icon under religious understandings, religious teachings, but he's so much more than that. And I know a lot of people, hopefully they won't stop coming to your channel, but maybe they will mine. And here's the thing I believe, but I also think there's facts that support this, that we are kept ignorant because we are way more than what we have been taught.
Yes.
I think, no, Jesus was not a church. Absolutely not. He wasn't here to be a church or to have a religion. He was trying to teach us the way of what humanity truly is and what humanity is truly capable of. Ye have faith, you can move mountains. It's true. There's a lot of things that he shared with us, like man, it's hard to explain. Here's what I'll say this. The way to move 1,000-ton stone 500 miles from your location, completely carved, perfectly surfaced and put in place, and do that millions of times, is because their understanding of reality is different than ours. That's the difference between ancient people and today's people. Your reality is based on when you're born and what your parents show you, and that's based on when they were born. You see, we have computers. They may have had another way to communicate globally. How do you have pyramids on every single continent in the world, built with precision that blows your mind? Their understanding of nature, their understanding of reality was different. That simple change is what I think Christ was trying to share with us. That we are way more than we think. We're not just a body of skin and bones. We're not just a brain and a heart. We have a capacity to do things that you can't even imagine.
Well, they did. I saw something about where they quarried the stone for the pyramids, and it clearly shows that it was done with some kind of heat, like a laser.
Yeah.
That cut these things. And then when you start talking about this ancient knowledge, I'm a big believer in that. That we don't even have a grasp of the capacity that the human existence.
Here's what I was going to say, and this will blow people away and think I'm nuts, and I don't really care. I think, based on the information I've reviewed in my lifetime, that if you were to have children born in a home or in an atmosphere or in a community where you could make the parents fly, so that what these children observed from their earliest moments, that where people could fly, those children would grow to fly. You see, I think reality is what reality is because it's given to us. And it's given to us by people that know that we can individually and as a group create our own reality. Do you follow me? Well, that's what we're being kept from. We're being kept from that knowledge.
I think it's slowly surfacing. And when I talk about how they've hidden stuff from us over time, there's groups, and they consider us the uninformed, right? The Scientologists, the Masons. We are the wretched, uninformed. We don't know. And so when you talk about ancient technology slowly surfacing back up, if you look at things like Coral Castle down here in Florida, are you familiar with that one?
What is it? Yeah, that man that built that place himself.
And he, nobody ever saw him move these giant coral blocks. And allegedly he had this like kind of sewing machine that he would spin and it would create this vibration. And so I think that a lot of this stuff where we've seen the Nazca lines will form when you have like a tray of sand or a tray of salt and you put it next to a speaker, and then all of a sudden this frequency shows this pattern. I think that's slowly starting to come to the surface, but it's hard for us to grapple how to use it in everyday life.
And here's why, and this goes right to what I said earlier about not being able to think out of the box. Nobody can, because the box was constructed before you were born. And the only information given you comes from this box. That's why I say I'm nuts. Because even though I do come up and say things that you may never have heard before or considered, it's still stuck from the same box we're all stuck in. I am not thinking out of the box. What I'm doing is I'm taking facts. And I can't give the final answer. Like the Kohlberger do it, I don't know. I know I'll never be able to answer who did it. But I can look at the data and say, The data shows he didn't do it. That I can say with truth, right? And be comfortable about it. Not because I believe it, but because the facts tell me that. And when you review humanity's history, you can see things within that history that completely contradict what we now understand to be how things work. That means they understood how things work uniquely different than us. And to me, that boils down to what Christ was telling us. Ye have little faith, you can move mountains. And that as a group or as individuals, reality can be created by us. We are part of the universe. We're made. Every single atom in your body comes from a dead sun. Every single thing that makes your body and everything around you what it is comes from a dead star. You are the universe. You are the universe.
Little caveat to that.
Yeah.
My buddy Rockford and I have talked about this at length, and is that, you know, you hear when you pass or whatever that you're going to walk into this great light, this all-encompassing light. And I guess there's this whole thing out there where it's like, if you turn around from the light and look the other way, you'll see the universe, and your soul will be able to float free and free you from this continuing cycle of reincarnation or whatever it is that they keep us bound with in this reality. Have you ever heard that one before? Is that one new? Did I lose you?
Oh no, I'm here. I'm sorry. I mute myself because I want to. Because sometimes I get carried away, and I got to shut myself up. You know what I'm saying? To keep
at least somebody can.
Yeah. So here's what I want people to know. And you could go listen to Feynman. You could go listen to that guy that's very popular, the older guy Weinstein. Here's something that everybody should be aware of. Every single thing that makes you returns. It never goes away. When you die and when you decay, that process of decay is releasing everything that you've ever been made with. Every single atom in your body will never be gone. You will return to where you came from. You will return to what they call your father. Now, scientifically, that means none of your atoms will ever be destroyed and not be here. As you slowly decay in the grave, your atoms return to whence they came. So, being that we're actually what I think to be the universe itself, we are consciousness. We are universe expressed in conscious. And when we die, that conscious will not die. Okay? And even though your body is going to rot and decay and disappear, just remember, every atom in it will never die. You are a forever being. As how the church has now translated that to mean good and evil and devils. And, let's hope I'm right that none of that's true, and that's just been a way to control us. But I think it's accurate to see. You can see scientifically, and knowing that scientifically the sense is pretty common. If every atom in your body never dies, and you personally die, this body itself expends. That's what happens. Your body wears out. Your heart, your liver, whatever it is, right? That's what wore out. And the cause and the result of that is we call it death. But is it really death? Or is it just a release of what we are? We are the universe, going back to where we came. That's how I envision death. I don't fear death. I don't even think it's bad when people die. I think it's that we choose to be here. I don't think we're forced to be in this form. I think we, as a conscious being, may come back here over and over again, not because of reincarnation, but I think because of choice. And you'll show up maybe next time you'll come back and you'll be someone like me and I'll be someone like you. You'll be a butterfly, right? Someone's
check out this. I don't know if you've kept up with Smke and his work. He's got his fingers pretty much in everybody's pie. He's doing stuff for Dago. He's doing stuff for Typically Eating. He is an amazing. He is
Never seen him.
He's a partner of the show here, Smke, and the work he's doing with the AI video and music is second to none. He's very focused on this. Hey, back, Becky. On the Idaho4 case. Here's a little clip of something. Just check this out, right? I think you'll get a kick out of it.
Gerald, why didn't you call 911?
Why would I call the cops? Somebody broke into my house. That's evidence. That's witnesses. It's paperwork. And I can guarantee you nobody knew they were there to begin with, so I'll take care of it. You silly Billy.
I absolutely love it. You silly Billy. That's paperwork. Here, watch it one more time. It's worth looking at twice. Sorry.
Girl, why didn't you call 911?
Why would I call the cops? Somebody broke into my house. That's evidence. That's witnesses. It's paperwork. And I can guarantee you nobody knew they were there to begin with, so I'll take care of it. You silly Billy.
How do you like that work? Pretty good, right?
I like how he does that with Dylan. That's just epic, man. It's completely epic.
It's like all he's got. I mean, he honestly has already a library of stuff that good. And you know, he does not boastful or brag, but he does stuff for people like Dago and stuff like that on the down low. You know, I'm not even sure that Dago's done a lot of his intro stuff himself, or if Skulls do. I don't know. I'm not privy to that information. But
yeah, I didn't get that creative on my channel. Not even with Your Ass Hurts News Network. That's about as creative as I got.
Is that what it is? Your Ass Hurts.
Your Ass Hurts News Network. YAH News Network. You didn't know that's what it stood for?
I had no idea. You know, I've watched plenty of the programs. I never caught you saying that. That's hilarious.
Yeah, interesting.
Let's see here. Yeah, he's got a lot of stuff out there. It's interesting because you know, so much talent, and it's right here within the Idaho4. He doesn't get the recognition, unfortunately, that he deserves, but it's coming. The time will come.
I never heard of him before, but I like that little skit.
Yeah, he's in the chat right now. As a matter of fact,
what's his name?
He goes by Smke. Let me see, or it's I think he's calling it Scully and the Sauce because he's working with Dago so much or whatever. Let me see if I can highlight one of his things there.
Yeah, also in true crime, I think my biggest disagreements came with creators where they're trying to solve a crime. And the theories they come up with are extraordinary from one end of the spectrum to the other. And that's kind of where I really don't have any interest in walking, because I just don't see it possible. You know, it's like solving the, you know, why are we here? I don't know. And that's
100%, yeah. It's a refreshing take too, because you have people that are dedicated to reading the documents. You have people that are dedicated to following the trail of the PCA or whatever it may be, and you're literally, you know, at some point banging your head against the wall, trying to get somewhere. And
when he pled guilty, the reason I stepped off now for almost a year was because that was it. I mean, look, we knew already with the limited amount of information we had that it was deceptive, it was dishonest, it was wrong. It proved nothing except Brian didn't do it. And so what was I going to do for the next year? Now, all this new information just recently started coming forward. All these document dumps, you got the guy with the book, you got that Turvey, and new data that we never had before came forward, like the subclavian artery. I didn't know that the subclavian artery was hit. I didn't know that 3 of the victims were hit that way. And the only one that didn't get it was Xana. That tells us there's something there to that. That's no accident. Somebody that's specifically targeted.
That's a really good point about Xana. And the thing is with all of that, you literally have you literally have post-mortem injuries, right? Which has been declared by these new documents, right? And so taking that into account, how would you frame that?
Well, I would, if I were to investigate this as an investigator, and had a full range of the information they have, that's something obviously we don't have it all. I never would have allowed myself to be convinced it was Brian Kohberger. And that's because the evidence doesn't point you towards him. Even if his car was driving around there, even if he parked for 20 minutes, okay? There just isn't enough solid evidence to place him in the home. There's no motive. There's no evidence of a motive. There isn't even a guess. There's no history in his life. He's never committed a crime, never any act of violence. No woman ever said he appropriately tried to make, nothing that connects to this crime connects to that guy. And so I would have pursued a completely different avenue of attack, and I would have looked at the scene as critically as possible. Clean up? Yes. Consistent wounds amongst all victims? 2/3 of them, or 30, 3/4 of them, yeah. That's a specific place to stab, and it produces specific results that include your voice being incapacitated. So I would have paid attention to that, and I would have looked for people that were more professionally or more adept at using knives, but more importantly, understanding the biology of what a knife wound does to somebody. Right? You see in the movies, they stab you in the gut and they try to lift the knife up and cut through you. Right. You see them slit your throat from behind. You've seen a few of these things. We both know they're fatal. This was a specific fatal act. And it also contributes to the idea it could have been one person, whether people want to hear that or not. That specific wound could make that possible. That specific wound, because of its incapacitation of the victim. It's incapacitation to request help, right? Yeah. I think two people were involved. And I say that and what convinces me of that is Zaina. To me, I don't think that Zaina was killed in the same timeline as Ethan, Maddie, and Bethany. I think those three were taken out at relatively the same point in time, within minutes of each other, if not at the same time. And I think Zaina walked into that.
Let's talk about something that people have been saying in the chat. Not to interrupt your thought, but what about the audio where you have the 227, the Linda Lane thing now being cleaned up? Actually, I have a piece from Lucy I wanted to play here coming up as far as the audio. I think she got back to me on what it was, but it's separated the left and the right. But anyway, just in general, your impression on how that affects the case.
All of it's a lie. I don't, and I can't say. See, here's the problem with the 247 is the victims were still using their phones after that. So that kind of makes it difficult to stick with that time, because at 3 o'clock, right, and going towards 4 o'clock, those individuals were still using their phones. So how could they be dead at 247? Okay, so I don't know what's being heard. That's why I didn't do the Tommy Jude and the Bubbly Water videos and all of that rendition of noises and sound, because, again, there's contradictive things that we have to accept as fact. And when they give you a timeline of when Bethany called Zaina or whatever it was, right, you have to accept them as what they're for. They're supposedly come from the phone company. The phone company's not going to lie to help the guys in Moscow. It makes no sense. And so I think that some of these alternative times, although possible, I think the information that's put out in the timeline contradicts it. How could somebody be texting somebody when they're supposed to be dead?
I mean, it's a possibility that somebody was using their phones, obviously.
Right, but see, now you have to, and that's not a fact. The only fact we have is their phones were being used, right? And since they're their phones, you have to accept on face value that they're the ones using it. Now, what you're saying is possible. I'm not saying it's not. But what I'm saying is, in your analysis, that possibility can't take the front seat. It's a backseat possibility, because you know that everybody owns a phone and that everybody uses their phone. There's no argument against that, right? That's practical. That's reality. And so that's kind of the way I look at the stuff. I'm very disturbed by the 247. I was listening to that guy that has that he created a program, Sherlock. Is he True Crime Forensics or something? You ever heard him?
I think his channel got taken down, the Sherlock guy.
Did it? No, he created a program named Sherlock.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, you're right. And
he's gotten something wrong. He suggested the dog being walked was by Jack, but that dog being walked was the homeowner that walked in the morning. It was not. So he's made some suggestions or made some conclusions that just aren't true. And his timeline and what he's hearing, the problem I have with all of these things is you're telling me what I'm going to look at. You're telling me what I'm going to hear. And that It doesn't work in human beings because that's what you're going to hear. Right? How many songs have you ever found the words to and found out that you were singing a song with words that weren't even there? You know it happens, right? Now, once somebody tells you what the proper word is, now you know the proper word.
Like "Hold Me Close" by Tony Danza.
Whatever the song is, bro. But you
or
come
big
on,
old Jack and Lina.
Yeah. So when somebody is trying to show you like an audio recording for you to try to pull from it what you hear, if they start out by telling you what's there, forget it. Don't even pay attention. I mean, they take away your processing ability, your ability to think, and your ability to have your own opinion. They send you on a mission to hear what they're telling you to hear. They're not doing it for nefarious reasons. They're not doing it because they're trying to do anything bad. But that's the problem with a lot of the video and time things.
Absolutely. I mean, the thing is, I was guilty in the first couple months of trying to make sense of this PCA. And once you realize that the whole thing is just bullshit, then you can move on from there. You know what I mean? But
it isn't bullshit in the sense that there is a car and a blurry video. There's no question about that. The bullshit is just like me telling you what you're going to hear in this video that I'm going to play back. You see, they pre-qualified it. Koberger's car. Suspect vehicle 1, Brian Koberger's car, 14 to 60. So when you behave in that way, when you give me the context, you're not giving me facts. You're controlling the context of the information, and that right there, and that's part of the corruption within our agencies too. They frame a context, and everybody's looking to confirm that context. You were going to play something though. There's Hitler, bald-headed prick.
Yeah, this is more AI from Scully. Yeah, I was going to play an audio clip. I got to go to my, just so Trish doesn't freak out. She hates it when I show my email. So let me, I got to go to my email and pull it up.
Whose knives are those?
In here from Lucy. What's that?
Yeah, Lucy's very smart. I like Lucy.
Absolutely. And a lot of this stuff with Hegseth is coming from her. I was only doing the follow-ups on it with the and I meant to wrap up the Claude AI thing with it was coming from Lucy. So I was just kind of deep diving it. And unfortunately she wasn't in the chat last night when we were going through it. I'm sure at some point she'll join us because we're outrunning the show she's watching over there at my partner JJ Operation GCD. So hopefully she'll join us here in a minute and explain this clip and talk more about the Hegseth stuff. She thinks it just runs a lot deeper than people think here. Okay, so there's a right channel and a left channel. Let me see what. Hold on. It's on a separate thing here. Let me open this in a separate window. Come on.
I agree with Becky, but I think what we need to do as a society is teach ourselves to think. And I don't mean that as an insult. Data is data, and the data only can tell you what the data is. And then to add anything to that data or to put your theory in that data is not thinking. You get confirmation bias. And so that's why I try to stay away from who did it. I think Dylan's got involvement here. Did she do it? I don't know. But it's hard to erase her from being involved. There's too many coincidences with Dylan. From getting Kaylee to come back. Or how many people would have known she came back? Just her circle of people would have known she was back, right? So, she's got her fingerprints and footprints all over the place. Does that mean she's a murderer? No. But I think there's more evidence to support an argument she was involved than there is for Koberger by far. I can make a strong case against Dylan.
Absolutely. Okay, right? So here, for some reason, she sent this to me as a right channel and a left channel. There she is. What's up, Lucy? She got mad at me because I made her dog kick her on the couch. So she boycotted me for 2 shows. Here we go. Okay, so this is the right channel. Maybe she'll explain
what this is and where this is coming from. So let's check out the channel. I don't think this is very long.
You have a trouble with these controls and mics and cameras and.
I'm playing it.
I don't hear it.
Yeah, no, I don't. Okay, but I'm not hearing it in my headphones either as well. Hold on, let's see. I'm doing something wrong here. Let me reinstitute this sucker.
I think you should replace that hat with a helmet.
And maybe some Velcro shoes.
Well, and window glass you can lick while you're messing with your electronics.
Here, you want? I'll bring the bald head into it too.
She said she shared it with you to tell you you're wrong. She loves.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Oh yeah, she loves that.
Oh, she loves me wrong. She loves to watch me suffer more than anything else.
Oh my! I like to watch you struggle with your own electronics. Nobody told you to buy that shit, but you did.
That's what brought you up here, isn't it? I'm pretty sure.
Oh my God.
Okay, let's see here. All right, this is the left side. Let's see if we have better luck with this. I don't know. Are you trying to prove that there's no cameras on the white apartments, Lucy? I don't know.
I don't want it.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything.
I don't hear any.
I heard it on my phone a little bit. It's not something I did for you. It's work product of digital examination from Meta. That's weird. Okay, here's something.
Huh. Well,
if it's a low audio, I can do something with it in OSB or whatever, OBS or whatever.
I'll end up on Dago's channel mysteriously. Quit pushing buttons over there.
But I can't boost the audio. Anyway, all right. She shared that with me. I thought I would share that with everybody else here.
I would love to hear it if it was possible, but the technology exceeds your understanding.
Apparently I've outdone myself.
Oh my God. And nobody, that's another thing.
Just what she wanted. I think that's just what she wanted out of the whole thing.
No, nobody wants to be the slapped ass. Here we are with Kane.
Thanks for joining me tonight, everybody. I appreciate you being here.
How many people are in here? I can't even see.
We've had about a between 25 and 30. It's kind of a slow night here at the Purge, but I guess we got a lot of competition out there. I think they're slowly filtering in from Operation GCD right now. Hopefully we'll see my partner JJ jump into the chat any minute now, because he knows the second he comes in, I'm going to ask him to come up and join us for some usually we do fast food news and diabetes talk.
Really?
If he's out there, and a little bit of Idaho4 discussion. You know, we try to throw that in.
You don't have diabetes, do you?
Not yet. No, I'm working. I do have a big pan of brownies that I cooked.
I love bakers. I just finished off.
I'm definitely working on it.
Yeah, nothing wrong with sweets. Thanks there, Leah Story. What the heck?
I hate the fact that I'm totally addicted to them. There's just no way around it. It's a miserable day if I can't get something sugary, cookies, whatever. I can show you what I did to that. Hold on, let me get the fudge brownies over here.
Dear God,
this is real talk. This is how bad it is.
We're taking a trip on the diabetes highway, folks.
And I will tell you, these are ooey gooey suckers right here.
Where did you get them from?
Over on diabetes talk.
Did you buy them or did you make them?
Yeah, the spoon's still in there.
Where's the ice cream?
I made it myself.
It looks like
what is it? Cinnamon vitamins with chromium, huh? So yeah, I might as well take a bite while we're at it right here. You can see.
Yeah, I mean,
it's kind of like one of those Domino's volcano things where you get it.
I love pies, apple pies. I make a couple of them a month. It gives me a couple, 3 days of
let me get a shot of milk.
Vanilla ice cream. I got to make some brownies though, just because he showed us a pan, so that I could show you my brownies are much much more presentable under the camera.
Your ass hurts network. That's still cracking me up though.
It's a good name, isn't it?
How did that look? Did that look pretty good?
Yeah, it looked like a big loaf of fudge to me, which is good. I mean, I would eat it.
Yeah, I usually save a piece for my buddy Rockford, but I'm gonna have to make another batch.
Yeah, and there's
he's always helped me out, so I try to do nice stuff.
But I'm in prime physical shape, so I can do that.
Obviously I'm tip top shape too.
You look a bit overweight.
What are you about? You're about 86 now, 87 turning on?
No, I'm actually 60 going on 40.
60, wow, that's crazy. Yeah, I just turned 57.
Oh yeah, see.
But I don't look a day over 40.
You look like you eat a lot of sweets, where I don't have that physique.
Listen, I've had this chipmunk face my whole life, and it's always worked. Let me show you.
Calls himself a chipmunk.
I was carded hard until I was at least 40.
Well, don't go flexing and showing yourself. I'm not interested in that.
So here's me growing up.
Oh, okay, good.
I'll make this one a little bit bigger. All right. Am I there?
Kane is 57. Trying to tell me I'm 87. I probably know more than an 87-year-old, but all right, let's see your picture.
This is I was just basing it on knowledge. Oh, we froze up. What happened?
You froze up too. There you go.
Here, I'm gonna make it all me for just a second.
Yeah, I don't mind.
So yeah, this was me. I've always had these cheeks, man. So how do you like that bowl cut?
That's awesome. You look like Herman Munster's kid.
And then look at all that hair I had.
You look normal there. You look perfectly fine.
Except for I had that was the half of the Garanimals, where you had the matching outfit with the shorts and whatever.
Yeah, I didn't come from a family with money. I wouldn't know.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you had some
Oshkosh. In wintertime, we would just wear 2 tank tops. That's all.
I never was able to pull off the tank top. I had these chubby little kind of arms or whatever.
I'm thin. I was growing up. I was never more than 140 pounds, 145.
All right. So yeah.
Where's your partner? You said you had a.
Here he is, right here. That's him. Operation GCD. Are we purging? The link is in the chat, JH. Hope you can jump up with us here. I got Sarge from Your Ass Hurts Networks there, and
Your Ass Hurts News Network. Come correct.
So great. That is just so epic. JJ is a retired military police. Had a private investigation service, and he calls himself a garbage can dude.
Garbage can dude.
Huh. Yeah, basically, he's the guy that you're going to find in your garbage can looking for the evidence on whatever case it is.
There you go. He's the man that should have been in Idaho.
He's here now, and he's fully into it. He's going to need 7 minutes on the timeline to join us, but yeah, he'll jump up here in a minute.
Yeah, that's good. I retired myself. I retired at 59.
Now, what did you have? A construction business or
yeah.
You were a contractor?
Yeah.
What I'm trying to do now, they're saying, is the next AI safe job is electrician. And I know a lot of people are kind of headed into that field. Obviously, with the data centers and stuff like that, these guys are getting $250,000 to $300,000 a year for the blue collar job. Now, from what I understand, it's just like passing the bar. You don't really need to take a course for the training. If you can pass the test.
You're talking about getting an electrician's license.
Right.
But that's not how you get into the electrical. You don't need that license. What happens is the guy with the license employs workers below him, journeyman, apprentice, right? And they do the work under his license. So the license is really for the business owner. For the actual electrician out in the field, you don't necessarily need that license. You know that, right? Obviously.
I mean, yeah, I know that people, but to be hired by like a corporation or something like.
Even a local contractor. You probably got local contractors that advertise in your TV. They're not big corporations. They might have, 5 or 6 trucks, right? True. That's the simplest way to get involved with any of the skilled trades. Is you get on board, and you take the information and knowledge you can get from them, and you're going to get a lot of it, and you're being paid for it. You're probably going to find more practical application of that knowledge than the schooling. And then you go.
I think you definitely learn a lot more on the job than you would ever in a classroom. But the basics are there as far as wiring goes, as far as math goes, because you have to figure. You have to do a lot of math with electrical, right?
Well, no, a lot of that's figured out before you get to the job site, unless you're the guy with the license, right? You're not going to have to worry about what gauge wire, how many fuses in the box. That'll be told what you need to do. You're told you go and do it, but you need to learn that to be a licensed electrician. So all those things, yes, but, and I don't mean to be, I'm not trying to be like rude or something, but what do you do now? Are you not working now?
I had a wedding video business when I moved back to Tampa Bay. I was the largest wedding video in Tampa Bay, and then when AI came out, I had to make a decision what I was going to do, and I was like, well, if I invest $10,000 now, I'm gonna be broke, and the technology is going to be outdated by the time anybody could use it, because nobody even had HD TVs, but they were all demanding HD, and at the same time, you had Uncle Bob with his cell phone, with his iPhone, that thought he could film a wedding and have it come out as good as what I was doing with my cameras. So I kind of slowly worked out of it, and I kind of went back to hospitality. I was waiting tables. I had some really good jobs doing that. I was friends with the owner of one place. The money was great, and then so lately I have just been doing the Uber. It's been my fallback. I started with Uber Eats, and then I was doing Uber rides up until last Friday when I had a car accident. Like I said, I only had PIP, and I'm completely screwed. I had a paid off Nissan or Hyundai Elantra that is now
PIP.
Would just be like an idiot. It was literally $39 difference for me to get the full coverage, and I didn't do it last time. And I'm just, I couldn't be beating myself up more.
Well, that's the funny thing. When I know a lot of young guys because I'm in the car circle, and I always tell them your biggest struggle in life is against yourself, and that's true for all of us. We put these obstacles in our way, and I'm not trying to be critical here. I'm just sharing with you, but that's so common for all of us to do that. I mean, I did that for a long time in my life, and it's just sad. $39 and everything's upside down, right? And who'd have thought? Like, I'm thinking of taking. I've got, rather than full coverage, I rarely drive my newer truck, and it's 4 years old, right? I bought. So how much? I'm paying probably a couple $100 a year extra for the full coverage. And lately, I'm thinking to myself, well, maybe I don't even really need it. I don't drive that much. But then I say, you know what? The liability is worth $200 to cover it. But it took me a long time to get to that point of trying to look to protect yourself from your own self.
I mean, I'm not a kid. I knew what I was getting into, but who thinks they're going to get in an accident? But with the way people drive around here, I literally never would drive during the day because people are just so aggressive. And this one morning, I was out, just trying to churn it out because I was running behind on a couple bills, and just one look away from going through a stop sign, somebody that didn't have a stop sign T-boned me, and there it was. It was over.
Oh, damn, sorry, that sucks. Yeah, I mean, life will always throw fucking shit in your way.
But you know what? In the long run, it's a wrecked car, and it's a lesson learned. Here's the thing we were talking about the other day, is everybody's got a racket. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, the tow company, they have my totaled car. They're charging me $30 a day, which is cheap. To store it, and they're going to get it signed over to them because it's totaled. I'm already behind on it, and they're going to part it out. It's got nice rims. It's got this and that. But I can't get it back at this point. Where would I put it? How would I dismantle it to sell it for parts? Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
So they've got a racket. Everybody's got a racket. And except for me.
It's funny, like for me. I think the biggest thing that I learned in life, and I got lucky that I learned that, but I learned it through more mistakes than most people could ever even tolerate. And that was just to be honest with myself and do the next best thing with no motive. So in my construction company, I never lied to anybody for money, ever. And there's ample opportunity to say, listen, this is wrong, and I had that, and I just wouldn't do it. I oversold jobs and returned the money to the homeowner. They didn't even know I oversold it, but I did. So I tried to stay out of my own way by being honest with myself first, and that seems to really worked out well. Knock on wood. I got wood next to me. So I don't know. That's kind of why. That's why sometimes I say stuff and I'm not trying to be critical or preach to people or something. It's learned experience, and that's just what it is. Sometimes, like I retired for two reasons. One, I had the money to retire, and more importantly than that, the liability of a construction company could be an outrageous, unknown amount of money. And so, what's the point? If I got enough money and don't need money, why would I want to keep earning more and more money? When is enough? And when is the risk of liability? I'm now 60 years old. How do I start over now? I own a house. I got assets. I've got investments. I've got income from the investments. I've got a whole new avenue to live by, right? So is money's just not that important at this point. I mean, I got to have it to live, but I don't want to put my money or do something in my life that puts all that I've earned and stashed away at risk. So I'm lucky.
Right. And well, the thing that a lot of people don't appreciate also is quality of time. You know what I mean? Like you can comfortably retire, and you had the foresight to be like, let's do it while I can still enjoy it. Because
Listen,
at 70, 75,
I work 2 hours a day, 9 months a year. That's it. Because I hired people to do this work that were qualified people and paid them more than they would get somewhere else. And they never left. Okay. And so I was able to work 5 days a week, 2 hours a day, 9 months a year, take the winters off. And then, put money away, buy my house, pay all this stuff off. And I did that because I had my first 28 years were chaotic, and drugs and crime and fights. And I learned, fortunate, I had counselors that I went to that gave me some guidance. I was in the street at 14. So I had a lot of education, bro. Not the kind of education I recommend anybody get.
But in the streets at 14.
Fortunate, yeah. I was homeless at 14, kicked out of my step-parents' house. Yeah. But I survived all that. Situation. Yeah, and I guess I don't call it luck. I made choices, and those choices, fortunately, were the right choices. And sometimes, did I take risks along this way in some different places? Sure, I did.
Well, what part of the country are you in?
I'm in New York. New York.
Okay. So you kind of came up on the streets, and then just somehow construction. Well, you were able to get some people under you. Basically, is the way I see that it usually works, right?
I started out as a salesman, and I say this to everybody, that especially when you don't have the education or the time for the education, the best thing you can branch off from is sales. Because in sales, opportunity shows up every time you meet a client, whether they buy something from you or not. And it's just an amazing thing. So let's say you're a salesman in a car lot. You're going to meet people that might own some, like you want to be part of an electrical firm, right? You're going to bump into that guy. Maybe not that guy. Maybe a guy that's got an idea or something. He thinks you're a good dude. Like I was offered a Jiffy Lube by the time I was 21, because the developer of the property that builds these buildings and leases them back to the franchisee got killed. So he had a brand new Jiffy Lube, and I was a manager in another facility that he leased to another company. So he had that interaction with me.
Sure.
And dumb me, I didn't say yeah. Dumb me was like, I don't want to be an oil change jockey. That's embarrassing. But, so there's an example. There's a stupid choice. I could have probably been a millionaire by just owning an oil change facility. But
that's another racket. There you go. People got to get their oil changed.
And here's the thing, though. It all came from sales. I was an auto parts salesman. Then I was the manager of a transmission shop. That's where I met the guy with the Jiffy Lube, right? And I think sales, people look down on it, but I think sales opens more doors than anything else you can do.
Listen, I had the same thing, but things have changed. And we were standing around saying it while it was happening. I was the number 14 salesman at Guitar Center, which was at the time a very lucrative company. They had 350 stores. I was doing. They had all kinds of contests. I was winning. I almost won a car. And when you say opportunities come up, just being in that mix, you're not kidding. I had people give me all kinds of stuff. I had stuff given to me from the store itself that was returned or whatever that worked perfectly fine. And then, you know, you would have people come and I would do what we called installs. And so somebody would come in and be like, hey man, come over my house and put this shit together for me. I don't know how to work. And so I'd spend 2 weeks building a recording studio from some rapper from Atlanta. And, you know, I charged him at that time $50 an hour, which was great money, you know, early 2000s. You know, opportunities like that. But what happened was with the corporate sales thing, you have, and we were talking about, like I said, Amazon, watch, we'll all end up working for Amazon and they're going to beat our business. And which Guitar Center is still in business, but probably their biggest competition is going to be the online sales. You can't beat these Chinese prices and stuff like that. And I actually did end up working for Amazon. I worked for them for 2 years. I outlasted all the big guys, all the skinny tough guys that, you know, that were number one. I outlasted them all, but eventually I ended up tearing my not my scrotum, but my sternum from my shoulder, separated shoulder, it's called. And I wasn't able to work for him anymore. Eventually, doing the warehouse thing in Amazon pays good money. It's going to catch up to you, and it did.
Yeah, I never did warehouse work. But I went from being the manager. I was the youngest manager in the history of a company called Lee Miles. I was one of the most successful salesmen, and they did transmissions. And I didn't know how transmission worked or anything about it, but I learned as I was on the job. But that gave me the opportunity when that owner cheated on his wife and she divorced him and took the business. The owner of that building and the regional manager for Lee Miles wanted to send me to New Jersey to be assistant to the vice president. I declined, another stupid decision. And then that salesman said, well, if you're not going to stick in the automotive, then get in the home improvement and sell windows. And that's actually what I ended up doing. And when I got involved with the windows, I intermingle with the people that do the work. The salespeople, yeah, but there's no value. You're talking to salespeople, it's all braggart bullshit. But you talk to the guys that do the work, and that's where I learned the construction business, the home remodeling business. And that's where I also discovered, as I bumped into more and more people, that specifically the roofing business is a great business because you can go into a property within a couple of days, walk away with thousands and thousands of dollars, right?
Right.
And as long as you manage your money properly, and you do right by these people. Like for 30 years, I never ever took a penny down, no deposit. Pay me when I'm done. And I never was not paid ever. And I just made sure that and because also the help was doing the work. I never put a roof on in my life ever. But yeah, I owned a very successful roofing company that has now been transferred to my foreman. I sold it to him. And so, but all these opportunities started because of sales. And here's the thing, why sales? I had a criminal history. I had felonies. I applied for a job at True Green Chemlawn. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that.
Sure.
And out of 3,000 applicants, they picked me until they did a background check. And the reason they picked me was because the one thing I said that they never said they saw in an application before, I said, my biggest strength is taking the complicated and making it simple. And I know that to be true because I can tell you that an automatic transmission works like a set of brakes on your car. Do you know how your brakes work? Hydraulic fluid pushes a piston, the piston squeezes pads crush the rotor and slows the car down. Well, that's exactly how a transmission shifts gears. A little differently, but most men know how brakes work. They don't know transmissions because they're complicated. But in the simple explanation, it's simply a hydraulic braking system attached to a set of gears. That's it.
Well, let's downshift here. We got JJ Vance just joined us there, Sarge. Hello,
Does he need a
JJ. How are
training?
you?
Where is he?
Greetings, gents, and I'm here to sell you on my new product, 7-minute abs.
7-minute abs. What if I only got 5 minutes?
8-minute, folks? We're going to do one better. We got 7-minute abs.
I only got 5 minutes. Now what?
No, sir. 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all it is.
7 minutes. You can't even get your heart rate up.
And I do one ab at a time?
Nope.
It's a
What are you
six
gents
pack.
talking
Can I
about
do
here
one
besides
pack at
sales
a
stuff?
time?
Listen, Sarge, I thought you were the king of simplifying stuff. Now you're making it more complicated.
Well, I don't have the 7 minutes. I only got 5. So if I do one ab until
You
I
didn't
got
get your
all
heart rate up in
done.
5 minutes.
Oh, well, it depends. Some women get my heart rate going.
What's up, JJ? How was your show tonight, brother? Another wild Fridays over there?
Greetings. No, doing well. Currently eating, so wait.
What are you eating, sir?
You know,
we were just talking about diabetes.
how's the purge?
a
We
moment ago.
purging?
We're purging. We
I had
covered
some-
a little.
I
We
had-
haven't
dude, I had
touched on
some-
any fast food stuff yet.
Well, I had some prime time fast food news for you here, pal. I had Skyline chili egg rolls served up at the Mets game. First of all, dude.
Tonight?
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
don't have that in
I had a clip
Mexico,
about
I'm
that, dude.
pretty
Hold on,
sure.
I'll bring it up for you.
Okay.
You want to watch it, dude?
Yeah, bring it up here. I like a little Skyline chili news every once in a while. Sgt Friday, the Skyline chili. Are you familiar with that chain? Friday, did we lose Friday? It's Friday down. We got a Friday down. We need Galifianakis. Galifianakis this, Galifianakis me once. Let's see here.
I'll Galifianakis you again right now.
You've never Galifianakis me, sir.
I'm sharing my screen with you. You got to put that up.
I'm trying. Here we go. I got to remove the old one. Hold on. And let me get this off the stage. All these things. We had some audio problems in the beginning, but we handled it. Me and Sarge were.
Well, you got some other problems, it seems like here, sir.
A full tiki bar in the middle of Walmart parking lot and serving drinks.
What were you thinking, dude? What were you thinking?
You know, I actually have built a tiki bar before in the past. That's funny you bring that up.
Yeah, dude, 62-year-old Florida man arrested after building a full tiki bar.
Am I 62? I've really aged quickly.
I think it's the fro, dude. The fro adds 5 years.
You know, there's an interesting comment I'd like to make in that. How do you say I'm an old white guy without saying I'm an old white guy?
Right.
I watch baseball.
It took the police 3 hours to respond to a guy, dude. They're like, fuck it. We don't even care, dude. Fuck you.
Yeah, I got away with it. It was good money while it lasted. I'll tell you what. Why don't you say hi to the folks, JJ? I've been waiting for a quick 10-100 break here, so you got.
Let me give my clip here for you, and I'll play my clip here for you. You can.
All right,
put
that
on
sounds
the
good.
screen.
I can hold it a little longer. Yeah, we've had quite a interesting discussion. You would have been.
I'm here, dude.
Enjoyed for this last. What? Damn, Sarge, you've been a trooper at 4 or 5 hours. Is it now?
No, it can't be that long.
Somewhere around those times.
It's only been going for 3 hours. 3 hours and 31 minutes.
Okay, 3.5.
Dude, I can talk more than all the streamers on YouTube at once.
How's it going over there, Jay? You got it? I got one from Scully.
Roger.
What's your vector, Victor?
What's your vector, Victors? How dare you? How dare you call me Shirley? Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious, and stop calling me Shirley. Okay, here. This is a clip from JJ Vance here earlier.
From earlier tonight.
We have audio tonight on this one here, I hope.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
What happened in Oklahoma?
I'm trying to find the actual spot.
It was a joke in
that's
Walrus.
right. That's not it.
I'll be back in a flash.
You do that, sir. You flash.
Don't trip.
He's an old man. You got to warn him about that, right? He said his career. He said,
What are they paying this guy to eat that?
I know, right? It seems like he lost the draw or something, dude. The lotto to eat that thing. Dude, I want to make my own Skyline chili egg roll now, dude. I'm hyped about it. I've never even thought about that. I used to make Skyline chili pizza all the time, dude. That was pretty delicious.
Man, oh man.
I would take I would do mustard and then Skyline chili and then cheese and then bratwurst, dude, or some sort of hot dog. Pretty tasty.
Bratwurst is an underrated meat. I'll be honest.
Bratwurst is a definitely underrated meat, dude. It's the summertime sausage, in my opinion.
It's the summertime sausage of summertime sausages. Really.
No. Italian sausage is the summertime sausage.
I'm with Kane on this one, sir.
I've
already had a couple bratwursts, and other various sausages I've been grilling out.
If you want to talk about what's a chorizo, now you're
talking. I've had some chorizo. Now you're talking my language, friend.
Yeah, if you're not a fan of the chorizo, you got some problems.
I don't even know what it is.
Chorizos, sure.
It's the Mexican Italian sausage. It's Italian sausage.
It's the Mexican bratwurst. It's the Mexican bratwurst, in my opinion.
Huh.
It's definitely a sauce. It's half sausage, half kind of breakfast sausage, half dinner sausage, dude.
What do you mean half? How dare you, sir?
I'm more just a straight up meat and potatoes kind of guy.
Oh, I'll eat some potatoes. As an Irishman, I'm contractually
Shepherd's
obligated.
pie is the golden light of this channel. To be honest with you,
I went to. I first of all, I am a shepherd's pie aficionado. That's all I eat at pubs across America. Whenever I go to a pub, I had one recently in Salt Lake City, dude. They had not chorizo, but they had some spicy bacon, dude. I was kind of happy about that.
I can't stand that apple with bacon. I'll be honest with you guys.
Dude, spicy bacon. No spicy. Think of chorizo, spicy sausage. This is spicy bacon, but
I'm down with spicy. Man. It's just that apple. It has that. It's like
there's no apple involved. How dare you, sir? There's 0 apples involved here.
Now, my brother-in-law, he buys the whole cow. He buys the whole cow, and literally stores it in a freezer. And this has been a train that they cook it in that green egg thing. They'll smoke it. So you'll go over there and what portion do you want today? You get the ribeye or the whole shank, if so be it.
I prefer the porterhouse.
Porterhouse is the best.
It's right up there. It's right up there.
Porterhouse has the ribeye and the New York strip. Is that right?
Yep. Fantastic piece of meat.
Yeah, ribeye is the most tender piece that you get. You can almost eat that bleed right there.
Well, you know what I do to cook a steak and it makes it tender as well? I do it with both the oven and the top of the oven, the grill, the burner. So I'll heat a pan real hot. I'll sear it on both sides. Then I'll wrap it in aluminum foil and put it in the oven at 350 degrees. And that'll then slowly cook that piece of beef. And it just comes out, it melts in your mouth. You've got the sear that holds all the moisture into it. And then the slow cook in the oven, it's fucking amazing. It just melts in your mouth. It's so tender.
I like how this is turning into a food conversation. You guys are talking my language.
Well, we were talking some crazy earlier.
Oh, I'm eating Greek yogurt, strawberries, and some peanut butter.
Jesus.
Yep.
That's a mess.
That's a healthy. Yeah. I'm glad you shared that with us, Sarge, because butter would not hurt Latina. But when you talk about cooking a steak right, because you'll get some cuts of meat that aren't quite, as tender as you would want to be. Let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
And cooking those, you'll end up with just like a piece of cardboard or whatever, or a block of wood. So you want to make sure that when you get the good cuts, you're doing it right. And so putting it in a skillet, getting that nice sear on it, on the juices, and then do you cover it up when you put it in the oven though?
I wrap it in aluminum foil so the juices can't escape. Put some butter in there, wrap it up, put it in the oven. Especially now if you got lower quality cuts like a chuck steak or cuts that just aren't normally tender. It's a perfect way to do it because the sear does keep the juices inside the steak. And the sear makes
the
steak. How
about Dale's marinade? Are you all familiar with that?
No,
sounds delicious.
Yeah, a lot of people are big with marinade and they're sticking garlic. I'm kind of old school. I like, I like the taste of the meat itself with no additional stuff thrown at it.
Yeah, if it's good
I do
meat,
from time to time. And I also, when I
good.
marinate, I use Dale's and I'll use some Old Bay with it, which is an interesting little combo.
That's more of a seafood spice, JJ. How dare you?
That's what. Well, you may think that, sir. You may think that until you try the combo. You can put it on seafood, you can put it on chicken, but I do prefer it on a nice steak. Oh wait!
Look at that burger right there. Oh,
I'm looking at it.
Yeah, that's nice.
That's nice.
Sirloin is what I use.
I'd like to see you open a restaurant serving steak using Old Bay, though.
Using what?
I'm not going to do anything of the sort, but I'd eat there.
Here's another thing that Sarge, that you'll appreciate, that's not, when I say nothing's easy anymore. Back in the day, you had, what was it, Harold Seltzer's Steakhouse and Sam Seltzer's and maybe Dan Marino's. Yeah, you even had Ponderosa. You could get a good steak.
Yeah.
If you want to go for a good steak now, you got to go to a Ruth Chris and get an aged steak for, it's probably $75 a serving now. And you got to
everybody serves Cisco foods, man. You go to any major place, Olive Garden, Applebee's, TJ, all them kind of places serve the same food.
Down your way, if you want steaks at a good price, look at a place called Wild Fork.
Okay, I keep hearing the advertisements on the radio for the Wild Fork.
Yeah, I used to buy all my meat from them, but they stopped shipping it to New York. Yep.
Yeah, they do the whole dinner thing, right? What is it? What do they get? $10 for a thing? Because you can get that at Publix.
I'll give you $5
over here. You know, when you
I would only order their porterhouse, and I would order some chops, chicken. I would spend, I don't know, but that stuff would last me, by the time you add it together, it lasts me a month and a half, 2 months. I mean, you're not going to eat 12 porterhouses in a row, right? Pork chops. So I bought a lot, and I be very honest with you, I was very happy.
Porterhouses in a row, so Kane can do it.
When you're talking about,
they were 17 or 21 ounce porterhouse. They were awesome.
I'll put money on it. Kane can do that.
Here's the thing about when you're talking about a good steak. You've got to think about the beverage you're going to use.
You share this conversation with Coburger. He might want to know what a good steak is, right? Send this clip to Coburger.
I hope he's not watching. Yeah. I flipped this one over to BK. What do you think? No, I had somebody tell me the other day that they have. It was actually Rockford, that they have to have a glass of milk because that's how they had it when they were a kid. You had the glass of milk, you had the good steak, and that's what goes with it. For me, you got two choices with a steak. You can go ice cold Coca-Cola. Nope. You can go vanilla shake.
Nope.
Or you can go ice cold beer. Now, the beer. Those are my three options.
I wasn't allowed to drink at the dinner table. We didn't drink for whatever reason. The stepmother said, you're here to eat food, not drink. You drink, you fill up, you don't eat food. That was her philosophy. So the drink comes after. And then some of what you mentioned, the Coca-Cola, the ice, the shake, right? Back in the day, when it was back in the day, it was beer. Yeah. What the hell? But I don't know why my family was effed up that way. They didn't have milk. I understand.
You couldn't even have water at the table. Nothing.
No. My stepmother just water.
Well, then again, you did leave at 14 years old, so there's some.
But prior to that, one thing I could say is she was an excellent cook.
Damn,
that's hard to walk away from. You could smell it blocks away. Everybody knew when she was making homemade pizza, no matter what she cooked, and it was always good. She'd make 172 dozen cookies for Christmas.
100 dozen?
172.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that bitch would know if someone ate a cookie without permission. Listen, she would know if someone ate a cookie without permission, too.
She was 172 dozen. That's wild.
Yeah.
Where do you store that many cookies, though? I'm wondering. Are these Christmas
in
cookies?
In your belly, dude.
Are we talking about chocolate chip cookies
that were frosted? And then she had all different. We had... there were several different things she would cook, but a total of 172 dozen. I don't know why that number, but for whatever reason, that was her thing. And that woman could cook or bake. No matter what she made, nobody could ever say she didn't put a good taste in whatever she made.
JJ, this was brought into the mix earlier. This is how long this brownie pan has survived since I cooked it a few hours ago.
I'll take a brownie, dude.
Like a lava cake.
FedEx me some brownies to Mexico, friend.
Didn't that rise too much? How deep is that pan?
It's a shallow pan. I actually can't even fill it to the top because it will rise over the top. But it's kind of a low pan.
Brownie mix is simply cake mix that doesn't get the same ingredients. It keeps it from rising. All right.
One more bite. That's it.
One more bite. This guy's
gonna have that. Mine always rise, but.
No, mine don't. Mine, if I put in 1.5 inches or 2 inches deep, that's what they come out of the oven as.
You putting the eggs in there?
I think what you're doing is you're putting in an ingredient that's included in a cake that the brownie doesn't get. It's either the oil or the water or the milk. It might even be the amount of eggs that makes the difference. But there's a lack of ingredient in a brownie from a cake if you make it from a cake mix to make the cake mix a brownie mix.
Well, how dare you, sir? Obviously, this is a brownie mix, and I wouldn't try to pull the wool over your eyes by any means.
I think you got
the brownies, boy. You got some of that weed.
But yeah, the weed. Is there weed in the brownies?
There's no weed in the brownie. I don't need to.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. A cake mix and a brownie mix are the same stuff. It's just different ingredients that you put in, and they'll turn out one way or the other.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah.
You follow me?
No, I follow. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just take the weed.
Dude, I take cakes. I get a piece of fishing line. I cut the cake down the middle and fill it with pudding.
Oh, that's amazing.
That's fucking awesome, bro.
Damn. That's some serious dedication though with the fishing line.
Yeah, it's the best. I use dental floss now. I used to use fish, but now I use dental floss, non-flavored dental floss. Take the cake out of the pan, slice it down the middle of the dental floss.
And then at the end of it, you can just floss your teeth too. So that's great.
You can actually, you actually lick all the chocolate off
the chocolate sleep.
And that's the healthy aspect of it, right? Because you're eating it off dental floss.
Wilco's trying to get us to get back to that darn Idaho4 case thing.
Oh yeah. Oh well, we're sending Brian a letter.
Should we conduct or contrive a letter to send to him? What were we saying?
Call him a dumb fuck.
You idiot. He literally screwed us all over.
Tell this guy you could wipe out the fucking postal service. If they put your name on a stamp, you're so ugly no one would want to lick it.
How do you feel about this thing, Turvey kind of saying that Ian's cock blocking Brian?
Why don't we have any of his prison calls yet? Why have those not been released? That's property of the state. Why haven't they released any of that stuff?
Who knows? Probably because it's probably just not eventful. You saw the letters he wrote.
I know folks have requested it though, so I mean, it's why are they sitting on that?
You know, so they're sitting on everything because they lied about everything. So they're sitting on everything, and there's no way a prosecution, unless this is national security with nuclear secrets, should have ever been treated this way. It's insane. It's the most insane case I've ever seen.
Well, I don't disagree. Yeah.
And, you know, like I said, I think it sets a precedent for the Fed to step in and take evidence, to gather evidence, and then withhold it from not only the public but from the discovery for the defense.
You know what else is shocking is that transfer DNA convictions have been overturned so many times it's not even funny.
It's not even allowed in the military, right, Judge?
Yeah, this case was never about any evidence, though.
No, absolutely not. It was a narrative.
That's good. Yep.
It was a story. Yep. Yep.
That's why I try never to get lost in too much, because it was all there's not a name, none of it, not a name, none of it that is rooted in evidence.
All these, they tell you what to think, what the context is, and they lie the whole way through it.
Yep.
100%. 100%. Every piece of evidence or fact has turned into a lie. All right, guys. I'm gonna give us, how long is this? Sarge, do you mind hanging out a little bit longer? I want to play Lucy Morningstar video for us that I haven't gotten to yet.
As long as it's not one of those long potato ones. Is it got potatoes in it?
This one's an hour 20. Damn, Lucy, when did you start making them this long?
Yeah.
You know what I'll do is I'll break this up into 20-minute segments over the next
6 weeks.
Few lives that I do. But her stuff is always to me worth checking out.
Yeah,
so this will give us a chance to scratch your balls, whatever you got to do. Please don't do it on camera. And then hopefully you can come back and join us, Charlie. I really enjoyed having you tonight, despite everything I'd heard about you previously. Let's see here.
Most of that's true. I'm just restraining myself.
Yeah, the urge to kick you off at a moment's notice, as I've been fighting all along too, also as well. Here comes Lucy Morningstar. And we'll convene back here, let's say in about 15-20 minutes, guys. Does that work for you?
Well, I'll just watch the clip if it's interesting.
Yeah, I'll just
sounds good.
watch
I'm here
dude.
too. Man, Lucy, you're so pretty. Happy. Oh, it's her birthday too. By the way, everybody, make sure you wish Lucy a happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Lucy.
I can make you a star in the morning.
Happy
Lucy.
National Hamburger Day.
I understand what just happened. My Democrat colleague just asked the director of the FBI whether or not they are buying information about our fellow Americans. And it sounds really complicated, but I have other questions. I'm sitting here with my father. I will make certain that between the man sitting next to me and every person he knows and my ability to forever hold a grudge, that you will regret not following my direction. I am sitting here waiting for the call with my father. Sounds like a shakedown, doesn't it, Director?
I'm not going to get into commenting on that.
You seem deeply uncurious about it, don't you? Almost suspiciously uncurious. Are you protecting the Bidens?
Absolutely not. The FBI
Well,
does not and has no interest in
you won't answer the
protecting
question
anyone
about whether or not
politically.
that's a shakedown, and everybody knows why you won't answer it. Because to the millions of people who will see this, they know it is. And your inability to acknowledge that is deeply revealing about you. But let's go from the uncurious to the downright nosy. How many illegal FISA queries have occurred under your leadership of the FBI?
Well, there are reports that have come out with different numbers about compliance incidents.
More than 1 million illegal ones? Because that's what the Inspector General said. The Inspector General said that in the 3.4 million of these queries, more than 1 million were in error. Do you have any basis to disagree with that assessment by the Inspector General?
I'm not sure actually that's a correct characterization of the Inspector General's findings on
well,
that.
the internet will remind you of that in moments. But let's now go to what the court said. The court said it was over 200,000 that have occurred on your watch. Do you have any basis to disagree with that assessment?
Again, I don't have the numbers I sit here right now. What I can
Seems like a number you should know. How many times the FBI is breaking the law under your watch, especially if it's like over 1 million, to not know that number. And I'm worried about your veracity on the subject as well.
This guy looks like a human version of a butthole. Like if there was a human version of a butthole, it would look like this guy.
There's 4 investigations.
Actually, he looks like somebody from Central Casting that was sent to play the human version of
Yeah, give me the most centralist casting looking human butthole we can find. Oh,
you know,
Ray, good
do
selection.
you know who fought as hard as he could to get Ray in that office? Chris Christie. It was Chris Christie. So you know.
Oh, he's one of the fattest politicians ever, dude.
They were sucking each other's dick somewhere, and nobody really knew that until after this guy got in the office and started doing what he was doing. But that's a Chris Christie guy right there. Well, minus the fat.
Chris Christie once flew in $200,000 worth of sandwiches. And much like the allegations around Obama and his $65,000 worth of hot dogs, I actually think Chris Christie had $200,000 worth of sandwiches. Look at him.
Yeah. Fat bastard.
He's super fat.
I don't believe FISA is remotely implicated in our investigation.
So there, Senator Lee's asking you whether or not FISA was in any way involved in your January 6th investigation, and you say no. Was that truthful?
I said that I did not believe it was.
Okay, so now let's pull up what the court said, which is something a little different than what you said. So here, no, that's not the right one. Yeah, here we go. Right there, it says the government has reported additional significant violations of the querying standard, including several relating to the January 6, 2021 breach of the Capitol. So I guess the question, Director Ray, is did you not know when you were answering these questions that the FBI was engaging in these illegal searches, or did you perjure yourself to Senator Lee?
I certainly didn't perjure myself. At the time that I testified in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee, I didn't have that piece of information. And I will add.
That was a court order. You didn't have that piece of information because the court hadn't yet rendered a judgment. Did you not know when you gave the untruthful answer before Senator Lee that this was going on?
It was a truthful answer. I did not believe FISA had been involved in the January 6th.
But it was. So you didn't. The answer is the FBI has broken so bad that people can go and engage in queries that when you
Sorry about that. I got
come before the Congress to answer questions, you're like blissfully ignorant. You're blissfully ignorant as to the unlawful queries. You're blissfully ignorant as to the Biden shakedown regime. And it just seems like it gets into a kind of a creepy place as well. Go to our next image on what the court said. Like, just so the American people realize, the court has smacked you down, ruling FBI personnel apparently conducted queries for improper personal reasons. People were looking themselves up. They were looking their ex-lovers up. Who has been held accountable or fired as a consequence of the FBI using the FISA process as their like creepy personal snoop machine?
There have been instances in which individuals have had disciplinary action and who are no longer with it. I can't get into it here, but we can follow back up with it.
Don't you see that that's kind of the thing, Director Ray, that you preside over the FBI. that has the lowest level of trust in the FBI's history. People trusted the FBI more when J. Edgar Hoover was running the place than when you are. And the reason is because you don't give straight answers. You give answers that later a court deems aren't true. And then at the end of the day, you won't criticize an obvious shakedown when it's directly in front of us. And it appears as though you're whitewashing the conduct of corrupt people.
Respectfully, Congressman, in your home state of Florida, the number of people applying to come work for us and devote their lives working for us is up over 100%.
We're deeply proud of them, and they deserve better than you.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman from Tennessee.
That was an awesome reply.
I'm going to talk a little bit about this idea that there's some issue.
And meanwhile, back in Idaho, slow it down just a little bit, right? What were you saying about the reply, Sarge?
The reply when he slapped him out, and his last sentence, he slapped him away. Those people deserve better than you. Those 100,000 applicants. It was a good slap, right?
See what old Miss Ashley has to say here, Smashly.
Well, can I before she does, I want to share something, okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because during the first administration of Trump, I had more than a terabyte of data. I knew in February, the first February that he served, that the document alleging what they alleged in Russian collusion, I knew that the majority of that information were real crimes, but attributed to Trump and his personnel wrongly. So Carter Page was accused of what he was accused of. I could prove in documentation that deal did exist, but it was to Hunter Biden, not Carter Page. I could show that there was people pissing on Obama's bed, but it happened in Colombia, and it was Dan Bongino's brother and that Secret Service advance team that did it under Obama. And so what people don't understand, the way that they restructured this FBI after Hoover, and what happened is that the director no longer has the capacity to direct investigations. He is like a rubber stamp. And the real power in the FBI is the number 2 position. And so what's happened is they've turned the FBI director and they keep these things from him. So to immediately imply that Ray guiltily participated in this, if you understood the system, you would say his participation is ignorance, because the system will not allow another J. Edgar Hoover. What the system did instead was they created a different position for J. Edgar, number 2. And the number 1 became this guy that you're going to beat up in front of Congress every day, because he literally does not know some of the things that are being thrown at him. And the system just accommodated it.
I would dispute Ray definitely knows. He's the cleanup artist of a Muppet Variety. He came up under Mueller, who's a cleanup artist of a Muppet Variety. And Comey was in between as well there.
There's truth to that. But just realize when you look at how the system works and how they changed it to try to prevent it, they just moved the playing field. That's all. They moved the players from one stadium to another. And
that's true. I would say what you're saying is correct. I would say it's not just the number 2 makes the budget. That's a strong position. But also the chief counterintelligence office, the agent in charge of that for the FBI, because that's a joint position with the CIA. So Peter Strzok testified about that in Congress a number of years back, and really no one batted an eye that this guy was a CIA agent and an FBI agent at the same time, running all of our nation's counterintelligence.
Yeah. All right. So I'll relax on that. I appreciate.
Well, you know what? I will say that already I'm loving this dynamic with Sarge and Jade. This is just a match made in heaven, and I don't even know if you guys see it yet, but I think
we're going to be
burgers all around. Burgers all around for everybody.
Burgers everywhere. Burgers all
their mind. Yeah.
And you know what, Sarge? Go ahead and have a milkshake with dinner, bro. It's okay.
Thanks, Ma.
Who did the work?
Come on back. There we go.
In reference to Google, they claim that.
Hopefully that'll do it. I turn up my video. Thanks for this, Lucy, by the way.
That the CSLI work alleges co-worker around the King Road residence. And this same claim is in Exhibit A signed by Detective Blaker.
Give me just a minute, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you, Detective Mallory. I don't have the other questions for now, but hold on, the prosecutor might.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Thanks, Mr. Thompson. Ms. James. Okay, Ms. James.
Mallory.
I like to read along when she points something out because it's
I hope somebody would.
About it. I was assigned the task of examining the call detail records, which we were talking about earlier, Friday, that were obtained from AT&T pursuant to a warrant served by Corporal Brett Payne for the time frame of November 12th at 0000 hours through November 14th, 2022, 0000 hours PST, Pacific Standard Time. Although the records contained records for voice data and SMS usage in the 49-hour data set, I only located 27 data usage records in the specified time frame between 0200 hours and 0225 hours. And it cites at 242 hours, the phone connects to a tower near Northeast Skyview Drive on the Washington State campus. All right. And here, just want to keep up with this. Any comments on that right now?
Well, it's shown what I think we already know, that Brian Koberger's phone was not turned off. The car that they tracked from WSU was not Koberger's car because his car went in a different direction. And the car that they claim went from his campus to Moscow is not Brian Koberger's car. It's a different white sedan.
I'm tracking. Here we go.
I'm going to go back and talk a little bit
We
about
need to get the video surveillance from Humble Burger as well.
The burgers. Always burgers in here.
Always back
Humble
to burgers.
Burger.
I like a pizza.
Can you explain to me,
What's the Humble Burger sauce? It's just Thousand Island, though, isn't it? Come on.
Oh, they had some good milkshakes on the menu, if you recall, though. If you're after some good milkshakes.
Listen, if you can still get a good milkshake for $4.50, you're doing pretty damn good.
I agree, sir.
Generally, what is CastViz?
It's just a software that is useful in creating visualizations of the call detail records.
Okay. So how is it useful? What does it show?
It shows the location and the direction of the cell towers on their center index.
Okay. Now, what version of CastViz do you have?
Currently, I think I have 33 on my laptop. It's prompted me to update to 38, but at the time, I believe I had version 30 installed.
Well, this is inaccurate. The officer signing the affidavit did not claim to do the cast work.
So walk me through. You start up the software program.
Yes.
And then what do you do?
Drag the text file from the CDRs into the system. It ingests the files and then produces a display of that data.
Okay. And is that what you did on the 19th?
Yes.
The officer signing the affidavit did not claim to do the cast work.
And then what did you do with that visual that was displayed?
The visuals, I created screenshots, created the screen capture of the video. CastViz also allows a timeline playing view that you can record separately with those built-in software. Save those.
Other than uploading the CDRs,
the officer signing the affidavit did not claim to do the cast work.
Other than uploading the CDRs.
Did you mean AT&T?
Yes. They didn't claim to have gotten those records and put them in to their program to determine the approximate locations of the phone.
What a bitch way to explain that, dude.
Other than uploading.
Exactly, right? It's so manipulative. And
it's just so condescending and bitchy, dude. It's just so like there's no need for it. Like why, it's aggressive.
And I've been holding off on reading. Basically, you were getting the same rhetoric that you remember with the Judge days. Friday was the in my experience and this type of thing when the person that originally did the CastViz was not qualified to do the cast because it requires
The
500
only
hours.
thing I'm going to trust her experience on is a nice buffet or maybe a humble burger.
Make a sandwich. She can make us a sandwich.
You missed Shoney's. Shoney's was something else.
Oh, dude, Shoney's is delicious.
You also had Luby's. Luby's was not bad. You got served up a nice.
Luby's is okay as long as you're not at the Luby's near,
Texas
Waco,
or whatever.
Texas during that shooting in '89.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
we'll
you're
overlook that
probably
one,
good there.
Gage. But when you talk about getting a nice piece of steak, I don't think anything, and not everybody has this every day. For a while there, I was giving it to my dog every day because the chef was going to do, but prime rib is just
You're
something.
giving your daughter prime rib as if it was like a medicine, dude. That's a good
Not
call.
my daughter,
Prime
my
rib's
dog.
delicious.
My dog lived off prime rib for at least 2 years when I was working at Rockwater.
I heard you.
So does this video circle around to get to the FISA?
I'm not sure. I was assigned to the task of examining the call detail records that were obtained from AT&T pursuant to a warrant seized by CPI Brett Payne for the time frame of November 12th at 000. Blah, blah, blah. Although the records contained records for voicemail, this is the same thing we had before.
The CDRs. Did you change any of the settings on Castus?
The only thing that I would have done was gone in and changed made sure that the time was correct because they were coming in at the TC. It was a coordinated time. I wanted to make sure that those were representative of the local time.
All right, so you just changed it to Pacific.
Correct.
Any other changes?
No.
That was done by special
This camera really eats up that memory.
agent balance. And the affidavit makes that clear. And defendant ignores the entire paragraph within Exhibit A that makes that clear. Quote, I consulted with an FBI special agent that's a certified member of CAST. This paragraph goes on to explain what CAST is, what CAST does, the experience that's involved, SA Balance's own experience. And then the law enforcement officer then states, from information provided by CAST, I was able to determine estimated locations for the 8458 phone.
So you were talking about how it does not automatically save.
It does not.
Okay. And you chose not to save.
No. And in the exhibit that was provided, the actual text says that if you need to save a session file.
Okay. And can you tell me why didn't you save these settings?
I was creating the visualization exhibits. That's what I was doing with that.
Any reason to save the settings?
No.
Could this be recreated or redone in the same fashion?
Yes, I can again open the software, drag the CDRs back in. In a very short time it is generated.
And it would give
Kane.
You're muted, dude.
Does anybody miss Judge in this case?
I miss you unmuting yourself and talking about burgers. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I would have preferred if Judge stayed on the case.
Because in the short run, it looked like a win for the defense by getting it moved to Boise, right? But then obviously we learned that don't careful what you wish for. You're going to get a Hippler down the throat.
Dude, it didn't matter which court and which judge, dude. The fix was in on it the entire time. I enjoyed the Hippler show. He's quite a muppet.
And that may be why Judge wanted to get the hell away from him, because he had said in court a couple of times that has to be proven. So, some of the arguments the prosecutor made, they were making them as if they were fast.
Dude. He's like, get me out of here.
Yeah, he wanted out. That's how I see it. I think he was a more conscientious and understood where the state needed to put their evidence, and they just weren't meeting that burden. And he was, he didn't come out and say those words, but you could see in his response to the state. Yeah, thank you, prosecutor, but that's yet to be proven. Or
because he didn't get himself involved in signing anything really, because Megan Marshall's the one who signed the arresting documents.
How dare you, sir? All right. Obviously, it looks like we're in. This one's kind of gripped me already. I think we're in for the long haul on this one, guys. So, what do you think? We keep going?
I think you need to figure out
An
how
hour
to
and
keep it going.
27 minutes, dude.
Yeah, ittle be tomorrow. It's already tomorrow.
How
Look
many
at the next
burgers
day.
we are involved in this?
Listen, I'm a 57-year-old man. What else do I have to do? I got two of the best guys on YouTube.
The news report said you were 62.
You can't flatter me with that nonsense. If I'm the best guy, it's the best at annoying people. I'll take that medal.
It is what it is. Here we go.
Be the same information.
Yes.
That's why you did it. David?
Yes.
I agree, Deception.
That's not claiming to have done the CSLI work.
Jeez, it's going to take 8 hours to play
But
this out.
instead, it's just a reflection. The work was done by balance. Investigators reviewed that and then made some determinations of the approximate locations for that 8458 phone.
I want to switch over to the other session files that you found. Were those session files created by you?
No.
Okay. And did you ever use those?
No.
And have you now turned those over, provided those?
Yes.
The work was done by balance. Investigators reviewed that and then made some determinations of the approximate locations for that 8458 phone.
Let's talk about that time frame then and what you did. Did you actually use a cast viz program at that time to create something?
Yes.
I'm gonna talk a little bit about this idea that there's some issue with who did the work.
What, with the cast viz program, what's the first thing that you did?
Once the program is open, you can drag and drop the CPR records into the program.
CDR means call detail records.
Right.
Did you do just 48-hour records or did you do full records in April of 2023?
I only did the 48-hour records.
They didn't claim to have gotten those records and put them in to their program to determine the approximate locations of the phone.
How many times did you use the cast viz program in relation to Brian Koberger's call detail records?
I don't know.
More than once?
I recall doing it for the grand jury because I wasn't the main lead in the call detail records investigation.
I don't understand what that means.
I wasn't the main person looking at those call detail records.
You weren't the main person with the call detail.
Yeah, okay. Just a quick break there, guys. What
Not
do you
what
think?
she's asking him though. I mean, he's not answering. He's obfuscating to get away from a simple answer. How many times did you do it? Once? 10 times? I don't care if you're the main person. You already admitted that you did. See, I would be a way better lawyer than that fucking woman. He would not have escaped the answer to that question. And that's important. How many times did you fuck with that program with Brian's records? I don't care who's in charge of the investigation, who's in charge of, that's not relevant to the question. And that's when you got to slap a witness on the stand, even if you're your own witness. You don't let them do that. I don't need to know you aren't the main person. That's not relevant to the question. And I would have said to the judge, can you get this witness to cooperate? He's not answering.
Yeah, right up that alley is, you have to remember that this FBI that we're dealing with is the lion ass FBI, the same one that perpetrated the January 6th, that perpetrated the Hunter Biden lies and bullshit. And so this is what she's up against. And they're
she doesn't know how to lawyer either. She's not a good trial lawyer, in my opinion, based on what I'm saying. I had good hopes for her early on, but as time passed on, and then especially now, hindsight's 2020. I wouldn't let her make me a sandwich.
Well, she could make me a
How
sandwich.
many of the documents are still sealed though? There was a lot of hearings that were closed, and we don't know the disposition.
The rest of the documents, listen, The rest of the documents probably have a headline. Brian didn't do it. That's why you're not getting it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And there's a lot of hearings and a lot of filings that his defense made that we've not seen.
That's a good point. But see, here's the thing: whether he used balance work or not, how many times did he use that program, that Cast Biz program?
It's a simple question. Yeah, and they're famous for doing that. And so are these social media with Google, with the trials for Google, with the trials for Meta, the same thing, where they try to confuse the question and they got people, dressed up as Muppets.
What makes a good lawyer is to do what I'm pointing out.
Well, I mean,
that's fine. That's fine. You weren't in charge, but how many times did you use that program with Kohlberger's records?
I mean, here's the thing, sir. There were already conflicts of interest just bringing her into the case, having represented one of the victim's family members already, in all kinds of
that's not true. She did not represent Zaina's mother.
Is that right?
That's true. That's absolutely right. She was in charge of the office, and one of the attorneys in the office handled the case. But that being true, the fact that that office represented somebody would create a conflict of interest meant that office should have recused, including her. Just be aware. So I'm just giving you minutiae details, but the truth, she did not represent Zaina's mother. The office she was in charge with, one of the attorneys there did. And that's enough to cause a conflict of interest. So she should have recused. She shouldn't have tried to stay with this case.
The thing is about Ann Taylor is they said that she was the most qualified public defender for him, in that she had done death penalty cases in the past. Now, when you look at the outcome of many of these death penalty cases that she represented, you have, like with the Skylar Meade thing, another plea bargain. Everything turns out to be a plea bargain in the end.
And let's address that. That is the corruption in the system. This is what I mean. When these lawyers get hired out of law school and they get put into the system that runs this way, the corruption perpetuates itself. And it takes away the attorney's thinking and the capacity to do their job, because 99% of these things are going to go to a plea agreement. That's what you're taught to do. You're not taught to defend for justice and truth. You're taught to get these cases cleared. And you do that through the system that's been established around what we call our jurisprudence, and it's corruption. 99% of the people can't be guilty. It's not possible, and they plea bargain it.
Is it corruption, or does it become where it's laziness, where it's just like, okay, we can go through the motions, we're going to get to a plea agreement sooner or later, and let's just kind of pretend to do things,
I think you're splitting hairs. If you're part of a surgical team that doesn't sterilize their fucking equipment, okay, and you follow that rule, knowing from school that that's not the rule, and you keep doing it, well, you become a member of the corruption. Unwittingly, or maybe wittingly, but yeah, all your attorneys. That's why the lawyers are the worst fucking pieces of shit this country ever had. Excuse my language. They're the nightmare that we have to fight against, and I don't know how we're ever going to do that.
JJ, any burger news on that one? JJ must be out walking his dog.
Thanks for joining us for the Purge. Greatest Purge ever. We're just getting started here on the Purge.
All right, I'm sucked into this Lucy video, guys. Let's keep going as long as we can here.
Yeah, we took us 88 minutes to hear 13, but go ahead.
That you put them in the Cast Biz program anyway?
For the grand jury, request.
How dare you?
Okay. What did you rely on in producing those? Producing whatever you produced for the grand jury?
She's an idiot.
What did I produce? As far as the AT&T records?
I want to know what you relied on to do that, to produce something for the grand jury.
I don't understand the question.
Okay. You weren't the main guy with the detailed records or with the Cast Biz programming. Did I understand that much right?
There was another investigator that was.
What's that, Serge?
See how that statement now is part of confusing her? That statement that she just repeated them, you weren't in charge, shouldn't even be part of her cross-examination. She's an idiot. She wants to know how many times he used the program. His answer so far has been only with things that grand jury requested. Well, how many times was that, jerk off? That's why I couldn't be a lawyer. I'd be like put in jail for beating people up. Going to a courtroom with a baseball bat. Answer my question, or I'm going to pummel you.
The old Sarge way of handling things.
I don't
we
think
got
they
Jen
ever stood
from
a
Ken
chance in any
from
legal
Confidential
argument.
here. Snakes will join us also.
Well, Hitler quotes a federal case of Timothy McVeigh to deny the alternative suspect argument.
Yes,
That's
sir.
not like that. You can't invoke. I'm not an attorney. I'm also not the vice president, but you can't invoke federal case law from a different jurisdiction in which Idaho does not even fall within that district, federally speaking, to then deny Koberger his right to argue alternative suspect. But that's what they did here. So it didn't matter what I'm getting at is it didn't matter what Ann Taylor did.
No, I think that's true, but I still think there's a lot she could have done that may have forced the judge to be more compliant with what's right and wrong. Because again, corruption is an easy thing to fall into. And if you're not holding these people, especially a judge, to the level of what his duty is, and you're not getting the people to answer these questions, to give him a direction that you could fight back with, then you're just not good counsel. You're just not doing your job.
For sure. But I think someone had their arm way up Hitler's butthole, making his mouth and arms move in order for him to invoke a case law which has no application in that state.
How about when he said that those individuals don't have a white car? How could they be involved?
Yeah, that's certainly not good. It's certainly arbitrary, but him putting down a case law like that is just so far out of the bounds of anything reasonable.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Because that's the first thing, like when they're going to attack any of the rulings, that's one of the rulings they're going to attack. I can't imagine how that survives any appeal if ever given an appeal, like an honest appeal.
Yeah. No, he made horrible decisions.
A double cheeseburger would have solved this situation.
Dude, with a side of fries, my friend, and maybe a milkshake.
Feta fries? You're talking about feta fries. That's a whole different
as long as you
level
put
of
blue
fries.
cheese and ketchup, you sick freak.
You ever eat those fucking chemically induced steakums?
Oh, I've had a
Did I
steak
ever
and
eat them?
similar
I
time.
learned how to cook with steakums.
Dude, I just bought a box of
Fuck's
50
sake.
of them.
Yeah, I like them. They're good
Listen,
from time to
you can-
time. Yeah, for
You
sure.
can
church them
steak
up
and
real
meat all
nice,
you
dude.
want,
Church 'em up real
But
nice.
when you start talking about hot pockets, the meatball hot pockets are
Nope.
second to none food in the world.
Come on, dude. Second to none, burning your mouth open, dude. What, they're
Convenience
lava
and
hot, dude. They're
deliciousness and
unavoidable.
satisfaction of purchase. Get back to the video.
But you end up
The
involved
meatball
in
hot
it
pocket is similar to that
now
of
in April
Mars.
of 2023, is that right?
That's why I was asked to examine the data to provide that for the grand jury.
Okay. Was that all of your instruction?
Inland cell.
What do you mean?
Well, you're asked by somebody else who's actually doing this part of the investigation in the case to produce something for the grand jury to use. And I'm curious about what you relied on, to get to that point. I want to know all the records you relied on, all of the emails, all of the conversations you relied on to produce this thing that you're not the expert for.
So I wrote the update for the AT&T records. Received the AT&T records. Those records were also given to another investigator who was the main investigator doing the CPR records. Prosecution then asked me to provide or create some type of visualization of the call detail records and examine the call detail records for the 4 hours in question.
Before you play,
Listen. Balance.
This
Just to
hearing
be
shouldn't even be
really
a part of the
Sorry, go
whole
ahead.
game.
I was having trouble.
This hearing, it should never have gotten to this hearing. This is the biggest mistake Ann Taylor made when she didn't maintain a preliminary hearing. That's supposed to happen within 14 to 21 days. And a preliminary hearing is the first and only time you get to pound on the prosecution. They must provide unequivocal evidence that the charges laid at the feet of this individual are evidence. You have evidence. You call me a
That's definitely what the
murderer,
rules
right?
say, for sure. Yeah.
And so the fact that she didn't hold their feet to the fire and continue with a preliminary is why you have this fucking chaos here.
Yeah,
This
but you
should
also
be-
got to look at it a year later after that the preliminary hearing that was supposed to occur in June of 2023, May of 2024.
But she agreed to that.
I
It was-
understand, but I'm saying part of it, the reason she may have agreed to is she had no evidence. 11 months later, they're still telling her.
Well, that's why you would listen, though, JJ. By not taking the holding their feet to the fire for the 14 days, it might be 21 in Idaho. Who cares if you don't have any evidence or discovery? That's not relevant. As a matter of fact, that tells you neither does the prosecution. You see,
I agree with you on that one, but I think there's a lot of back and forth behind the scenes because as soon as they got the authorization to go get a deposition from Bethany Funk, is at the same time Bill Thompson said, "Oh, we did a grand jury."
yeah, he had already seated a grand jury for weeks or weeks ahead of that. Just so you know.
Thank you.
And
No, because
so-
that decision was made March 23rd, and the grand jury wasn't seated until I think it was the first week of May.
But the preliminary hearing should have been handled on January 14th or January 22nd, right?
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. But when the first thing she had to do is stop the house from being torn down. So all I'm saying is she wanted to get some evidence. I'm assuming. And then in May of 2024, Bill Thompson's still telling her the FBI won't give him the evidence.
But
So if the FBI won't give him
undiscovered
the
evidence
evidence, how could he give her the evidence?
JJ, but this is why I'm saying the preliminary hearing would end to this, because if you can't produce me as the defense attorney, the evidence you're using to accuse my client, I don't care why you can't get it, then you got to send the guy home.
Yeah, they had a grand jury done before the preliminary hearing. There was
It was only.
never given a chance.
I'm sorry. You're listen. They have 14 to 21 days. The grand jury didn't get seated for 5 months.
Yeah, but Bill Thompson could have seated that grand jury the following day.
Yeah, but it doesn't always work that fast. I'm telling you. The preliminary.
It's a game of chess for them for sure. And
Yeah,
he's gonna
but
do
she should
whatever
have
he
fought
could.
for that, and she should never have dropped his right to a speedy trial. Look at the evidence they have to support the guy's guilt. That's zero. Today, it's
I don't disagree. I just
right?
think it's an uphill battle when the DA is still telling her over a year later that the FBI won't give him the evidence. So how could he then give her the evidence? That's a violation of so many constitutional rights. It's a whole different equation.
Yeah, it is. But I honestly
it wasn't
think
a lie, though. That's the thing. It wasn't a lie. He was telling the truth. Now we figure.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not saying that Muppet was lying. I'm just saying it's so ridiculous to even imply that that's how the process works.
That's why I say this case literally set that precedent for that to occur in, like I state with the healthcare guy, with the Trump guy, Luigi Mangione. Everything since has had some kind of Fed intervention and evidence that kept shit from the discovery.
Yeah, the feds are hiding Tyler Robinson's defense. They're hiding a number of shit from his defense.
Yeah.
It's amazing with that one that the conspiracy theories started before the lapel on Kirk's shirt went down. I mean, instantly you had everybody like this and that, And here's the thing about this case. Everybody fucking hates this case, right? Am I right or wrong? But the thing is you have a kind of steady rhythm with this case, whereas you have like the David trial, that rapper guy. That thing is just flying through the system. Also as well with the one you talked about with Kirk. You know what I mean? It's almost impossible. Like with who was the lady that got kidnapped or whatever. It's almost impossible to keep up with the rhetoric. It comes out so fast. Am I making a point?
Yeah, and they had 5 months. My recommendation to anybody, if you ever get charged with a crime, you demand the preliminary hearing. You do not waive it, which happens in 99% of the cases. The lawyer waives the preliminary hearing, and that's just a huge error. It's a big misstep because that really will lay the groundwork for where the case goes. And a lot of times you're going to find an unprepared prosecutor that has to scramble. And they may not be able to do that. That means then you would release the client. Doesn't mean they couldn't charge him again. But that's a black eye for the prosecution. So she made a huge error, in my opinion, by not sticking to the law and offering to waive the preliminary hearing or postpone it. Is what they did.
A lot of people have asked the question, what would have happened had they not waived their right to a speedy trial?
They'd have been in trouble. They wouldn't have had evidence. They wouldn't have had evidence no more than they would have had it at the pretrial hearing, or the preliminary hearing. That's the key. That's where you can really beat the prosecution up, is at that pretrial. And on a serious crime like this, the chances that he's going to be prepared to lay out a course of evidence that's going to secure his keep maintaining incarceration is going to be slim. This is a massive quadruple homicide, for God's sakes. And we know the evidence. It's blurry videos, this, blurry that. And my theory that the kid turned the phone off. It's ridiculous. So I think this would have changed the whole nature of this case.
Well, when they presented that whole he turned the phone off bullshit, it wasn't my opinion then. It came out later that was his opinion, right?
Right. And the affidavit, the PCA.
Right.
It's been my opinion that criminals, when committing a crime, will leave their phone home or turn it off. For a kid that's a PhD student, a teacher assistant, and never been a criminal, how do you use that standard against somebody like that? Use it against me. I'm a convicted felon. But you can't use it against. You're not supposed to be able to do that with a normal American citizen. It's just unheard of. That's why John DeLorean got unconvicted. The FBI entrapped him with that drug deal. If you were to entrap me with a drug deal, the entrapment would be legal. But somebody that has no convictions of criminal activity or drug activity, and you entrap them, you can't do that. You're committing the crime, not the citizen.
And that doesn't seem to matter, and there's no repercussions.
Most Americans don't know, and nobody argues against those little points. But those points are really the turning case in prosecutions.
But evidence in the legal process has never been part of anything about this. I mean, the FBI still maintains
not one bit.
The prosecution still maintains a December 19th date, but the files show at least a December 15th date of 2022.
Here's the funny thing.
They were following Kohberger.
My father was arrested for racketeering. Okay. And he had put cameras in his club because the cops were coming in to jack him up for money. Now, he did have an after-hours club, a gambling club. There's no question about that. But he didn't bribe the police as was accused. He had the police trying to jack him for money. And other clubs were also hit. These other guys had serious felonies over their life. My father never had any. So he stuck and played the game the way it's supposed to be played. And in the end, what they found out was that cops did indeed entrap. And even the defendants that pled guilty were brought back in and the charges were dismissed and their records were wiped. But when they took my father in that courtroom and tried to put him on the stand or put him in jail for bribery. So that's what I'm so animate about the process. If you follow the way the process was written out by the founders, even guilty people have a high level of winning and success, because that process is a bar that's higher than what most people think it is. It's not just because the DA accused you that means you got to sit in jail. The bar is much higher than that for the prosecutor at that moment in time. It's the highest it ever will be in your career.
I don't disagree. I'm descended from a number of the founders of this nation, and I'm one of the most ardent believers in the Constitution I've ever encountered. And I'll tell you right now that they argued constitutional violations, and the court wouldn't hear it. Yeah. So I mean, what do you do when the court won't hear your actual legally based constitutional rights violations argued in paper by Kohberger's defense, and they won't even hear it?
You take it to trial, and then you let the court follow what they hear.
But if they won't hear that, what hearing would they hear?
Well, the accusation, you would take the accusation and fight it at trial and see how it pans out. And then the arguments that you just made, either if you're found guilty, then the arguments you just made are appellate issues, right? And so the process.
I don't disagree. I'm just saying they made those arguments. What do you do when the court won't even make a ruling on your motion?
Well, in this situation with Kohberger, if they deny the motion or won't rule on it, you still push ahead, and you take it in front of a jury. You don't stop. You just don't stop. That's the police system, and I don't know what prompted this kid. Even if he did it, it would be more important if he did it to not have taken the plea, because this case is so weak and so bad, right? So he had all the upside in the world to take it to a trial. I don't know what prompted
we assume we had all the upside. Again, there's a lot of chess going on behind the scenes, obviously, between the Thompson's actions and what he's willing to do to violate shit. Laws, processes, everything, rights. But I do suspect Bill Thompson pulled out his usual playbook, and that was to charge the family members of the accused, which is what he's done in all of his previous capital murder cases, including the case against Dale Shackelford. When he didn't get two people to testify, he charged them for being accessories after the fact, and then charged two more. When they didn't do it, he charged another until it finally folded. So maybe Kohberger didn't want his parents and his sisters charged until one of them was going to finally fold and testify against him because they're facing felony time thanks to Bill Thompson's methods of prosecution.
Yeah, I think they had a target with the father, to be honest with you, with the argument they
That's
made
a
about
great
DNA.
possibility.
The same week they do the plea is the same week that they released that he calls his parents at 6 a.m. on that Sunday morning on the 13th.
Right.
It's not; these aren't by coincidence.
No. And the picture of his thumbs up is one of 3,000 images like that he'd been sending to his family for God knows how long. But they never told anybody that, right?
No, that becomes the evidence. And once
No,
again,
that's his victory speech right there. His thumbs up. That's his victory sign.
right.
Sick
It's
bastard.
it goes back to the lack of evidence. Is the evidence in Cellbrite, in the car? Just like Twist said. And here's the thing: a lot of people are like, "Oh, how long are you guys going to focus on this case?" In this case, how long have people been focusing on the JFK thing? You know what I mean?
This case has a lot of legal issues that are blatant, and they're not blatant to people that don't really care about the uniqueness of this nation and its judicial system. The judicial system will work. Sometimes you got to smack it around and fight with it, or sometimes you just got to ride it to the end. But if you don't take that attitude and do those things, then you're going to end up in prison in a plea deal. Good luck. The system can self-correct, no matter how bad Hitler is. The facts will speak for themselves, and judges will listen to them. Maybe not Hitler, but maybe the first appellate judge will.
I like it. Okay, well, this video definitely has got us talking. Let's continue on with it. Try to get the 88 minutes down to 77 here.
Sure. And you talked about writing the 2 warrants.
We're doing this whole video. Oh goodness
We're
gracious!
talking
I
about
better get some
2 warrants
burgers
that
in me.
relate to Brian Kohberger. There were a lot of other warrants. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want to be really clear on that.
Chair now recognizes himself for an opening statement. 8 days ago, on July 4th, in the Western District of Louisiana, the court found that the federal government suppressed Americans' First Amendment free speech rights. In his conclusion on page 154, the court said this, the judge said this: plaintiffs are likely to succeed on the merits in establishing that the government has used its power to silence the opposition. Opposition to COVID-19 vaccines, opposition to COVID-19 masking and lockdowns, opposition to the lab leak theory of COVID-19, opposition to the validity of the 2020 election, opposition to President Biden's policies, statements that the Hunter Biden laptop was true, and opposition to policies of the government officials in power. All were suppressed. It is quite telling that each example or category of suppressed speech was conservative in nature. The court further writes, the United States government seems to have assumed a role similar to an Orwellian ministry of truth.
It's hard to see, isn't it? What I want to know is what you relied on to get that first one that talks about WSU and the cameras of WSU. Where'd you get that?
Yes, ma'am. So Special Agent Rob Hilley with the FBI was also co-located with us. He was tasked with analyzing that video from WSU and the surrounding area. So it was a conversation between he and I, pointing out areas of locations where the car was likely seen on surveillance footage. And that's what I relied on to create that map.
So you created that map how?
Through PowerPoint, I believe, and memory serves.
You say
what you got, sir?
It's a fantastic PowerPoint. It's fabulous.
The Maori report?
Oh, don't get me started on the Maori report.
No, I'm saying the idea that he calls the vehicle likely. It's likely Brian Kohberger. It's likely I banged your wife yesterday. Okay.
The subjective language in this case is 100% the case, because they've never cited anything directly, and nobody's guilty of saying the right thing.
I want to point something out that I'm going to jump to. When you saw Jim Jordan say what he said, what a lot of people don't realize is that that's his role. That's his role, to point out the outrage that's never going to be held to account. They talk and they talk, and they got these narratives. One side does the crime, the other side shows you how outrageous it is, and nobody gets held to account. This isn't an accident. This is intentional. The Orwellian behavior of the government isn't one party. It's both. And that's why you see Trump going around the country kicking all these rhinos out. These people are as guilty as Hillary Clinton. That all these ones that are coming out and going after the FBI director, not a single one of these people are ever held to account. But you and I sit around furious at the abuses that they heap across our plate. You can't go see your dying grandmother. You can't. You got to wear a mask. And all those egregious things, right? And what do the Republicans really do? They keep you outraged. They solve no problems, and the shit just continues to perpetuate. Thank God they put the orange guy in there.
Listen, Tart, I appreciate you hanging with it me so long tonight. It's been great. I hope you'll join us again. Can I get you for another 5-10 minutes in this video?
Yeah.
Hang out. I appreciate
Yep.
Jim's gonna come up and jump in too. But I want to get a little bit further. So here we go.
Make your work on that.
Yeah, ma'am.
Let's go to the next map. That one would appear to be a trail or a path from south of Moscow back towards Lewiston or back towards Poland. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get that now?
Same thing. It was just created using open source satellite imagery and I think it was PowerPoint.
Did you create that?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get the information to draw that trail?
So that was used from the cell phone records referred to me by Special Agent Balance on his interpretation of possible places where someone could have driven between the location that starts there and then back to Poland.
So you did this on some open source mapping, not anything from Mick Balance creating a visual for you?
No, ma'am. I did view a draft report from Special Agent Balance to help me conceptualize this, but it did not look like this map.
Where's that draft report?
It is, best of my knowledge, it's already been provided to the prosecutor's office through the FBI channels.
Is this the lengthy past draft report or is it a different draft report?
Well, it would have to be the draft cash report. That's the only cash report I'm aware of from Special Agent Balance.
Specific to the FBI, the court said this: the FBI's failure to alert social media companies that the Biden laptop story was real and not Russian disinformation is particularly troubling. The FBI had the laptop in their possession since December 2019 and had warned social media companies repeatedly to look out for, quote, hack and dump operation by the Russians prior to the 2020 election. Even after Facebook specifically asked whether the laptop story was Russian disinformation, the FBI refused to comment, resulting in social media companies' suppression of this story. And as a result, millions of our fellow citizens did not hear the story prior to the November 3rd, 2020 election.
May is the first one. And was there anything else from AT&T that you saw or relied on to get the second one off the ground?
No, ma'am.
And in the first AT&T search warrant, are you aware that part of the request was for timing advance reports?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, that also appears in your second search warrant request, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And not only do you ask for the timing advance reports from AT&T, you asked for them from several other companies, correct? Verizon's version of it, T-Mobile's version of this kind of timing advance report. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When was the first time you saw AT&T's timing advance report?
I do not recall when I first saw it.
Where is it?
To the best of my knowledge, all that information from those returns has been provided to the prosecutor's office.
If I tell you I don't have a timing advance report or any from the other phone companies, where do I look for them?
I would direct you back to the prosecutor's office. Everything that Moscow PD received in that realm, we have turned over to my knowledge.
But you know you've seen this report, is that right?
I do not recall if I've seen the timing advance reports. I'd have to see what it even looked like to know if I've seen it.
Do you know what it is?
Not particularly. I'm no expert.
Okay. You wrote the search warrant, though, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, how did you get the language for that if you don't know what this is?
So there's no secret that I rely heavily on people who are very highly educated in these topic areas to write the search warrant. So that language was likely conveyed to me through people who know much more than myself about cell phone data.
Who are those people?
Like I said, FBI Agent Balance and Detective Mallory were probably my two main points of contact for helping me with that language.
During the course of your investigation and work on the case that became the case that we're here for now, did you communicate with Agent Balance by email?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you communicate with other FBI agents by email?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that relate to the investigation of the scene and later the investigation of Brian Koberger?
Certainly, yes, ma'am.
Were those communications that assisted you in preparing affidavits and search warrants to carry out your duties in the case?
I do not recall.
But you recall the emails themselves?
I recall sending emails to FBI agents, yes, but specific stuff.
And receiving them?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are those emails now?
All emails that Moscow PD is aware of have been turned over to the prosecutor's office.
If I can have just a minute?
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for now, but I think you have a couple of exhibits on that front end. If you don't need them for us, maybe I'll take them back.
The FBI was included in industry meetings bilateral meetings, received and forwarded alleged misinformation to social media companies, and actually misled companies in regard to the laptop story. When the court says the FBI misled, that's a nice way of saying they lied. They lied, and as a result, important information was kept from we the people days before the most important election we have, election of President of the United States, election of the Commander-in-Chief. In a survey last fall, 4 out of 5 Americans said they believe there's a 2-tiered system of justice in America today. They said that because there is. They said that because of what they've witnessed. Think about what Americans have seen. National School Board Association, left-wing political group, writes the White House and asks them to treat parents at school board meetings as terrorists. And the Garland Justice Department does just that. They put together a memo, set up a dedicated line of threat communication, a snitch line on parents. As a result, parents get investigated by our FBI, get a threat tag associated with their name, 25 of them, because whistleblowers came and told us we're investigated by the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Other investigators tell you they're applying for warrants?
Absolutely.
And is that what you did?
Yes, ma'am.
And is what you relied upon detailed in your probable cause affidavit?
Yes.
Now, talking about the timing advance records, are you aware that AT&T didn't provide timing advance records in December of 2022?
I do not remember.
Are you aware that they did not start providing those records until May of 2023? Objection, Layton. Cross-examination.
It is overruled. Go ahead.
I'll re-ask. Are you aware that AT&T did not start providing those records until May of 2023?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Thanks. Let's start there. May of 2023. Do you have timing advance records now for May of 2023?
I would have to direct you to Detective Mallory to answer that question.
Okay. Did you write a new warrant for them in May of 2023?
I do not recall.
If you included them in 2 separate warrants in December of 2022, but they didn't provide them, why would you do that?
With the language that was suggested to me to write the affidavit. So
Language suggested by an FBI agent who's an expert in the field?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. And do you know if he saw the timing advance reports?
I do not know.
All right.
What's his name?
Americans have seen the FBI's Richmond field office put together a memorandum saying,
all right, let me let you off the hook, Sarge. I know you're wearing down it like as we all. How you hanging in there, JJ? Still with us, brother? JJ has gone.
He's somewhere off in his big beautiful balloon. Well, listen, everybody in the chat room, you're awesome. JJ, you're getting there. And Kane, boy, oh boy, we got to sort you on those electronic buttons and switches and clicks on the mouse there. But otherwise,
we worked it out in the end, though, didn't we?
Thank you for having me.
Hey, appreciate it, Sarge. You have a great night. We'll look forward to seeing you on the next one.
Me.
Yeah, let me get rid of you. Let me boot you myself here. That's the end of Sarge. He's gone. He's been kicked off. I could ban him from the studio. I didn't even know that. All right, we will have banned from the studio. That's hilarious. Oh, wait, I'm almost banned JJ here. All right, Sarge gone, and thank you everybody for being here. For God's sake, hit the like button. Would you? At least it's free. It's not going to cost a damn thing. We had Sarge for almost a full 5 hours. Pretty amazing takes from him tonight. A really refreshing attitude. I'm surprised we haven't seen Stoner Podcast. I guess she wore herself out on her live. I was looking forward to having her also as well. It looks like we're going to have Jen join us soon here also as well. That's going to be always good times with her. We got Leia Story representing from the Dago Sauce chapter over there of the Purge and also of the Typically Unique show, which is also another variation of the Purge, as you well know. All right, so yeah, make sure you hit the like button. I appreciate it. We're going to keep on this video going. It sucked me in. Lucy has done it again with her mad potato skills. Let's get back on it, my friends. Thank you for being here.
pro-life Catholics are extremists. They've seen 20 FBI agents, SWAT team members, show up at the home of Mark Houck and arrest him in front of his wife and 7 children, even though he had indicated he'd be happy to turn himself in. And what was he arrested for? Him and his 12-year-old son were praying outside an abortion facility. Some guy starts screaming in his son's face, and he did what frankly any dad would do, defended his child.
Now, those first and second AT&T warrants were how many hours from receiving the return on the first one until the second one was given to Judge Marshall at 4:45?
I do not remember.
Not very many hours, though. Would that be fair?
Likely not.
What's interesting is the National School Board Association apologized for the letter, but the Attorney General refuses to rescind his directive. The FBI did rescind, thank goodness, the Richmond Catholic Memorandum, but they refuse to tell Congress who wrote it and who approved it. And Mr. Houck, when he got his day in court, he was acquitted by a jury of his peers.
Do you have a sense as to whether these records matter to us and what we're doing to defend Mr. Kohberger?
Given the timing of these records, from what I can tell in the emails that were produced by Detective Mallory, these records were generated on the 23rd of December. It's when everything started with probable cause statements. If I had to pick a time when the wheels fell off the wagon, that's the date. There are statements and there's assumptions made in the records that will never be supported by the data. There's a lot of claims that are said in these emails, and even the name files of the records are problematic. It does not represent what it's claimed to represent.
Sounds like those might be pretty important to us defending Mr. Kohberger.
I could give examples, but I know it's a very technical thing, so I'm not, it could be extremely impactful to either side. I'm not saying just in defending Mr. Kohberger, it could be extremely impactful in prosecuting Mr. Kohberger. The problem's the problem, not what the data helps or hurts.
American speech is censored. Parents are called terrorists. Catholics are called radicals. And I haven't even talked about the spying that took place of a presidential campaign or the raiding of a former president's home. But maybe what's more frightening is what happens if you come forward and tell Congress. If you're a whistleblower, come tell the legislature, come tell the Congress what's going on. Look out. You will be retaliated against. Ask Garrett O'Boyle, who told Congress about these issues. Took his clearance, they took his pay, they took his kids' clothes. Ask Gary Shapley, 14-year veteran at the IRS, handled some of the biggest international tax fraud cases at the agency. He comes forward, and the Justice Department kicks him off the case. But here's what's truly unbelievable. Here's what's amazing. With all that history, with all that, the Justice Department and the FBI want the taxpayers they censored, the parents they labeled, the pro-life Catholics they called radical. They want them to pay for a new FBI headquarters. And they want FISA reauthorization of the 702 program in its current form. It's in the director's opening statement. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. There are 204,000 reasons why Republicans will oppose FISA reauthorization in its current form. 204,000 times the FBI improperly searched the 702 database. And unlike the FBI censorship in the court's opinion that was focused on conservatives, the FBI's illegal scrutiny wasn't just limited to conservatives. BLM supporters were illegally scrutinized by the FBI as well. And I hope our Democrat friends will join us in opposing reauthorization of Section 702 the way it's currently done. And I think they will. And I hope they will work with us in the appropriations process to stop the weaponization of the government against the American people and end this double standard that exists now in our justice system. That I yield to the gentleman from New York for an opening statement.
Desperate to find out the timeline in this case and when the state knew what and when. There's no question that motions to suppress are coming. Motions to suppress are coming on warrants. And whether or not those motions to suppress are based on Frank's material because misrepresentations are made depends on the timeline. So if there's a representation made in a warrant that things happened in a certain way, if we are able to look at the timeline and say, we know that the state knew this when, that gives us an answer on whether or not the suppression issue includes a truthful statement in the affidavit. And if I'm not making sense, I want you to tell me to clarify that. But we need to know the timeline of all of the evidence in this case and when the state knew what it knew, or why certain things were being looked at before Mr. Kohberger's arrest or well into late in the year in 2023 related to the victims, and try to piece together, is that something that the state is still seeking because they're pursuing the alternate suspects that exist in this case? There's so many things that we're trying to understand. So what we're asking you to do is enter an order compelling them to produce the subpoenas. You see that they had at least two in their possession that they possess, and it will clarify it for us.
Nicholas Balance as well.
Yes, ma'am.
What was the distance that you had in proximity to him?
He sat in the same
lab that I did.
And so was that a cubicle setting? Can you describe the setting?
It's a secured forensic lab. It has a door.
And then inside, is it open? Were you in separate offices?
It's a single room.
Single room. And so you were literally in the same room with Agent Balance?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that for the entire time that he was co-located there?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you aware of his ability to have access to AT&T records without a warrant?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, item 2B in our fourth motion to compel is item 224. That's the CAS biz log. And this one is rough. The court heard last week Detective Mallory say, I don't have any of those, except I found these other items that we'll give you now, which were not Mallory's CAS biz logs. The hard part for us about this one, Judge, and I have to make a record.
Sorry, I had to, you got to see Judge.
I think you can order them to double check, and I'm going to ask you to order them to double check. But the hard part of this for me is that on January 9th, we asked for these CAS biz logs. And the response was from the state was CAS biz does not produce logs. And that's just not true. It does. It's capable. It produces logs. You heard that in the testimony. Then we filed our motion to compel and explained we have an expert, produces logs. We're going to bring them. And the response was the working files were not saved. We received that response on April 23rd.
Are you shutting down, Jade? You taking off on me?
I got a burger appointment here, sir. I'm going to sleep.
Fair enough. All right. Well, I'm gonna keep rolling with this for a little bit longer. See if Jen jumps up. I don't know if she slipped and hit her head in a crack pipe or what happened, but hopefully she'll be here any minute. Try to make it at least halfway through this. I'm at 30 minutes, so
good purging.
I appreciate you being here after your show. It's definitely sus that you're leaving, but we'll look into that after you're gone.
Well, I'm gonna need a burger before I go to sleep, so I got to go. Good purging.
Get to burger and I'm gonna keep on rolling. We'll see you probably tomorrow. Will be the next purge or the next day, but probably tomorrow. So be ready for that. Good times. All right. Bye bye.
2024, and then on May 10th, we got a little bit more explanation about default settings were used and optional session files were not uploaded. This is really, really difficult because of the varying answers that we've received. The court heard testimony from Mr. Ray about how important these logs are to know what was done. This is really challenging. We can't recreate what Detective Mallory, who testified before the grand jury, did, unless the court orders that we get the tower list he used and we have the CAS Biz program. And quite frankly, that's what we want. We need to see how this work was done. This is important work. I'll tell you the other thing that's really troubling and frustrating, aside from the other files that we received in preparation for motion to compel, is these screenshots that we got for the first time last week when we're on a motion to compel and have a witness before the court. We didn't have those screenshots that Detective Mallory had created before. The only thing we had was Exhibit 48 that was given to the grand jury, which is a video that was handed over then. So this is really problematic to be told these varying things and then have something else produced on the day of testimony. We are going to request that for order that we have the tower list used by Detective Mallory and access to the CAS Biz program so our expert, Mr. Cy Ray, can go through and see what Detective Mallory did. That it's imperative that we be allowed to do that. That's the only way to recreate what Detective Mallory did.
It seems to me he did acknowledge that he just went back and provided this a day or 2 days before he testified that he found this additional information. So I'm thinking that the state got that information and had provided that to you. Now, we also heard a lot of the quotes missing pieces today, which I'm guessing that FBI, Mr. Balance, and Detective Mallory are going to go back through that and see if there's something else. At this point, I'm assuming that some things may have fallen through the cracks. I mean, it is very complicated. There was a lot going on. We have some time before a trial. I just hope that everybody goes through their computers or their files or whatever they're going through so that it's complete. So what I've been watching over the last 2 months is that there have been supplemental responses to the defense. So things were coming in, they were waiting for information to come in so that they could provide that to you. So that's why I don't want to go backwards either. I just want to make sure that we are addressing what you don't have and what actually you're entitled to. So that's the tower list. I mean, I don't know anything about tower lists, so I'm learning about that. I don't know that Detective Mallory addressed that, really, unless I missed that.
Your Honor, I believe he testified last week that he used the power list that was contained in the AT&T record that he received. You heard today that that doesn't exist. And you heard today that the tower list was something different that he used. And that tower list had once that was entered, there was a selection on the program to do tower density as well. Like
I said, it's confusing.
It is. It definitely is.
We'll keep going.
Okay, thank you.
You want the tower list?
Yes, I think I'm getting there, but I definitely want that. I want the one that Mallory used to do his CAS biz work back in May of last year. That's the one I really want right now, at least at this juncture in the documents right now. I do want to clear up though, when we talk about what Detective Mallory found last week when he was preparing to testify, those are emails between him and Nick Balance. Those are JSON files from Nick Balance to Detective Mallory. None of those things that he found, other than screenshots, like the exhibit that you have of his map with the different sized towers depicted, other than those screenshots, the other things he had came from Nick Balance. Those were not his logs that he found. Those were not his towers that he found. Just to be sure that those are still missing to the extent they exist. We can't recreate what he did without the list and program.
Even if the person that made the statement on the team knows that that statement going into the affidavit, the group affidavit, if you will, or the group statement is going to ultimately make its way to the magistrate?
I'll concede I think there's an issue there, but that's not what happened.
Moving on. Thank you. Moving on then, Your Honor, is item 226. That's called the Hemisphere Program, also known as a timing advance.
Protecting the program. All requesters are instructed to never refer to Hemisphere in any official document. If there is no alternative to referencing a Hemisphere request, then the results should be referenced as information obtained from an AT&T subpoena.
Your Honor, this is one of the troubling areas again. The first response was that the records.
What is Hemisphere? Thank you for putting this, Lizzie, because the Hemisphere Project is a law enforcement sensitive subpoena compliance program.
Do not exist. They're
funded by blah, blah, blah. The linchpin of the program is telecom proprietary database that contains calls that detail records available in near real-time basis. Experienced Hemisphere analysts are able to use the current and innovative tools that aid law enforcement in interpreting, disseminating, and analyzing phone records. An administrative subpoena is all that is needed to obtain Hemisphere results and work product. This is one of the things that they're keeping from us, guys. They don't even want discussed in an open court of law. So chew on that big piece of chunky fat.
Letters exchanged between the state and us asking for more information. In one of the letters from the prosecutor, we were told that this program was not used in Brian Koberger's case. And then we filed a motion to compel.
Turn off my camera.
And we were told that the state was not in possession of the timing records. And then the next supplemental response in May of this year, just a couple of weeks ago, was to tell us that there's some new certified records from AT&T that were looking at. I don't know what those are.
Jen, you made it. What's going on, girl? Hi.
Why do you sound like a robot? Is it this name?
Do I sound like a robot? Oh, maybe yeah. When you came in, maybe it changed something. Let's take a look at the thing here. Hold on. Do I sound like a robot, guys? God. Yeah, it sounds like you're breaking up. How are you doing, by the way?
Is it just
I don't know, my computer's retarded.
Cancellation. Check your settings real quick for me, Jen. See what's going on over there. Sometimes it just works itself out. Yeah, I mean, you asked for StreamYard and you got it, so.
Okay, hold on. Okay, try again.
Is that better, guys? Let's let the audience decide here. Because we might be hearing a problem that they don't even hear. Hold on, let me see here. Hold on. It's always something, right? Okay, there it is. Automatically adjust mic volume.
For real.
That was the problem. And okay, hopefully now we'll be able to hear you.
It might just be my stupid computer.
It might be your mic.
You want me just to call you since?
No. I want you
want me to just call you since it's just us. It won't.
Oh. No, you're fine.
It's just
it'll
probably
work
my
out.
computer. Okay.
Is it really?
I could deal with it. You just sound like a robot. Yeah.
I sound like. Do I sound like a robot, folks? I don't know. Give me a thumbs up if we're okay.
It's just me. It's my computer.
Yeah, it might be your headphones or something. It sounds like you're talking really fast.
Maybe I
like
should
you're sped up or something.
Headphones. Hold on. Let me get.
Latina is back. Welcome
my
back,
headphones.
Latina. Good to see you. So what do you want to go ahead and do the phone thing here? And I'm gonna get Scully up here also as well. Because then you wouldn't be able to hear Scully once he's up here. So, but yeah, I wanted to talk to you specifically. I haven't seen you for a while. So how are you doing?
Yeah, it's been a while. Wow.
Definitely.
Anne totally dropped the ball with this.
You think so?
That hearing, she got Kane. She got him to perjure himself multiple times, but she didn't confront him about it. She didn't point it out. And the cell phone stuff is very confusing unless.
That's what Sarge
really wrap your head
was
around it.
saying on a lot of that stuff. She wasn't doing enough follow-up. Where he was able, Balance was able to guide the conversation away from whatever the topic was, where it was, on the cast biz. He never answered the question, and she let him go on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There he is. Are you a caveman, sir?
I need a shave.
If you watch or listen to Balance's testimony in the Daybell case, for example, it's like night and day. It's they didn't even try. They know what they're doing. They're the FBI. They know what they're doing, but they didn't even half-ass it. They less than quarter-assed it. It's ridiculous when you really compare the two. It's so obvious that they just didn't even try.
Well, do you remember Balance's interrogation in the what the Jennifer Reed case or whatever? Wendy Reed, what was her name? It was like a night and day sort of thing. I don't know if you're allowed to vape on here either, Scully.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. Just do it off camera, bro. Anything with that, we've had a pretty good success rate on keeping my thing.
Okay, bad. You're not trying to get
I'm not getting weird on you or nothing.
Bitch, you smoke on camera all the time.
Yeah, but not tonight. I'm cleaning up my act, sir.
Okay, bad. All right, bad.
Yeah, I think a lot of people definitely agree with you, Jen, as far as she dropped the ball. But then again, look at what she's up against. Like I say, when you're facing a loaded gun, what's the difference?
She did just enough to make it to look like she did her job on the record. That's all she cared about. It was, if you really pay attention and read the footnotes and see what Hitler's saying to her, he was right so many times about she dropped the ball. She would give him, she wouldn't submit the right exhibit, or she would not even submit the exhibit at all, or reference the wrong another case or whatever. I don't know the technical.
Is it so much dropping the ball as it is choosing your battle?
Intentional.
You know what I'm saying? Because it's like how many
it is
times...
intentional incompetence. It's definitely intentional. No one, like, listen, if I can figure it out, someone who went to school for law can figure it out. Like, I'm not a lawyer. So.
Yeah, she only did enough for the record, honestly. And then at the end of the day, it's a win for her because technically she kind of did her job, and technically she got him off the death penalty. And for her, at the end of the day, that's a fucking win regardless, right?
Right, technically, sure.
Yeah, exactly.
And honestly, like, to me, the fact that she hasn't said shit. Like, I would have, like, at least we should have gotten an apology or something. She should have at least addressed it to the public and should have been like, you know what, you guys, I was vouching for my client. I honestly believe he was innocent up until he decided to plead guilty. I was willing to risk my reputation because I fucking believe my client, but we haven't heard anything from her.
Hello.
Yeah.
What do you think, Jen?
Okay, I got my phones. Hello.
Yep. We hear you.
Okay.
Well,
so she even said it a bunch of times. And she was like, "Oh, I want to make a good record for Mr. Kohlberger." She said it herself, and I feel like she intentionally gained, putting her arm on his shoulder and saying, "He's innocent. He's innocent." She gained his trust.
Yeah, I mean, she did literally say that, right?
Right. So it's like, okay, bitch, did you lie? Or like, because that's a big deal. Like, lawyers don't have to say that. They can say the evidence is bullshit,
Yeah,
whatever. They don't like for a attorney to say my client is innocent multiple times on the record or in front of a judge who you're not supposed to lie to. It's a big deal. So it's like, okay, well, like, what? Like, I don't know. This case,
Can you get closer to the mic a little bit? I cranked you up to 200. Let's see. I got
maybe. Let me take my.
Sound better now.
Let me take my headphones out.
It sounds way better.
No, it's fine. I boosted you up, and I'm still a little short.
Are you on your phone?
It's because no,
she's on her
my
computer.
laptop.
Her computer's all kind of.
Oh, okay. You're not charging it?
It was on the bed. No, it was on the bed though, so it was like the speaker was muffled, I guess.
Okay, yeah, because you sound perfect now. You sound so clear now.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
I just picked it. I have the laptop at like an angle right now, so it's good.
Yeah, we just need you a little louder is all it was. Thanks.
Yeah, so even if you go back and like you listen to Cyray's testimony, like for example, like he was saying some things about like the maps that get generated by the software, the CAS software or whatever it's called.
CASBiz.
And yeah, like he was saying, if I remember correctly, something about like the arrows or something on the map. Like basically Mary tried to say like, oh no, I just, use open source like Google Maps or whatever. That's not true. Because if you listen to Cyray, if I'm remembering correctly, it could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he said something about, he specifically mentioned something on those maps that like could only be generated if you did go into CASViz. Or something like that. If we go back,
the logs. You're talking about the logs. They were claiming that there was no logs that keep track or like metadata of whatever bullshit they're doing with the maps or software. They were claiming that the application doesn't keep a log, but
that too. Also, when he said something about changing the time, like that always stood out to me because I'm like, okay, like. First of all, when was daylight savings time? Like, do you know what I'm saying? I feel like that's kind of relevant in this case. I don't know why. It's always stood out to me because you have the time when fallback went
2 weeks
back.
prior. 2 weeks prior.
Not
they
even.
changed the time.
I think well, it was like the 6th of November. I think the time changed, and then I don't know when it changed in March. But like, I feel like, I don't know, I just don't trust anything. And I feel like if it's that easy for him to go in and manipulate the time settings, like it should just be automatic. And also, I remember them saying something about there being like 3 cell towers in 2023, but there was only 2, I think, in 2022 or
I think
something.
the third cell tower is for emergency communications only.
I feel like that's the one. There's cell tower, like, I don't know, those little like flat little whatever they're called, on the water tower, the UI water tower, and like in some of like news footage from like the very beginning, there's none on the tower, and then other times you see, I don't know what they're called. Like they're like these flat, like, I don't know, like looks like a solar panel, but it's not. But they have them on the water tower, and I'm like, okay, like, did they just add those? Like, I don't understand. I don't know. This whole thing is very hard to like really understand, but like I understand enough bits and pieces to know it's bullshit.
Do you want to hear something really crazy, Jen? Here, I'm a little bit louder than you guys. Let me turn myself down a little bit. I did a lot. Where'd it go? Somebody night before last did a thing, and they were talking about the telephone pole and how they thought that there was a camera on top of that telephone pole behind 1122.
You know how I feel about that pole. Okay.
Absolutely. I totally brought the whole thing up.
And okay, going back and looking at like the floor plan or the construction, whatever plans, when this back in like, I want to say, I don't know, it was a long time ago. This is when Perky owned the house. They're very hard to find, but I found them. I've showed them to you. You've seen them. There's like missing space in like almost like in between the walls, right? I'm gonna sound crazy right now, but just hear me out. You know that I can't really wrap my head around it yet, but it's something. I feel like there's like extra space, like, I don't know. Like, you ever see those what do they call it, frogging movies where like people like hide out in people's houses and like they don't even know? We already know that there's a basement, right? That they don't want to acknowledge publicly. Like, it's not on any like realtor.com or anything, but there's a basement, 100%. I just feel like there's all this empty space like between Xana's, that little like cutout in Kaylee's room, like, and then you have like the whole attic on the 3rd floor. Like, I don't know. I feel like if you really look at the floor plans and like those people that did those 3D like videos or whatever, there's missing square footage on the construction documents, and there's like missing space, and like then I saw that one picture of the 1st floor bathroom, right, where you have like a window cut out with like some like mosaic picture with like fish.
Yes,
and it's like fish in a fishbowl,
bad construction.
and I'm like, holy
Absolutely.
shit, fish in a fishbowl, like being watched like a fish through a fishbowl. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. And that house, think about it. If they added that back part, right, where the kitchen and then the 3rd floor is, right? If that was added on, so like, are you really telling me the house originally was just that front part? No way. It's built into the hill. So like underneath that cement platform in the back, the house goes into the like the hill. So I feel like where that cutout with that art, that fishbowl thing is, that's like used to be a window that was the front of the house or something. I don't know. Am I making sense?
Well, I mean,
I thought they used to have a garage. If I'm not mistaken,
It
I'm not sure
did.
if Bubbly.
It did, and then they raised the driveway for some reason. Okay, like the house 1112, right? For example, if you look at their floor plans, the 1st floor, the back of it, how it backs up, like, from the front of the house, it looks, you can see both floors, 1st and 2nd. But if you're looking from like the driveway of 1122, you can really only see like the 2nd floor, of the house. There's windows that were basically buried when they added soil or whatever the hell they added to raise the driveway of 1122. You get what I'm saying? So like that whole neighborhood looked totally different. And it's just like there's like part of the house that is underground. I mean, it's basement and sub basement. I mean, I don't know how else to say it.
So
It's not
what
tunnels.
my question
It's
is
basement.
then at this point is what significance?
Because it's being
difference does that
hidden.
make?
Because it's being hidden. I think the reason all those houses are being bought and sold by the same entities is they're all historically they've all been hot potatoed within the Greek system. You know, regular Joe Schmo, they don't they don't own them. They just haven't for years. You know, over 50 years going back to when the houses were built. It's always been somebody that's supporting the Greek system. I think that I want to like I sometimes I really feel like these houses are like somehow connected. Like there was an easement, a document for like an easement between 1127, 1126, 1118, and 1112, like a 20-foot easement for like a water line. I'm like, we need 20 feet over, under, and through. I don't know. Like there's just something physically on site that they're hiding. Otherwise, they would not have had it under 24/7 security.
That's another thing that's very that came up the other day is that they hired 24-hour security there to protect something. And somebody said, well, it's possible. Here's the thing. Remember the air vent that had the weird wood screws or whatever holding it in or whatever? Somebody's to me, here's the thing about that air vent on a second or third floor. You could have, like, say, a ledge behind that air vent that's easily accessible. But if somebody's coming up the path and you know they're storming your house, you could easily have like a little stick, push it over the edge, and it's lost in the HVAC system.
Wait, what?
And so now, here's what. Hold on, let me finish up with this.
Sorry.
Because what happens is now you have a large quantity of money or party favors or cotton candy, whatever it may be, hidden deep inside that house that nobody knows where it is or how to get to without tearing it apart. Hence the reason they may tear the house down and keep it protected until that's done. Does that make sense?
Yes. Are you talking about the one, like the Good Vibes, that one?
I'm not. I don't remember because somebody pulled up the picture and it had the original screws. Well, I'm talking about the one that had the weird screws. I do believe it was by the Good Vibes site.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, like even like that wall, if you look at it, like it's you have to pull up the plans that I sent you for it to make sense to everybody. But like the walls are like thick in certain places, and like there's where there should be like some kind of like HVAC vent or something, there's none. Like I had a friend of mine who knows about the, construction, that type of stuff, and he was even like there's just like things that a normal house has, like air ducts and like pipes and plumbing and stuff that like it was missing. Not everywhere. I'm saying there was.
I agree that house literally looks like it was built for a Hollywood movie.
Yeah.
In some places, it's just like a fascia of a wall,
Mm-hmm.
and then it's like nobody really cared about any kind of craftsmanship or quality. That's for damn sure. And so you have to kind of conjecture that's kind of the theme throughout the house. But it does seem like structures were built around some stuff,
Or like on top. Even like the fact that they knocked down all those trees back there, right? Like, why would they have to do that? Why would they want to? Like, people don't like it's a benefit to have, some kind of at least some trees and privacy in your backyard, and you don't want to just be open the way that it was.
Jen, let me ask you. I'm sorry to do this, but can you just try to get a little closer to the mic? And I hate to ask you.
Sorry.
Just so that, because I know how it is when you're watching, the dynamics can be like, oh, one person's loud and I can't hear the other person. So
all right, is this okay?
That's a lot better. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Anything you
Sorry.
do. I got me and Scully turned on. Scully, are you still there, buddy?
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm listening to what
Yeah.
she's saying because it's getting me thinking. What if the architecture of the landscape of the houses that used to be there was different, and then I wonder how long ago they might have sold those properties, knocked those houses down, and then they built the other houses for the school, like the apartments that are like right next door and stuff. Because like how I don't know if that's what she meant when she said the fishbowl of how the house, you can literally, everyone can see that fucking house. It's like smack in the center. You got a 360 view around that whole neighborhood of what goes down in that fucking house and the windows. Right. And when you see the body cam, when the police go inside, the fact that your peripheral vision is able to capture so much outside in front of the house to where Molly claims she only saw one person in the window is bullshit. You can see so much through that window. The fact that you can see so much, just even going upstairs past Dylan's room, looking down, it's so clear. And like, how can you sit there and say that you can't see blood or see certain things when you look at that body cam, dude? That's perfect views, even though the layout is weird. She can't sit there and act like she can't see shit. It doesn't make sense to me.
Nothing makes sense. But yeah, I would love, like, I'll send it to Kane again and he'll send it to you. But when you see the documents, I mean, the construction plans,
The floor plan, yeah.
You could see, and I don't know how to read them 100%, but like, there's like, it'll have like some kind of measurements and it'll say like living area, but like where it says that is like what should be just like the backyard, for example, or like the side of the house where that like kind of like mound of whatever bricks is, on the east side. There's just things that don't make sense. I mean, even logically, like if there wasn't some kind of solid structure under that concrete slab in the back, this is everything, all the snow melts, everything would go downhill, the erosion, that balcony would not be stable in any kind of way. I mean, just after one winter. So there's got to be something underneath that's solid that is holding it. There's a reason why they needed to build that retaining wall. It's like part of the old house is built into the hill, and they kind of like covered it with the soil and rocks and put that slab on it. And even if you look at the poles where the balcony, from Kaylee's room, usually you dig a hole, they stick the pole in, pour the concrete, and like it anchors it to the ground. The anchors for the balcony are above grade. They're above ground. And I think that's because of the portion of the house that is basically covered up. And why it's relevant is just because it's being hidden. And I think that's where they do their, like, I don't know, fraternity rituals and shit, maybe. I don't know.
Also as well, Jen, is the fact that a lot of the stuff, as far as hiding goes, is right there in plain sight. For instance, the pathways between like Jack D's house and 1122. And here's another coincidence. Oh, surprise. We've got footsteps coming and going from both of those directions in the fresh snow. And it did seem like at the time that this was of interest to the officers. What did we hear about that down the line? Zip, zilch, zero, nada.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And okay, so suddenly fresh footprints in the snow aren't important. We're not really even figuring out what kind of shoe it is, what size shoe it is, this and that. They seem to be going down a pathway that leads to, once again, of course, the frat,
I mean,
and people that go to school.
JD's house, all he would have to do is, like, the back of his house, if you look at the body cam where that one officer, I don't know his name, but he goes literally, I mean, good for him. He's the only one that I saw, like, really exploring the neighborhood. He was going and, like, climbing in the leaves and going behind, and you could see the way the house is set up. It's crazy. Like, the hill, someone could just go behind and, like, not even be on camera anywhere. They wouldn't even have to.
Right.
They could totally circumvent the entire.
Across the street, they could go under the balcony, 1112.
Yeah.
Cut through the backyard, and they're right there.
Boom.
That's
and
why
everything's
I say
rocks. So it's like they're not going to leave footprints.
Exactly, no trace.
And
Here's the
snow
thing. Yeah, but
yeah. No, sorry, I was gonna say the snow is weird too because I'm like, why is there like there's like this dusting of snow, but like there's none in the Banfield. Like it's like only back there. It's so weird.
It's very weird. And you know what else came up on the last live that I was hoping you would join us, was the documents that show that electric vehicle was never taken in an inventory, and as you said, it was never used before or after that night. And here, I don't know if you've seen the Bubbly Waters is videos of Teasdale and Rosenthal fucking with some other drunk people that night. Have you seen that yet?
You mean the one right before? Okay. You mean the stop they made? There's a girl and a guy. They're walking. If you remember
Yep,
that
the
one.
blonde girl, and then
Yeah.
she walks
Okay.
away drunk. Yep.
This is what I don't understand. How are they allowed to release that one unredacted? Right? You can see people's faces. The body cam they released from the guys that stole the sign. You can see their faces. They can't. They're not allowed to just pick and choose. You know, we feel like this. We're gonna be keep this person's privacy, but not this person. They can't do that. It's illegal. Like,
well, I mean,
fuck?
the redactions that they put in are beyond the scope of legality.
But they didn't redact anything.
Clearly meant to cover up, and they show that that's not normally done by showing that stuff that nobody watched. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Absolutely. They didn't even the Banfield, the one the JLR released, not the one that like mainstream media did, the one that JLR released. You can literally hear the guys give their phone numbers, their names, like everything. So,
did you ever see a bottle or a can of beer or whiskey in any of those kids' hands?
No, I mean,
so what the fucking decade?
I mean,
you know
listen.
What I'm saying?
They went against Police 101 in that stop. I mean, first of all, even an undercover car is going to have some sort of like a siren or like some kind of equipment. Like, are they supposed to just run after everyone they want to stop or like stick their head out the window and make sirens sound like, wee, wee? No, come on. like, I mean, hello.
Pull over, pull your ass over.
We see you.
That's hilarious.
So there's that, and then also like you got the one dude that like leaves his partner alone with 3 males that like could have weapons on them. You don't know, what I mean? Like,
yeah, I mean he could have totally gotten jumped right there, absolutely. But yeah, the proximity to the house at the time of the crime is very suspect as well. But here's the thing: I think that a lot of people have decided to go with is that that whole thing with suspect vehicle 1 was just to cover up that their house was right there in the area at the time of the election fraud.
Here's what I think. I think that they are being so shady and hiding so many things that it's hard for me to really believe the things that they did voluntarily and without any kind of kickback release. You know what I'm saying? They let the Banfield footage out. Like, oh yeah, sure, no problem. Like they had no issues releasing those videos. So that tells me they did it to help themselves. You get what I'm saying? They did it just to paint a narrative or to back their narrative up. They didn't do it just because, oh shit, we gotta comply with this freaking FOIA request. No. They did it.
Right. And now once we see stuff that was FOIA requested, like for instance, the Corner Club footage, or even the original footage where they're talking to Dylan at outside the house, everything is not only it's blurred out, also as well you have it scrambled, because remember I removed the blur from the Corner Club faces and it was like totally twirled. I mean, so you've not only
I feel like they used AI. I feel like they use AI because why? When we see the body cam of when the first responders get to the 1122 during the after the 911 call, like it'll be redacting the most randomest thing, and then unredacting it. Like at one point, it'll redact the license plates of the cop's car, and then unredact it, and then it just kept redacting like random spots in the scenery. So I feel like they half-assed it. Like they had someone redact it manually on top of AI, and
Yeah. Listen,
could be
the
too.
pixelation and the blurriness and all that is to hide the tampering. Like nobody's camera is that shitty in 2022. I mean, let's be real.
Well,
Like
we
nobody.
JJ
What is the
proved
point of
it.
having
Yeah.
cameras if it looks that bad? What is the point? I mean, even like the Walmart footage, I laughed so hard when I saw it, right? Of Brian at Walmart.
Oh.
Walmart has the technology to like read your text messages. I mean, they can like they
Yeah.
can see everything
Yes.
at those
Target-
checkout.
Target security system has AI facial recognition that keeps tabs. So once you hit the $1,000 balance of you stealing shit, is when they'll get law enforcement involved. So
But they can
That's
see
California.
everything. They can literally read like from the cameras. They can read your text messages. I mean, the quality
Well,
is insane. So
They
the
they
fact
actually have a thing now that reads your emotions, so they can tell how
Predictive.
you react when you see a product or a price attached to a product. And here's
yeah.
another thing that somebody brought up is that they will go into Walmart and say if you go to Walmart and you've registered and you've ordered stuff or whatever, and you use your same debit card, right? They'll send you an email. Oh, how was your transaction this time? Fill this out, and you might win $1,000. Well, now this guy went in there and he used cash, and he got the same "How was your experience, Frank?" message without ever having left his name anywhere. Which
it's
is
your
just
advertising
nuts.
identifier. There's so many
It's
things.
literally like
your
that movie,
advertising key, right?
Minority
Specific
Yeah,
for
they
your
use
device.
beacons. They use beacons. Like it's like okay, like you know, like an AirTag, like
Mhm.
how AirTags work. Like basically, it's like I don't know something with that. I don't know exactly. I'm not that smart, but I know it's something with that. Something like with the not Bluetooth, but like a low level Bluetooth, and they
What are
can
we talking
tell.
about?
Like with your phones, they can tell. That's how they can tell when you go into a store or like
Oh
you.
yeah. In the
I can
background,
tell you that he's timing
it
advance report.
uses
Yeah.
Wi-Fi. It uses Wi-Fi to triangulate your location. So when it detects that you're nearby stores, your advertisement ID on your device starts pushing personalized ads to like advertise for those stores. So like if you're nearby a Starbucks and you pass by it, all of a sudden you start seeing promos of Starbucks, or if you go to a certain store, if you download like those certain apps. So the fact that they're able to bypass a lot of the privacy, people just agree to
Yeah.
terms when they download these apps, and they don't realize like these apps are keeping track of you 24/7.
You are the product. You are the product.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, you don't even have to have your Wi-Fi on. You could have your Wi-Fi, everything off. I'm echoing. Do you hear me echo?
No, you're not echoing. You're good.
Okay. You can have everything off and it still knows you're there somehow. Anyways.
Yeah, the new
Besides-
Well, a
devices
lot
now,
of
if
people
you
attach to the Wi-Fi. You know what I mean? That's one thing.
Yeah.
But if you're using cash and you weren't attached to the Wi-Fi, how the hell do they even know you're there? You know what I mean?
Your phone, that's what I'm saying. There's beacons. There's like things in your phone.
Yeah, there's a radio frequency. I think.
Yeah,
Not only
yeah,
your
that-
phone,
that-
also your car.
Yeah.
admit,
Oh yeah, your car
that
is the
they don't
worst.
tell you about that's there. Yeah. For sure.
Well, now you're able to turn off your device and they can still track it. It's a new feature on all the newest model phones, where if your device gets stolen and the person turns it off, even if it's off, they can still track the phone.
Well, you have to turn that setting off. There's a setting, like on an
To
iPhone
opt
that
out.
says, yeah, it says send last location, even if the phone's off. I have my shit off. I don't turn that on.
Yeah, to opt out of it.
Yeah, if I lose my phone, that's what I pay for insurance. That's what that's for.
Right.
Okay, so here is a bubble.
Oh,
You guys want to take a little 5-minute break? I want to make a sandwich real quick. Unless you
One
guys
more,
want-
one more thing. Okay, I think I talked to you about it before, but you know how like the 1112 footage, right? Help me understand why it turns. There's like one, I don't know the timestamp, but a car pulls up, shines its light, and everything turns to like color again.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, first of all, why did it only happen that time? Second of all, there's literally a porch light. So, like, how is it not showing in color on the porch? I don't know how that works. Do you know?
They did it on purpose. They did it on purpose because the color brings out a lot of more details that's going on in the scene. How come when I don't know where Birdie got this video where they recreated the BK's route, and then you see them driving cars and re-recording themselves? How come that one is at nighttime? You can see the snow and it's in color, and you can even see the purple hues of the building that's in front of the 1112 camera.
The vantage point is completely different too. You could see that like houses on Frat Row. You can see the Alpha Gamma Row house.
Yeah,
it's like they like zoomed in and blocked the old timestamp and like added another one or something. And I feel like that weird noise that you hear in the background is like the snow. It sounds like tires on snow. Now that I saw it. I hear an echo. It's really annoying me.
And I'm pulling up a video in the background here from Bubby Water.
It's you. It's your fault.
It started out of nowhere.
It did. Okay. So you hear it too. It's not just me.
Is there
No, it's not just you.
Let me double check your settings.
Yeah.
Here. Okay.
And when was the last time you heard anybody have to do a video? If they have someone lifting, like, did they go back and recreate it in order to prosecute them? No. Like, it's so stupid. Why would they have done that?
Is that
Hold
better?
on, I couldn't understand.
I don't think anybody heard an echo, so I'm changing the settings.
It's like you either have the video of or on.
Did you take your headphones off?
Hold on. Let me take them out.
Because if you take them,
hold on. It happened out of nowhere.
I don't hear it. Do you have a YouTube window open, possibly? Maybe I did. Anyway, did I too fast? Did I just smoke on camera? I think I did.
hold on. What happens if you mute yourself? Mute yourself, Kane.
It's Kane's fault.
Okay, talk now. It's still echo, huh?
Yeah.
Let me.
Are we purging? Is this purged? I had your echo cancellation off. Let me. Yeah, you're still off. Somebody's got a window open. Let me see if it's me. Here,
it's probably you.
Yeah, I think you have a window open, and it's.
What do I do? This seems to have started when I pulled up the bubbly waters. So.
Oh wait. Echo cancellation is off.
Okay, now you sound normal.
Yeah, I have it off to you.
Someone has it on.
It gets all robot-y when it's on.
Okay. Okay. No, that's okay. It's better. No, it's the mic background noise that makes you sound like a robot.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Cool. You sound good now. Okay.
Oh wait, I still hear an echo.
Oh shit! Okay, let me turn it off because I think it's mine.
You son of a...
Kane, I swear you did this to me on purpose.
I'll take the blame. I don't care. It's all good. I do have a lot of windows open.
Too fast. Please tell me if I was.
I'm asking too fast if I was smoking on camera because I think I forgot. Oops.
It's so ridiculous. Like YouTube will have like. You know, like, okay, for instance, Payne. He's got this. Brad Payne's got video back in the day where he's like, there's like a carcass of a wolf, like BLOOD everywhere. That's allowed, but you can't show a cigarette. Give me a break.
The thing is about it is the ads that they run that they say I'm not eligible to run are for Blue Chews, whiskey. There was one that was for like an air conditioning company, but it was the shadow of a PENIS, of course, and it's like, what the world are they putting up there that my content is so bad? I don't know.
So I'm not echoing. You're not echoing, but I'm echoing.
I don't hear it. I don't think the audience would.
The echo cancellation, because if you turn that on, it echoes for whatever reason.
Now we can't hear Offie though.
Yeah, I don't hear
super low Offie. I have your audio really low though.
How about now?
That's a lot better,
Yeah.
Anyway, so have you made any new videos recently, or I haven't even checked yet?
I don't know. Define recently.
Oh wow, you're coming through loud and clear now. Hell yeah.
But why is it? Let me try and echo off.
No, leave it. You're perfect. Don't touch the thing. Don't touch the thing.
No, I think it's Kane's and I don't know.
Now you're loud, Offie. Hold on, you're super
Oh my
loud.
gosh.
How about now?
You turned your volume up, didn't you?
You're echoing. Kane's the only one not echoing.
Yeah, it's by design.
He does this on purpose to me because everything was fine until I got on.
Absolutely, I'm not doing this.
It's like you want to like stress me the fuck out. You know it's triggering for me.
You sound amazing right now. You're perfect.
It's because I've got my face like up in my computer.
That's where I've been trying to get it all this
What mic
time.
do you have selected? Because sometimes you might have selected actual the audio switches. I don't know.
She only has the one mic that's built into her laptop.
I'm just using the computer, like whatever. I'm talking into my keyboard right now, like weirdo.
Okay, I'm now on low. Okay, let's get me up a little bit. I guess you can probably hear me fine. Offie, you're weird.
Offie, Kane's the only one that I don't hear echoing. Everyone else echoes.
Really?
Anyway,
I don't think. Yeah, we can't hear Offie, but there's no echo. People would tell me right away.
Let me try another browser.
oh my gosh. Anyway,
she's fine. Offie, you got low all of a sudden. Then okay, so he left. Go on.
what were we talking about again?
I forgot. I don't even know. Let's watch the video.
Oh, the shitty video, and like it turning into like day, like the night vision or whatever. How it turns off like once. I think it's the only time that I remember when that car pulls up. Like that doesn't make any sense to me because there's literally a porch light illuminating the whole porch. I feel like that would have canceled it out before the headlights would have. I don't know.
That's what I was gonna say. Is that somebody had mentioned? I don't know if it was just passing in the chat or whatever it was, but they were saying that when there was snow on the ground, it would show the color, and when there wasn't, then it wouldn't. Something like that.
You didn't even see like any tire tracks from the snow or anything. Did you see any? I didn't see any.
That's a good point. There really wasn't enough snow, I think. Maybe when they
what do you mean? There was a lot of snow.
Yeah, but maybe when they pull out of the driveway.
I don't know. I just don't trust anything that they give us. I feel like everything they did was freaking AI.
Well, I mean, we know for a fact that they did distort the video because I've shown it many times in my Zoom in lives here that they blurred out the license plates. They blurred out certain sections, and then they Scully, you can back me up on this one. They created what I call the shadow monster.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about? It's just to the left of the stairwell on the balcony. And for the longest time, I hadn't really paid attention to the daytime footage, and I thought there was a tree there. So when I was watching and I looked for it, and I looked, where's the tree?
Like, where's the shadow coming from?
Here's the really wild thing. I don't know if you caught it or not. I think you've seen it already. Where somebody that a lot of people that think it's Ethan that goes around the house and walks by the stairway. That
I don't know.
Gets handed a baggie out of that fucking window. Did you know that?
But yeah, I remember you. I saw you on live. I remember. I don't think he went around. I think he went through the house. people forget there's a back door that backs up right to the driveway of 1122.
I recreated the street view. I recreated the street view where you see the front of the house of 1112, where you could see the 1122 in the back. It's in the music video that I made for BK for the autism awareness. If you pause it as soon as the video starts, you get an idea. You actually get a perfect view of where you thought that bush was, King.
Yeah, but there's because you know how there you can see a light go off, right? And it doesn't go off any other time that anybody pulls up or walks in front of 1118. So to me, I think it's like a porch light. Someone turned it on or like maybe opened the door. There's a door on that side too, I believe. You can go in the house like the entrance that we could see where the pumpkin is. They could see from the 1112 cam, but then there's also one on either end, west and east side of that long house. So I don't think he went around. I think he went through that house, and that's why that light turns on for a second. It's because like he turned the porch light on, or maybe it opened the door. I don't know, because it only does it when that guy walks there. One more thing before I forget. I don't understand how these cameras are allowed to have like record audio continuously, because Idaho's a one-party consent state. So like you can record as long as you're part of the conversation. So like if you want to speak to somebody through your Ring camera, like through the speaker, like if someone's at your door, you're part of the conversation. So you're allowed to, it's allowed to be recorded, but you cannot legally record audio like that continuously. Same thing with the what did you say to Adam video? Like you can't just have like record people's conversations that you're not a part of on the sidewalk and shit like that. So there's an echo. Okay, it's not just me.
Yeah, you know, I think I'm getting kind of hungry, and everybody's talking about hamburgers and sandwiches. I think I'm going to shut it down there. Would you like to join me tomorrow or the next? I'm going to do another purge, and we'll try to get you up here, whether by hook or by crook or by phone or by.
Yeah, just let me know.
And we'll I'll do another StreamYard, and we'll
right
try
on.
to get it a little bit better. Offie, thank you for joining me as well. Everybody in the chat, I really appreciate you being here tonight. It's been a humdinger, a real barn burner, as Jay would say. And I loved having Sarge on and JJ and Lucy. Thank you for the video. I have the point at which we left off was 29 minutes. So we'll pick up from there on Lucy's video. Maybe you can watch that with us too, Jen.
I was watching. I just wasn't on, but I was listening. And plus, I saw it already.
Yeah, it really got us talking.
I always watch Lucy's stuff right away.
Yeah, she's amazing.
Kane, I shared a picture. I don't know if you want to show it on the stage. The only thing the cars are blocking where you thought that bush is. Yeah, right there. There you go.
No, I'm hungry.
For some reason it keeps not. Yeah, I'm starving now. There it is. Okay. Let me get rid of Too Fast here. Sorry, Too Fast. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Okay.
Excuse me.
I see. So they could have gone through the house and come out the back door. I see what you're saying.
Right. They went like, okay, on King, like behind where the cop car is, kind of under that, like there's an entrance there. Then you can go in on the side, the one, you know, with the big window. But then you can also, there's a back door that exits right to the driveway of 1122.
Yeah.
From this view, you're actually able to also see the sliding doors on the back of the house, where you say that it's like a hilly.
Yeah.
I have better pictures. I'll send them to you, Kane, and then you can perfectly see the back and the sliding doors and the balcony.
Yeah, I'll send him the floor plans again, and he can send them to you and see what I was talking about earlier. Because I know it sounded crazy. It's not.
Nah, I know what you were talking about.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you were talking about because
those big concrete like barriers that they have right there that we can see, like those never used to be there. Like they raised it. It's like they buried like there's something underneath there, and those houses are all connected. And I think that's why they kind of keep them in the family, in the sorority family.
It was back in the day. It was like a mining area, and it might have been storage.
I mean, yeah, it's a gem state. Yeah,
it wouldn't surprise me because P. Diddy had fucking tunnels that led to other fucking mansions, and Britney Spears was being held captive in one of those locations.
I mean, you got to remember,
say,
okay, this is the gem state, first of all. Second of all, you have, every single house and apartment building surrounding 1122, they all have basements or sub basements. Like they all have a whole other floor that you can't even see. So the chances of 1122 having a basement is more likely than not. So then you want to ask yourself, why are they hiding it? And I feel like it's because they do it's either who the perverts who own the house are hiding something down there.
Yeah, they're trying to hide any trace or anything or anyone looking into the history of who owned it. I think that's why they destroyed it, so no one looks into the history of that land.
There's something on site.
The last owner before they gifted it to the university was 1122 King LLC.
Right, which is
and that was
if you
owned
go
by some guy that lives in some really rich area in Colorado that doesn't
Dynasty.
seem fitting. But
Right.
We're literally touching on all kinds of stuff on the dolls.
That's a whole other
that
show.
Are setting up all kinds of stuff. It's literally, yeah. You guys are gonna get me triggered. So
Yeah.
All right, go eat.
All right, good night. We'll talk about this tomorrow.
Okay.
Bye,
good night,
Jen.
everyone. Bye. Good night, everyone in the chat. Oh wait, you didn't say good night, Jen.
Good night, Jen. There you go.
Good night, Jen.
Bye. All right. Love it. Bye, everybody. You are the purging people. I appreciate ya. Bye.
Bye.